Good morning, everybody. I shall call this meeting to order. And do we need to suspend the procedural bylaw again, or is it still suspended from last time? Okay, then with that, looking forward to a great day, diving into our operations today. And I believe before we get going, Acting CAO Drew Heineman has a few words to share with everybody. And I won't give any spoilers, leave you all in suspense.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Good morning. It won't be just a few words because there was quite a bit of work that was done from Monday night, and I think it's really important to kind of reflect on that. But obviously wanted to welcome Council to the budget deliberations. I hope Monday night was really some level setting that we can move forward quite quickly through the budget today and give you a lot of detail. I'm excited about today because you have an opportunity building on the council orientation that we had a few weeks ago, where you'll get to meet our directors. The public also get to see our directors and the various departments within our organization and the work that they're doing and delivering on your objectives. So before I start, though, I wanted to do just a little bit of housekeeping. There were a couple items. First, and it's really just a notice for this afternoon. There is an emergency alert from the province that's going to happen at 1:55, so all of our phones are going to go off. Just giving you a heads up. We'll give you a heads up after lunch, but we want to make sure that there isn't panic throughout that. That is scheduled by the province, so just wanted to let you guys know that. And again, we'll give you a reminder there later in the day. You know, one of the things that we do is recognize the different people within our organization. Today is World GIS Day. So we have a very small but mighty GIS team here, led by Stephen Price. Just want to, they do really important work. I know I use GIS every day when we're having conversations with residents, and they support all our different teams, so want to recognize that as well. And then just remind you that at lunch today, we will be taking a break for an hour. And during that hour, a half hour will be for lunch itself, and then the other half hour, we've got the AB Munis debrief with you. Really important information from last week. So at 12:30, Christine, Jane, and myself will meet you. We'll go through all the information. All of council will have more information on exactly all the meetings that we had last week. And then really the important part that I was speaking with the mayor about this morning is an opportunity for you to prepare for next week and your council reports and updating the community, because whether it's today or the work that you'll do on Monday, updating the community is really important, in sharing those critical meetings that we had, both formal with the various ministers, but also informal, which we appreciate, and just sharing that information will be really important. So that was just some of the preliminary information that I wanted to share with you. Here is our agenda for you. So I'm just going to do a brief welcome, and then, oh, that's from Monday, excuse me, sorry.
Drew, while you're flipping through this, if I could also add, I wanted to say I really recognize and appreciate all the hard work that's been going on here. I see a lot of council members, gigantic budget packages are full of sticky notes and highlights, and everyone's done a great job getting ready, reading and sending in questions, because all that has generated a lot of inquiries and questions into our staff from everybody on council, but then also questions from the public have been coming in, and there's been an immense amount of work going on to deal with all of that. Just to share a little story, we had our special meeting last night, which I attended remotely from my office, but I stepped out to get some Tim Hortons for dinner, came back, and I saw, oh, there's still people working. We went into the special meeting. I came out of the special meeting thinking I was the only person in the entire ranch house, stepped out of my office, and said, oh, there's still people working. And then at 7 a.m. this morning, I saw emails rolling in still early this morning. So thank you very much, everyone, for all your hard work. It is sincerely recognized and appreciated.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate your recognition of that, and certainly the support. This is Council's most important policy document. This will really set the stage for the next year. Our team is dedicated to bringing you a great budget. I do have the right slide up now, so I apologize. So again, We're focused on the tax-supported budget today, so our operating budget. I'm going to give a brief review. We're going to go through some of the questions. The questions have been coming in quite quickly. We were getting questions up to about 5 o'clock yesterday, so we don't have answers for all those questions. Mr. Aleem will be giving some of the financial questions that council asked, and we'll be doing that tomorrow during his presentation, but I'll be going through some of them today as well. The part that I mentioned before that I'm really excited about is you're going to hear from our directors, and you're going to learn more about our organization. I think we did the first part at the council orientation, but also this is for our community to understand who's in our organization, the great work that they're doing. We'll do the lunch break. Again, we're going to have the hour there because we'll just have a quick lunch and then get into the AUMA, or excuse me, the Alberta Munis. Then we're going to get back to our directors. We'll do the clarifications and follow up, and then a wrap up and direction from there. We're hoping to get through the whole operating budget, but you're well aware of the binders that you have. They're quite large, so we'll do our best to get through that today. Before I jump forward to, well, and just in terms of responses, there were a number of questions, so we have our staff in the back taking down any of the questions, items that went into the parking lot. There were a number that we wanted to follow up today. The process that I'm gonna mention the council that brought it up, what the question was, provide our response, and then just clarify with council and the member who brought it up that clarifies that question, just so we can go through that. So again, that's part of where it's not just gonna be a brief, because there are a whole series of different items that I can go through this morning, but we felt it was important to demonstrate the work that we've been doing and just help answer your questions. So Councillor Singh asked the question about page 13, around the 62 cents that go to municipal services, looking for a breakdown. On page 12, it has a percentage breakdown, so if council wishes, or people who are watching in online, page 12 of our document has a percentage breakdown. And then in terms of comparing against other municipalities, municipalities operate in different ways and split the amounts differently. So again, through pages 12, 13, and 14, it does provide all the information that I think certainly Councillor Singh you were looking for, but we do want to clarify whether that satisfies the information that you were looking for, and whether any other member of council may have some questions on that.
Any questions, council? I'll go to Councillor Singh.
I was looking more about the dollar value. What is the dollar amount and how much is being spent on projects, operations? Yeah.
Well, you're looking for specifics on each. So that's a percentage breakdown that's on page 12 that says where in that. Is it possible that we can put that up on the screen? So you're looking for the exact dollar amount in each of those percentages?
Please, yeah.
Okay, well, and that's some information that we would have to bring forward, and happy to do that. The other question that Councillor Singh had was related to the 1 cent that goes towards the Rocky View Foundation. And just some clarity in terms of where do we keep that money, where the money is transferred. In terms of responding to that question, it's a requisition authority provincially mandated under the Alberta Housing Act. The town does not keep these funds in Cochrane, as it is the Big Hill Lodge in Evergreen Manor. So again, we collect the money, but it's not just kept within the town. So again, Councillor Singh, does that provide you the information you were looking for?
The dollar value contribution in 24-25.
We'll get that information for you to answer that question. The next question came from multiple councillors, was related to parks and the costs. I'll turn this over to Mr. Hubbo. He and his team have done some additional work, and I'll ask him to respond. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Council. Thanks, Mr. Hyman. Okay, before I speak to the additional parks seasonal staffing request, I'd like to make a point of clarification this morning. There were 2.3 FTE summer student positions referenced in the proposed staffing chart on Monday night. These are not actually park seasonal staff. They were grant-funded municipal enforcement roles focused on education and outreach. Unfortunately, not for me, not weed trimming or mowing. Jay Juden will be speaking to these a little bit later. Now, in response to Council's request for more information about what additional park seasonal staffing would look like, we have reviewed it with a lens on two key outcomes: an enhanced level of parks and operational spaces service levels throughout the community, and expanded student employment opportunities. After discussion with Interim Director of Operations, Trish Kluani, we can confirm that the all-in cost for each seasonal position, including salary and benefits, is approximately $17,000. To achieve a meaningful and demonstrable improvement in service levels in our parks and open spaces, we would recommend 4 additional seasonal hires for a total budget impact of $68,000. So if Council would like us to include this in our parks staffing plan, we're happy to do so. We just need the green light.
Councillor Federico?
I just have a question about the 2.3. They're grant funded then, so they're not costing the municipality any tax dollars, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico. Yes, that is correct, and Jay Juden will speak to that a little bit later on. But yes, the 2 municipal enforcement summer students are grant funded that we referenced on Monday night. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McFadden?
My question, I think, is more just the process. So I certainly appreciate the lens that was put on that, is both as like, how do we increase the service levels, which I think was what the intent of council questions were yesterday. And then also, as we all know, or maybe not all of us, but those of us who have children, it is harder for teenagers to find, good jobs. So I think this is a nice win-win. But is the intent then that we're gonna kind of take all these discussion points and put them in the parking lot, and then we'll come back to them at the end of the 2 days and kind of plus minus and see where we balance out in the budget? Is that kind of the intent?
That is correct, Councillor McFadden. Again, we wanted to provide this information just to be in real time, responding, again, looking for council's direction. We just felt it was important to go into the parking lot, just reframe what was brought up, and then we'll really get into the directors, which is the portion that we really want to focus on today.
Okay, yeah, I like where this one's going from my side for sure.
Okay. Councillor McFadden, you asked about the grant and funding analysts, and we could look at that. We're happy to take that away. Again, the overall item with the different positions that we would share with council is that we're looking for the outcomes from council that you're looking to achieve, and certainly we would look at creating the staffing. We've done a great deal of work coming up with our staffing plan. I think Ms. Dunsmore did a great job the other day outlining that and the robust process that we went through. So we had 35 positions, and there was a whole a form with the rationale that we needed to prepare for each position, and then that went through a very, as I said, robust vetting process. And then we came to the 14.6 positions, but certainly we just need to know from council what are some of the outcomes that you wish to drive towards, and then certainly we're happy to look at the positions that will deliver those. Councillor McFadden, does that satisfy your? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Singh, you had a series of questions related to what would service impacts would residents see if we approve fewer positions. Have we explored automation technology, process improvements to reduce the number of new hires? Are any of the positions temporary or project-based rather than long-term permanent contracts? So, series of questions. I have a series of responses for you. Again, ELT has completed a robust and thorough evaluation of all our staffing requests. Again, 35 positions when we started. There were multiple rounds of review focused on service impacts, operational necessity, and alignment with council's vision. We reduced that number to the 14.6, and this reflects a disciplined, needs-based approach and only the positions required to maintain the current service levels were brought forward. There's no additional positions that did not meet that. These are not growth or enhancement roles. These are minimum requirements to continue delivering services to residents that they expect today. Your second question, in terms of automation, looking at things of that nature, yes, we're bringing forward any staffing requests. ELTO required departments to explore every opportunity to reduce the need for full-time FTEs. There are several opportunities for automation being reviewed. In terms of automation, one thing, and perhaps Mr. Krasinski, can reference it later today when he's doing some of the presentation, or his presentation, we did explore technology solutions in terms of an EPR system for planning. However, that had significant cost. We are going to bring that forward through the year with looking to next year's budget for that. So we are exploring different opportunities, and however, we feel that these are the positions that are very much needed for us. The final question, and I'll just go back, is are there any new positions or temporary or project-based rather than long-term? And the answer to that is no. Other than annual summer student positions, all the proposed positions are FTE, are permanent roles. They're not tied to a single project or a one-time initiative. If needed short-term or project support, we would bring those forward, but we did not. So, Councillor Singh, does this help answer those questions that you submitted?
Thank you. I'll reserve my to the end of the second day. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Singh, you also asked that you're looking for a little bit more clarification on the administrative assistant in communications. Again, similar to we're looking for the outcomes that council is looking to deliver. We went through a robust process, so I won't go through the whole same summary, but the same principles apply. That we started with 35 positions, got to the 14.6. I think it would be safe to say communications is one of the things we want to pride ourselves on, not only with council, but certainly with the community. And I think our team does an excellent job and certainly support this position. So there were multiple questions on exploring what infographics from the presentation can be shared with the public. Mr. Blanchette indicated that we're working on a resident budget book. I think that's a huge step forward and something that we're excited to see. We're also looking at doing the mailers in the utility bill. Mr. Alim brought forward the proposal. We'd like to clarify that is something that the town of Okotoks has done. So again, we are trying to build on best practices from our regional neighbors and incorporate something. So certainly that's something that we're looking to do, whether it's in the tax bill, we will have a breakdown of the provincial requirements as well as that summary that you saw. So hopefully that helps answer the question.
Can I jump in there, Drew? So you're referring to the receipt or invoice looking document that Mr. Alim shared with us. So would we be able to actually generate that for each individual tax bill? Because the numbers would have to be generated.
It would be an example that we would create, Mr. Mayor. It would not be specifically created for each tax bill. At least that's my understanding. It would be an example. It would not be Mayor Nagel's information comes and it's catered specifically saying exactly how much, but it gives that sense. Is that something we could look at supported by technology and at a later date? Perhaps, but this is the first step forward in that process.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to have a conversation in the future to see if we can automate that, because I think we would just need some formulas, but then it's a matter of automating however many thousand of them we have to do. But yeah.
And I think we'd like to try this with the first year, see what the feedback that we get from the community, and then really cater it to the specific people if that's something council wishes to see. We just have to do a little bit more research. Again, this is something relatively new that we thought we would bring forward as a new tool.
Okay, sorry, I have more questions on this one.
No, absolutely.
It'll be an outward-facing document, so I think it's really important to dial in on. Will it go to our communications department for further refinement in the way it is presented and communicated?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the one piece of feedback I had there is I found it, just the only one detail I would like to see changes. We had mayor and council underneath office of the CAO in a department, which I thought was a strange title for it. But just on the one document, but.
And we're happy to
Yeah.
get any feedback from council and look at making this. I think the whole principle is trying to have enhanced communication in the community, a better understanding of where the tax funds for each resident go.
Okay, I thought it was fantastic. I think we have some other questions here. Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, just following on that stream of thought, I think this is an excellent tool that'll really help residents understand the value and the breakdown of it. Perhaps what we could do in the interim is, if we're sending out, this is like an example to everybody, just the standard one, but if we could provide like a form link to our website where people could just, much like your assessment review, just type in what your municipal tax is, and then it could, you know, whatever form, you could just quickly see it yourself. And maybe that's an easier way to allow people to drill in.
Councilor McFadden, I think that's what the mayor was referencing, is using the roll number. Each property has a roll number. In the future, you put your roll number, and then you could see this, to have that detail, but it would also be included. So there's two opportunities to perhaps see that.
Sorry.
Again, some additional work we need to do.
Yeah, no, for sure. And sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about just generating it specific to this. But anyhow, a great first step. So thank you very much.
Councilor Federico?
Yeah, I just wanted to say kudos for that. I think it's really, really well done. And, you know, when we have those questions that come from the community about, you know, what they're paying for our taxes, and then they're missing the fact that they're paying part of their tax to the province for school tax, this is excellent. This is great first step. So well done. And I would love to see it personalized to each person's address, but I agree that's probably in the future. But good job.
Thank you.
Councilor Gale?
Just in terms of this layout, is it possible for us to also include what is going to the province? Can we make sure that we outline in terms of what we're collecting, what goes to the province, and what we keep?
Councilor Gale, I think that was something that was really important, not only through AB Munis, but through previous conversations that we've had with the community. So I'm sure we could include that just so it's very clear.
Thank you.
Not only on the tax bill, but then on this portion, so you have two sources of information.
Okay, lots of discussion generated. Were you finished, Councilor Gale?
Yeah.
Okay, please
Okay,
continue.
I'm just going to continue and try and get through these. Is council finding this beneficial as we, okay, I just want to make sure if I'm missing the mark, or we're happy
Keep
to
going.
adjust.
We might jump in with more questions, but just
Yeah,
please keep
no,
going.
absolutely. Councilor Federico, you had a question about keeping the budget information consistent and maintaining consistency in the budget information year over year is critical for us. And we agree that carrying forward any useful details that can support better decision-making as well as information to the community. So that's something we're priding ourselves on. And again, I think our budget book over the last number of years has improved. Mr. Blanchette talked about the resident-facing budget rather than each resident having a huge book like you've all received. Again, it's a lot of information that's in there, but we're working through that. Does that help answer your question?
Councilor Federico?
Yes, and I, like I said the last time, I really appreciate the breakdown of each and every division. It is super helpful to look at what that breakdown of costs is, and also seeing it fluctuate throughout the years. It's, I found it very, very helpful, and I know that it adds quite a bit of paper to our binder, so next year might be 650 pages long, but I do really appreciate looking at that from a larger lens.
Great, thank you. Councilor Federico, you also had another question related to total contract services for all departments in the 2026 budget and a total for 2025. I understand that information has been sent, I believe, this morning. So you've just got that. Again, you probably haven't had an opportunity to review it, but we're happy to discuss that. I think that's something we can revisit, but the information has been shared with council. So. Councilor McFadden, you had a question or, made a statement regarding increased contribution to capital reserves. So you're looking to contribute $1 million. to either in general or to a specific Parks and Rec reserve. Certainly, we're happy to have further discussions on this, but the implications of $1 million, just for clarity for all of council and certainly for the community, would be a 2.5% tax increase. So it's about just over $400,000 for 1% tax increase. The other things that I would like to share is that we are currently working on our fiscal framework. So this is something that we can have further discussion on. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that we do have a surplus. So if you consider the surplus as well as this $1 million, the surplus is also going to go into reserves. So council at a later date will have an opportunity to look at that. So one of the things I think that would be beneficial is to perhaps look at a bit of a balanced approach, which would benefit not only your objective of getting additional funds within our reserves, but also mitigating the tax increase proposed. So, and then also wanted to draw your attention to the fact that the rate stabilization, there was a draw from the rate stabilization reserve, and I know you and I had a conversation about that, so perhaps that's something that we want to revisit as well. So there's a lot in there, but again, just wanted to clarify what the potential implications of that would be. Thank you.
So Councillor McFadden, question on that point?
Yeah, and thank you for the work. I was aware of roughly the number, the impact that would be. One of the things I think I'd like, well, I know I would like us to do as we're going through this, is to see if we can find a way to find that $1 million savings in the budget. We have just under $100 million operational budget, so we're looking for, less than 1% savings in the existing budget outline to make that possible. I think saving for the future is a very valuable exercise, and I'm very reluctant to wait another year to get a reserve policy in place to better direct that. I did have a follow-up question in regards to what interest rate we're currently, for any monies that are in reserves, how much are we making, or what interest rate do we get in our savings accounts?
Thanks, Councillor McFadden. I will have to ask Mr. Aleem to answer that question.
The chair to Councillor McFadden, the overall rate we are making on our investments is 4.25%.
Okay, so as we're discussing different philosophies, that if we do find a way to put $1 million into savings for future, instead of having to borrow that money in future years at that interest rate, we will be able to take the monies, put it in savings, and be able to make 4%, which could offset. Anyway, it's just a better investment upfront, honestly. So just wanted to put that number in everybody's head. So thank you very much for the research.
No, absolutely, and we appreciate your bringing this forward. We just wanted to bring some of the information. I know there'll be further discussion on it. Also, the fact that we're bringing a reserve study forward for March. I understand your desire to have something contributed now through this budget process rather than waiting to a later date. So certainly we're happy to work with you on that.
And Mr. Hyman, to clarify on process, that and all other substantial change suggestions or ideas will be brought back for conversation at the end, right?
Yes, absolutely. I think we're just trying to answer the questions that came up and make sure there is some, and there's an opportunity. Again, council is getting questions from the public. So we're working through this, and there'll be further discussion on it. We just wanted to touch base on the ones that we could this morning.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to clarify.
Councillor McFadden, you also asked a question on staff training and development and the year-to-date actuals, so that information has been sent this morning as well. And we're happy to discuss that a little bit further once council's had an opportunity to look at it, and all of council have looked at it. I would assume that very much like myself, busy morning, it's just been sent out. I haven't had an opportunity to go into it in depth. I have looked at it though, so certainly we can talk about that further. A breakdown of what's included in the level 2 categories. Also, there is Robbie sent an email yesterday to council, so there's a breakdown of all the different categories that has been provided to council. Councillor Singh, you had asked yesterday about manager to staff ratio and had made a comment related to that there were 35 managers within the organization. So just wanted to clarify a few things. We currently have 27 manager positions within the organization. Several of the gray blocks, perhaps you were looking at the org chart. Several of those on the org chart aren't managers. And one of the things that we wanted to share is that recent Alberta municipal reviews recommend that an effective span of control, so span of control is how many people report to a manager, is 3 to 7 staff per manager. One of the things I also wanted to clarify through this is municipal operation is really diverse. You're going to see that today. The people watching are going to see that today. And I think accountability for council is really important. We have specific groups who are accountable to deliver different services all throughout our organization. And then we have people who are ultimately responsible for those areas and dedicated staff. I will defend our structure and believe that it is helping deliver the much needed services to the community. And I will also defend the great people that we have in the organization. I think we are, we probably need more people rather than less, if I can be very blunt in that assessment. So again, we just wanted to clarify, certainly appreciate that the grayed out boxes perhaps made, provided a little context around, we have 27 rather than 35. But certainly Councillor Singh, does that help answer your question? And if there's further discussion on this, we're happy to go into that in more detail. Thank you. Okay, that concludes the questions. As I said, we got a whole series of questions at about 5 o'clock last night, so we didn't have an opportunity to respond on those, but we'll continue tomorrow morning. I'll go into some of those. The financial questions, I know Councillor Fedeko, you had a number of them. Mr. Aleem is going to respond to those tomorrow, but any of the questions and any questions coming up today are going into the parking lot, so we will have an opportunity to revisit those.
Mr. Hyman, could I ask a question on the manager to staff ratio? You said that you found some metric that's anywhere from 3 to 7 is healthy. Do we have a guiding HR policy where we kind of reference back to as an ideal goal, or is it just taken on a case-by-case basis?
We don't have a specific policy, Mr. Mayor, but that is, if I go back, that's a recent study that was done in the province. Recent Alberta municipal reviews has recommended that. I know I've been to a number of leadership series, and again, if you go beyond that span of control, if you start having managers, and I can talk about my experience when I first joined the organization, and the town is dramatically changing. I had several more people who I was responsible for than 7. And it's very hard as an individual to manage a span of control significantly larger than that. That's why on Monday I was referencing the benefit that I've seen in the structure that we've got, particularly with planning and development infrastructure with the 4 directors that I have. Then they have managers. You're going to see that in their presentation today. And I really want you guys to think about the specific areas that we're trying to deliver on and how important having people accountable in those areas for those specific outcomes are. So again, I don't know if I'm answering your question. That was a long-winded response. But we don't have a specific HR policy, but that is, I think that we do have a good structure that helps deliver the results we need in this community.
Yeah, I was curious about the information, and if I could add a comment. If council were to direct administration to get too focused on that ratio, it could actually have the exact inverse effect that we would be hoping for. I know the idea of focusing on that ratio would be to try and force efficiency, but if you create a structure where the number of people reporting to an individual manager needs to be higher, then that actually creates an incentive just to justify and create new jobs. I hope she doesn't share, I hope she doesn't mind me sharing, but my wife is a director in the Alberta government, and they have firm ratio policies, and she has been informed that the only way that she'll move up from director to executive director is if she can triple the number of people who work for her, and she doesn't feel the need to have that many more people working for her. And so there's this financial incentive. Well, she should be creating new jobs in order to advance herself in the organization. And so it's always important that we don't get too prescriptive in the way we do things, because it can have inverse effects. And I would invite you, Mr. Hyman, to comment if you agree or disagree on what I'm saying here.
Well, I would agree that having a policy may be a good first step. Certainly, I can comment that building our groups to have people advance is not our objective here.
No, that wasn't at all. What I was actually, that is not. I
Yeah,
was
I just wanna
actually
be very
trying.
clear.
No, and I want to be very clear
Yeah.
that I was not suggesting that. I was actually
Okay.
trying to suggest that if council had a policy that the ratio needed to be higher, we would actually be creating that incentive here.
Yeah, well, and maybe I can talk about, again, I appreciate I'm in an acting position here, and I can talk about my role with the organization for several years. So I have 109 people reporting through the 4 directors that I have. Okay, so the directors all have managers who are responsible for different areas. And then like the accountability within that and having a solid structure has been really important for what we've been able to deliver in a very difficult and challenging time. We're experiencing growth like no other time in Cochrane's history. If we don't have that structure to deliver on that, I think we have very, very different outcomes. I know there'll be people in the community saying, we're growing too fast, different comments of that nature, but given the resources that we have, I think we've done an exceptional job.
And just to be clear, though, are you clear that what I was trying to say is that if council gets too obsessed about these ratios, we could be creating an incentive that we don't want to be there? Because the way you responded makes me feel that although it's though perhaps you thought that I was saying something critical of our administration, I was actually trying to raise caution.
Sorry, Mayor Nagel, I appreciate your comments and understand that what you were trying to say. I think certainly it gets back to the comment on outcomes. What outcomes does council as the governance, what are you trying to achieve? And then certainly as in the acting role, I'm responsible for the organization and delivering on those outcomes. So
Okay.
having the resources is something that's really important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor McFadden?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that general philosophy. I know there's always a temptation to go and look and do comparisons to other municipalities, but from my lens, in my experience, every municipality is a unique creature, has its own challenges and opportunities, and is a different period of time. And so it's always so important for me, and that's why I lean so heavily into the budget process, to make sure that whatever we're doing for Cochrane fits our needs, and those comparisons can actually cause quite a lot of a risk. I think it's very important that we build the team we need to deliver on the unique priorities of the people of Cochrane. So there's no one magic template of what a municipality would look like. And of course, anytime you're looking at a comparable, you also have to ask whether they're doing it right or whether that was the right point of time. And even if you're looking at our historical numbers, you have to wonder, you know, was that a perfect time of delivery, or were we short-staffed then, or were we overstaffed then? So it's always good to bring those different perspectives in and consider them, but consider the context. And I just encourage everybody to dive into the budget, make sure that we're understanding what we're asking of our team to deliver, and understand it's a unique circumstance in every case. So I'm always very leery of any of these formulas of, you know, best in case of, you know, staff to team leadership or cop to pop, all those type of things. I think it always has to be unique circumstance and answer to the Cochrane situation.
Councilor McDonald?
Building on that, I think for council and certainly for myself, more interesting than ratios or formulas for staffing, I'd love to have a better understanding of how directors and managers are on an annual basis or on an ongoing basis, just evaluating that pool of people who report to them and understanding where efficiencies exist within that department, where more efficiency can be found. Is there work that can shuffle from this person to this person, just so that we can say to our community that every position with the town of Cochrane is defensible and every position is adding value to our residents. That's more interesting to me.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald, and I think that's why today is so important and the way that we've structured this. It's, of course, we had our council orientation, and you all had the benefit of learning more about our organization and the great people we have in it. We want the community to understand that as well, and the various positions that support the outcomes in our community. So again, we're happy to do exactly that and I think you'll see a great deal through the presentation today, and you have the opportunity to ask all of our directors and learn more about them and the programs that they're delivering on. Okay, I do have a little bit more. I know you
Keep
had
going.
said.
Keep going.
Just wanted to talk about the process, really. The goal today is collaboration. I think I've talked about that consistently. This is a shared outcome that we're working towards. Clarity, consistency, and ensuring council has the time and information you need before moving on. While I've said we're going to move quickly, we're only moving as quickly as council wishes. The process today is directors will present their section and departmental variances and highlights, followed by time for council review and discussion of each section and department. If you have questions that require further analysis, administration will take the question away and get answers for you. If you have something you'd like to place in the parking lot and discuss in more detail, administration will take note of these as well. So again, we wanted to demonstrate based on what, again, because think about how much time we spent, almost 3 hours on Monday night. Here we are moving through this morning. There's a great deal of information to go through. So I wanted to just go to this slide. Here's an example, Mr. Blanchette's area. Directors will start reviewing each major section of the organization. So we are going to go page by page. The mayor and I have discussed this, so we will go through page by page, and you'll learn more about the different roles. You will see managers, and then you will see the full-time FTEs below that. We don't have names for anybody below either a director or a manager. But certainly you're going to learn more about all the great people within our organization, not only through today, but through your 4-year term. So as the directors walk through the key variances and highlights for their section, we will pause. At this point, council can turn your budget binder, ask any questions related to the section level overview. The relevant page number for the specific budget item will be on the bottom right corner. Once those questions have been answered, we'll move forward into the departmental details within that section. When the questions have been answered, we'll repeat this process until the entire tax-supported budget has been covered. So there's a lot in there to cover. Any questions before we proceed? We will have breaks through this process too, so that's something once we start. So here we are. I know it took about 45 minutes to get to this point, but this is where we really get into it. Tax-supported budget. All right, this budget reflects a transition between councils. So that's the passing the baton. Ensuring continuity while responding to priorities identified in both the outgoing and incoming councils. As you heard on Monday, we're focused on delivering a lean and responsible budget. The budget principles guided in every decision, ensuring that requests were thoroughly evaluated and aligned with long-term sustainability. The 3.5% increase reflects what is required to maintain the current service levels. This is a level needed to continue delivering the services our residents expect today. Even with the proposed new positions, we're facing resource constraints. These roles are essential to just sustain the service we're already offering. They're not adding new services. Remember, we're having significant growth, whether we're talking in park spaces, roads, we're adding new infrastructure, new areas every single year to our community. And you've already talked about, as the parks, is there a need to add additional resources to maintain service levels? So again, that's a consistent theme we'll be talking about today. Overall, this is a fiscally responsible budget that was talked about through the campaign, and the commitment to responsible growth, efficient operations, and a thoughtful investment. And as Cochrane continues to grow, and our resources grow as well. This budget reflects that reality and ensures that we continue to meet the expectations of our community. So at this point, I'm really excited to jump into the actual budget book. So thanks for your patience this morning. I know there was a lot there. Does council want to have a short break before we get into this? Or, because now we're gonna really start hitting the ground and getting into your budget first.
Yeah, let's take 5 minutes, 6 minutes, come back at 9. All right. Let's get this show on the road.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is where we really get into the different areas of the budget. So if we all go to page 44, this is Council's budget. Of course, Council is the elected governing body of Cochrane, and Council establishes the corporate policy, sets the direction, and adopts bylaws for the overall governance of Cochrane. So in terms of key variances, again, and this is the process that we're going to go through each section, increased funding for conferences and professional developments, as well as the development of a new strategic plan, and then the removal of the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board membership expenses following its dissolution. So that CMRB no longer exists, so that portion is one of the key variances that you would see in that portion.
All right, Councillor Federico.
I was just curious on the services consulting. Last year was $25,000 and then this year it's increasing to 50. I was just curious as to the why or what that's for.
I'm gonna need a little bit of, can we put that in the parking lot and get some additional information, Councillor Federico? Again, I did not prepare council's budget myself, so I don't have that information right at my fingertips, but certainly it's something we can find out for you.
Yeah, and the only other comment I had was insurance. It's interesting that insurance rates are going down. Usually it never happens that way. It usually only goes up. So I was just surprised to see a cost savings on insurance.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, I think you're going to see that actually represented in a number of our budgets. We're actually seeing a little bit of easing on the insurance, at least for this year. So you'll see that as we come up through various budgets.
Perfect, thanks.
Councillor McFadden.
I've never been, if we can expand on what the public relations budget is, I've never been overly sold on the public relations budget. We spent $30,000 in 2024. We don't have the year-to-date actuals, but I've never been quite clear what's in the public relations budget for council and what value we're getting there. And if I promise to use fewer pens, I'd rather save a couple $1,000s and go to somebody like the Activettes than on general supplies. I know that's like a micro detail, but this is the one part of the budget that is truly ours.
Yes, this is, again, I can get some additional information. I apologize not to have that right at my fingertips, but again, given that I didn't create this budget, it's a little bit challenging for me.
Yeah, I just want through the chair to council, one of the expenses in the services side is for the development of your new strategic plan. So there's an expense that we will have associated with the facilitation and development of that. So we've earmarked that to about to that tune of about $50,000 based on other estimates that we've seen through the years. So that speaks to that particular line item.
So sorry, respectfully, that's services consulting? The one I'm talking about is public relations.
Yeah, no, I'm specifically talking about the service consulting. Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah,
We'll get a
if we can
breakdown.
get back on that, because I don't know, I generally manage my own public relations.
Happy
My
to get
thoughts on
more
that one.
information for council on that one specifically.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the, if I could raise here, the FCM conference is, we've got $20,000 there. I could take or leave that conference. One of the things about AV Communities that's great is we get to meet with people who are in our region, meet directly with ministers, talk about the municipalities' priorities. As far as I know, I don't know if any of that goes on at FCM. It's more just a trip to attend sessions. I actually have always never gone to FCM. Is anybody up here who has gone to FCM able to comment as to whether or not it's worth $20,000?
I mean, I think I found Halifax quite valuable because, you know, we got to see their library. We also got to see their track that they designed. I mean, I found that one quite useful. But I think it was more based on, and I could be wrong, I thought that only a couple of council members per year were going, maybe along with the mayor. So maybe we would just want to consider the numbers. And I'm not sure if that's still the way, Mr. Hyman. Is it 2 council members and the mayor that could go to that conference if they choose to?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, you are correct. It's also in Edmonton this year, so it's a little bit closer. But I think I would share with council, and certainly Mr. Blanchette is here and can talk about his experience going last year. I think it's a really valuable opportunity. AB Munis is fantastic, learning from other municipalities in Alberta, but learning what's going on across Canada is equally important. Building relationships, seeing different facilities. I know I have not had an opportunity. I just briefly stopped on my way back from CAMA this year, so I was only there briefly when the group was in Ottawa. However, again, I think it's an important opportunity for council, and just wanted to share that.
Okay, Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, I've attended a number of them over the years, and it is interesting to see how different parts of the country are responding essentially to the same needs. So I have found them valuable, and I think with any of our expenses, as always, there's value, and just be prepared, to defend them. So I would support keeping that one in. And I'm a little bit confused, I have to admit, because I thought what we had done is changed up the council conference and registration fees so that council can choose to spend them wherever they wanted to, whether it was FCM, AMA, other conferences. So I thought we'd put all of that into one bucket, but generally speaking, I would encourage colleagues to try to get to an FCM conference at least once during your term. It's quite interesting. I know I learned a lot from the Halifax tour, the Vancouver tour as well.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. On the FCM topic, over 8 years, I've been to 2 of them, so 1 per term, and that kind of has felt like about the right level for me. It's an individual decision. Having some representation from the municipality, I do see benefit too, but I like how we have it currently set up where each councillor gets to decide what they feel the need to attend and then defend their own expenses. That does make sense to me. The one topic that I wanted to touch on here was the administrative side of what's our philosophy currently with how many admins do we send to AB Munis and how many are we sending to FCM? I don't know that answer, and so.
I'm happy to respond, Councillor Wilson. Typically, we don't send a great deal of administrative staff to them. There's, at times, the CAO has gone, certainly Mr. Blanchette went this year in support of not only learning that he can bring back to the organization, but there to support council. So typically, I think we send 1, 2 maximum. The only other thing that I would share with this budget as well is, while there's the $20,000 in there, if it is also not used, then that goes into the surplus. So it's really how you manage these funds, and certainly something as we get into the staffing budget that we can talk about as well when we're looking at conferences. How we manage that is equally as important as to how much is in there.
Okay.
Just from a number, before we move on, from a numbers standpoint, what does that look like for AB Munis versus FCM, just for administration? Do we have a philosophy? Do we send 2? Do we send 5? Do we?
At AB Munis, we had 3. So was myself, our IG senior advisor, as well as council's admin. So again, for those events, we just try and keep it to a small group. I think we're always looking at being responsible with the number of staff that support in those situations.
Sorry, and that was AB Munis you just answered?
Yes,
that number?
AB
And
Munis.
then FCM, do we have a philosophy there? Again,
Well,
don't
it
know
would be
these
very
answers.
similar, that we would just send CAO and perhaps another staff member maximum.
Okay. So to directly answer your question, Mayor Nagel, I see some benefit in it, especially having somebody from Cochrane representing ourselves there. But just like you're leaning towards, I've also seen spurious value when we send large groups to it. And so I think like a mix in the middle is my preference. Personally, I think going to 1 per term makes some sense to me. And on the Muni side, I think I'm averaging about 2 out of 4 on that side. And I think that's about the right fit for me. But as long as we have somebody representing us there, I feel comfortable.
Okay. Councillor McFadden, did you have more to add?
Just on this, I personally view those like there is that opportunity to rep. I think Cochrane did an amazing job at the past Alberta Munis, really leveraging the opportunity to connect with ministers. It was a good year for that. As a general philosophy of staff support, I've seen the different iterations over the years, and some municipalities just send their CAO. Others, 1 or 2 for the FCM. I think it's also good for like good succession planning for staff to have more than just the CAO kind of aware there and seeing what's going on. But my lens on that is just to keep the staff support as minimal as possible for the political ones, because at the end of the day, they are meant to be, they are political conferences, and I'm more than capable of checking myself into a hotel or getting myself to a meeting. So yeah, future, whatever the philosophy is, as tight as possible is what I would support. And for these conferences or training budgets, I'm comfortable leaving these ones for council, and just council be prepared to defend, as always, your choices and activities and how you choose to represent Cochrane.
If I can, for council's benefit, certainly as you've asked me in the acting role and under my leadership, I think that our approach to this will be not sending a large group to any conference. You know, responsible administration of the budgets that we have is critical. So we would have the same approach, whether it's FCM, AB Munis, or any other conference.
I thought that I have. We have spoken a couple of times throughout the election and kind of casually in conversations about the need for some sort of discretionary budget on council to deal with emergent items. For example, specific requests for park benches in parks where there's no park or there's no bench. Sorry. Would it be possible, instead of adding that in directly, that we come back, say at the end of Q3, and look at council's surplus? Projected surplus, and have a conversation about discretionary items that may come up over the next 9 months. Could that be something we could, obviously don't need to make a formal decision on it now, but we could pencil it in for future conversation? If we're gonna come back and say, oh, actually you haven't spent all this conference stuff, is there something council wants to spend it on? We could do it as an agenda item?
Again, Mayor Nagel, that's the management of that, and we would look to council to, with their decision-making and in the best interest of the municipality, and we can certainly put that in the parking lot, and if there's other items that you want to redirect those funds to at a later date, obviously, we can explore that with you.
Okay. Councillor Gale?
I'm just wondering what falls under memberships.
Through the chair to Councillor Gale, that would include FCM. We're a member of FCM. We're a member of AB Munis. So those are the two large members that we were. And of course, we were members of CMRB, but that's no longer. And also we have some membership. I don't know that there's a cost yet, but potentially with MCMC. So those are the three priority memberships that we have.
Okay.
And Mr. Blanchette, would those be based on population as well?
Yeah, Mr. Hammond, that's typically the case, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Your light's still on, Councillor Gill.
Sorry, that's.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna bring some items back to the parking lot. Can you please clarify for me what administration thinks we need to discuss further on this? Because there's been a number of things we've brought up.
Yeah, so there was the public relations budget. I think any additional or spending or savings that were covered in that area. And then there was a third one, sorry, working on the fly here.
And if I could comment on the process, perhaps since this is council's budget, we can throw lots of things in the parking lot, but so we don't end up parking lotting the entire budget. How about we look for kind of an indication that 3 or 4 or more councillors actually want to parking lot stuff before we say we'll come back to it. But everything here we can bring back, and then in future items, is everybody okay if we need to have multiple people saying they want further discussion? Otherwise, the whole budget may need to be reviewed.
We have confirmed, sorry to interrupt, but just that the public relations clarity and then the item that you just referenced in terms of any additional discretionary spending.
Is there anything else anybody needs on here? I saw Councilor Fedeko had her light on already.
Yeah, one quick question, and this just goes back to the actuals of 2024. So in 2024, we had $594,000 roughly. And then in 2025, we're budgeted at 781, and I believe the reason that went up was because we were in an election year. But now that budget has remained just as high. So I'm curious as to why it would be high if it was really election related in 2025.
Councilor Fedeko, we can take that one away. Again, understanding the desire for more clarity on that and provide that information.
Sorry, which line was that?
would be at the bottom of the page, I think you were saying between 2024 and 2025 in the actuals.
Yeah, it's almost over like a
Okay,
couple $100,000
Oh, okay.
almost, right?
gotcha. Councillor McDonald, did you have something?
Yeah, just quickly, if we're gonna look at PR and if we can lean out that number, I think maybe special meetings could be part of that conversation too.
Okay,
We'll have more information for you, and again, that's probably where we'll start tomorrow.
okay. All right, please continue.
Okay, Office of the CAO is the next budget item. In addition to the functions of the Chief Administrative Officer, it includes strategic services, which incorporates corporate strategy, intergovernmental relations. I think you had an opportunity at AB Munis to see the great work that they do. Corporate communications, and then asset management that has been a focus for council over the last number of years, and we're working to build that out. So in terms of key variances, variance in salary, wages, and benefits, and then a decrease in conference registration and expenses as well as contracted services. So that provides a high-level overview, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, thank you. What, what, the service contracts out of the CAO's office, what are those?
So those are for, through the chair to Councillor McFadden, it's very similar to the budget that you would see in the executive director budget. So those are for emerging matters. So throughout the year, different things come up that we need to address and get some additional contracted services. So I believe it's for the $30,000.
Okay, yeah, no, I recall that.
You will see that in the other budgets for the executive directors as well. Just, it is an opportunity because I can say consistently throughout my time at the town, emerging issues come up that we need some assistance on that are unplanned.
Yeah, and I just want to flag again here, and one of the things that's in the parking lot that I really want to champion is having a look at the staffing, training, and development. We got the overall total there. I would like us to be budgeting much closer to what our actuals have been, as opposed to just continuing to add there. So I certainly believe everybody needs training, but if we only ever spent, if 14,000 in 2024, and we don't have the actuals for 2025 today, but even if it was 20,000, just the philosophy, I'm opposed to. Keep it
Thanks,
closer to actuals.
Councillor McFadden, for those comments. And one thing, and just briefly speaking with the mayor earlier, when you have an opportunity to go through the information that Robbie shared, I think one of the things council needs to realize is while we budget it, we don't always have an opportunity to utilize it because everybody is so busy working and staying late. So we have not had an opportunity. And there's also people within the organization who simply balancing everything in terms of their work, their lives, do not go to the conferences. However, I think it's critical for us as an organization in terms of retention, building capacity of staff within our organization and attracting good people is to have a robust training budget. That is something that people absolutely look at when they're evaluating organizations and opportunities to come different places. So I just want to be very careful to say, well, if we haven't used this, that we cut that way back because it's very difficult to put it back in the budget at a later date, and we want people to continue to grow. Staff development is one of the most important things, certainly for me.
No, and I certainly support staff development, just the overall big picture numbers. I think we've just been too far on the generous side of it. So I appreciate a balance.
Councillor Federico?
To Councillor McFadden's point, or maybe it's just the fact that we could have what is the unused portion of it when it comes back for budget, just so that, I agree with you, it's there as a placeholder, but to Councillor McFadden's point, if we're not using it, then why is it so robust in there, right? I don't necessarily want to take it away, but I think it'd be great to say it's 38,000, that's kind of what's in the budget, but we only actually spent 20, right? So that it's good for the public to know that we're not just, people aren't just going to stuff because it's there, right?
Thanks. I think one important thing to note too is that we're not going over. That's probably the most important thing, that we're not going over the budget. I'd also want to clarify in terms of being in the CAO's office, this budget is not solely for the CAO, it's for development of the executive leadership team, so bringing in consultants for that, because $30,000 is a great deal of money. So just clarity on that, and then any unused money does go into the surplus as well.
So we've got two councillors with questions about this. Call me the third person. We'll park this. Further discussion on staff's training budget.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, my comments aren't coming from the CAO budget
It's an overall.
alone. It's the overall approach to how we've been approaching the staff training and development piece, so. Yes,
we
it's
will-
not picking on our acting interim CAO, it's the whole process.
So we will park the overall approach to staff training and development budgets throughout all departments.
Yeah, and then just quickly, here's strategic services. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Blanchette, and now you'll really step into our other directors and key personnel within our organization. So thank you for your patience with me this morning.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start with strategic services. So just I'll give you a bit of a quick overview, and then we can jump into the specific section budget and then go through the department budgets. So strategic services is about connection. Strategy defines the goals. Communications builds the understanding, and intergovernmental ensures we have the right partnerships and resources. Together they form the backbone of how we define, communicate, and advocate for Cochrane's priorities. Intergovernmental relations strengthens Cochrane's relationship with other governments and other partners, helping to secure resources, shape our policy, and ensure our community's priorities are both heard and acted upon. Corporate communications ensures Cochrane has a consistent and trusted voice, keeping residents informed, engaging our community in meaningful ways, and supporting council in sharing our priorities clearly and effectively. Corporate strategy provides the tools and the frameworks that help council and administration set clear priorities, measure progress, and ensure that decisions are backed by evidence and sound asset management. So if you look at 48A, I wanted to share with you a couple of variances of significance. So you'll see that you will see in that budget, we have increase in contract services. In order to support high-priority projects that have been identified by the executive leadership team and supported by council, we have a number of projects that are coming in this budget year. These include AI, change management, and innovation support. So that's to address the kind of efficiency things that we've already been talking about. Just quickly, we actually have an AI working group within the town of Cochrane that is cross-departmental, that's looking at efficiencies and ways that we can train staff and then look at actually opportunities to implement AI in a safe and effective way. Joint use and planning agreement, the JUPA. JUPA is a agreement between the school divisions and the municipality. It's a mandated legislated requirement, so we've been working on that already. We will close that agreement off with the school divisions this year. Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, or an ICF, that's a document and a process that we're working through with Rocky View County currently. Intermunicipal Development Plan, or an IDP. We've had one in place since 2003. It's a little dated. When CMRB came into place, that took the place of a requirement for an IDP. So we're starting that work, and we're actively in that space right now, working with Rocky View County. We have one; they have 8. So we're working effectively with them. And then some overall IGR strategy development. We really want to utilize our capacity and our individual abilities to really make connections with the right levels of government to move our priorities forward. So when we look at the increase in staff training and development, results-based accountability training. So over the last year and a half, you've seen Mr. Krasinski bringing what we call RBA reports. Those are really successful measures of what the outcomes are that we're achieving. And so we want to bring that more universally to the organization. That comes with some training and development that's required to get our staff in the place that can be a real effective measure. Some presentation skills training, again, along the same way as we want to have people comfortable with the ability to be able to speak to you and publicly. Section meetings and training, want to make sure that that training and those priorities are coming together in an effective way. And then we have some conference registrations and conference expenses. So any questions on the strategic services section budget?
Councillor Federico.
I just have one. There's revenue expected in the 2026 budget. What is the revenue for?
So we are making an ACP, so an Alberta Community Partnership grant application to support our ICF work and our IDP work. So we're doing a municipal collaboration request with Rocky View County. We will be the lead to be able to help support the expenses associated with that.
Okay, so that's not necessarily guaranteed revenue, I guess, just depending on if we get the grant?
Sadly, no.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are, so we feel pretty confident, though, that given the kind of pressure that's in everybody's space that way, we're hoping that we'll have support through that process.
If I could comment, when we talk about acronyms, ACP, IDF, please try and clarify for myself as well as the public.
Alberta Community Partnerships through Municipal Affairs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thanks so much. Is the fees or costs for the Mid-Cities Mayors Group, is that in the strategic services budget or the council budget?
Council budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Sorry, just need a page 48. What are the abbreviations? IRBE, IOR, those abbreviations?
I'm sorry, what page are you referencing?
Like the abbreviations, like Advanced Council, like on page 48, IRBE.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what you're looking at, actually, I'll cover that off because you'll see that throughout strategic objectives. Yeah. So when you see those acronyms, if you look in your budget book, there's a page of acronyms, and so what those are acronyms for the council priorities associated with your strategic plan. So there are what we call the foundational pillar ones. There's 4 of those, and then there's the aspirational ones. So when we look at IR, intentional relationships. If we look at BE, built environment. If we look at OR, organizational resiliency. FES, financial and environmental stewardship. That's what that means. So you'll see that throughout all of the strategic objectives.
And I have, sorry. In the budget variance highlight, I think page 49, the special services budget is focused on the contract costs specific to public engagement, including the annual budget engagement. The 2026 increase will be used to support additional public engagement contract work. Do we need one person specific to that role?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, we're going to come to the communications budget. We're still on the strategic services budget.
Oh.
Okay, so that's what, so we're doing this, it's okay, no, it's new. So we're doing the section budget right now, and then once we finish off with the section budget, I'll move into the departmental variances, and then we can talk specifically about those departmental budgets.
Thank you.
Okay?
Councillor McDonald.
More acronyms. I love the idea of RBA training for staff accountability and whatnot, but can you tell me what RBA is?
Results-based accountability.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's it.
Please continue.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move off to the next one. So when we talk about corporate communications, talk a little bit about the variances and highlights. So we're going to see increases in staff development and conferences reflect the continued commitment to ensuring staff are current in communications specific training, development, and trends. So areas that we're really focused on in that, if I can just share, is our digital communications, which has really become a real focus for our organization going forward. The other one is crisis communications. That's another big element that we're moving forward with in terms of our communications training and development. An increase to the subscription budgets accurately reflects the subscriptions required to support our communication tools, including social media, website analytics, engagement, newsletter distribution, and graphic design. So we particularly like to utilize those subscriptions to technology to make our staff more efficient, and that also helps us manage our headcount. So if we're able to use those tools effectively, we're not having to necessarily add or deploy more people to do those duties. And then the special services budget is focused on contract costs specific to public engagement, including the annual budget engagement process that we go through the focus group, and then also in public. The 2026 increase will be used to support additional public engagement contract work, including enhanced budget engagement. And so we've heard that from council and from citizens that they want to have more opportunities to engage with us in the budget scene. So we're looking at things like the potential to do pop-ups. So rather than just having one set place where we would do budget engagement, we're going to explore how we can do budget engagement in a broader way, more actively. Councillor Singh, I think you had a question for communications.
Yes, so service contract, we're spending $142,000 and we're still adding one more position. So is there a thing we need to rework something or how we do things? Like, as you said, you're envisioning AI, use of AI, or we can outsource that to, I'm sure there are local businesses in town, they would love to, like, you know, have that work being given to them or something around that, yeah.
Thank you for the question. Actually, we currently do contract to some local providers in that space. But let me just share a little bit about what makes up that particular line item. So when we look at service contracts, we have consultants and facilitators. And so those facilitators help in areas like budget engagement. We want to be supporting it, but sometimes when we are seen to be leading it, it isn't necessarily believed to be independent and objective. So we do bring in some facilitators to help us in that process. And then other conversations that we utilize as well to utilize facilitators. We're trying to do less and less of that as we develop staff so they have better skills and more competency and confidence in doing those engagement pieces. We also utilize contract support. So we don't do a lot of graphic design in-house. We find it a lot more cost effective to be able to outsource graphic design to providers. We do a tremendous amount of image and graphic design work in communications, and so we find that a lot more effective. So if we're spending $30,000 on a year-over-year basis, that's saving a full-time position doing that particular work. We're doing some website...
Sorry, Mr. Blanchett, we have a question on that point.
I was just... if you,
Not on that point.
Oh, sorry.
So let me just finish that, and then for sure. So there's just a few more I wanted to share to address your question. Website developments and enhancements, so that's ongoing support, so that's the technical support for our websites. We're actually going in to do some additional work on our app. So we're doing some app development to be able to continue to see increases in that app functionality, but also some marketing to support the downloading of that app. We're finding that to be a really effective tool for the community to utilize. Video contract, we also do a tremendous number of videos on a year-over-year basis, and so those are not inexpensive, but outsourcing them are cost-effective for us as well. And then public engagement it's expensive to do, it's very valuable, but it costs us on a year-over-year basis about $45,000. Does that help, Councillor Singh? You're welcome.
Councillor McFadden. Fredego, sorry.
I can't remember where we landed on the budget survey. I know that there was some comments within council of doing the same repetitive type of survey. Are we not doing the survey this year and maybe trying, you know, the pop-up events or some other level of engagement that's a little bit different?
Both. What you're going to see different is there's going to be a different bank of questions now. We've gone through the cycle of about 3 years, creating a baseline, because you need to create a baseline to be able to see where that moves. So we're actually going to go into a new development for our question bank for our survey, but we will still be doing and increasing those public opportunities for engagement.
And then the second point, just for new council, I noticed that there's a citizen satisfaction survey, and that doesn't happen every year, does it?
No, and it will. We were thinking about doing that potentially this year, but we're actually going to hold off on that. We want to get a little more work on defining service levels, so that when we go to ask that service level question, it means more to us in terms of being able to have apples to apples. So we would not do that every year. We would do that every 2 to 3 years, that citizen survey citizen satisfaction survey.
Okay, but-
It's very valuable, but it will happen in 2027.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, thank
yeah.
you.
So it's not in, I've pulled that out of the budget in terms of the cost.
Okay.
Please carry on.
Okay. So we're going to move over to 50A now. Talk a little bit about the variances and highlights. The 2026 variance reflects one additional FTE dedicated to building internal capacity, strengthening strategic planning, and establishing foundational frameworks. Additional funds for 2026 to support key priorities, including change management, strategic plan development, and business analysis during critical implementation.
No questions, keep going.
Okay. Asset management. This is a new budget that was moved out of corporate strategy to be a standalone budget within our organization to reflect the costs associated for the new asset management program. Funds have been reallocated, so restated, from the corporate strategy budget to support training, ensuring alignment with industry standards, increase in business expenses to provide civic education, as well as additional support to complete data scoping exercises as part of building out the asset management strategy and program.
We do have some questions here.
Okay.
Councillor Fedeko?
I'm just curious on the service contract, what is the $50,000 for? Under asset management.
Okay. Okay, that will be specifically for, so some of the initial work we're going to be doing is helping us set up the framework. So we are bringing in an asset management lead, but part of that will be creating kind of like a level set in terms of what our initial asset management structure is, and then helping to facilitate us in developing our strategy and our framework. That will be mostly led by that asset management lead, but there'll be some support in that first year. Also, there will be some training around change management. We've got to work across all of our divisions, sections, and departments. So we need to be able to do some training around that, the responsibilities. So we'll be bringing in some facilitation to help us in that area. So that will be materials, facilitation, some training, particularly key in this first year. And then from there, through the chair to Councillor Fedeko, we would take more of that responsibility and build out our capacity to do that in the ensuing years.
There it is. I was waiting for Councillor Wilson's light.
I might be a page behind here, Kevin, but if I could, on page 50, it says leverage OKRs to track progress and ensure that grant acquisitions support multiple different angles. Just a question on your grant acquisition, just overall, is there somewhere we can find out what grants did we achieve successfully last year, say, and then where are we going to find out which ones we achieved this year successfully?
So in 2025, we were successful for the tune of $400,000 specifically in grants that came out of the InterGov office. So that was Christine Raves, who you guys have all met now. So off the corner of her desk, she was helping to facilitate grants through our organization. So we had two Alberta Community Partnership grants. One was for the waste energy review, and then also for Mr. Juden for emergency management. She also supported a number of other grants that we were successful in. I don't have the specific number for that, but I think that's, again, kind of really speaks to the need to have a dedicated grant officer in place to really help us, particularly when we start looking at things like the wastewater twinning. All of those opportunities are so expensive, but there are grant options available, and so we really want to be mindful of having a sound strategy and really effectively approaching those grant opportunities.
For sure. I think for better or worse, grant funding becomes more of how we acquire funds municipally, which is, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but in upcoming budgets, can we expect, so next year, can we expect a place, a section where we can see what grants were successfully achieved, or do I just ask this year after year to find out, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, no, we would want to bring, that department will bring a specific report to council as part of our results-based accountability, reporting back to you about our objectives and key results. We'll set those expectations. We'll be reporting back to you on a regular basis to tell you how we're meeting those metrics.
Okay, great.
So you won't have to ask, we'll be bringing it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I can, just, reiterating Mr. Blanchet's comments and making the connection with the staffing positions, and we've talked about the grants officer and the need for that. And then certainly, when we were in the Bear Pit session, you heard from Minister Horner and the financial outlook for the province over the next few years. So I can't stress enough, that's part of our the lens that we're looking through this, as we need to find different ways to be able to deliver on the objectives. And the financing of these, whether we work with the provincial or federal government, and I think Mr. Blanchet utilizing the wastewater twinning as such a critical project, so it's $120 million. So, and I know Mr. Tooth's doing some tremendous work on that as well, but having that grants officer is really important.
Councillor Federico?
I agree with the grant conversation. I think it's absolutely necessary to be able to have somebody dedicated who's just specifically looking for things to find. I just want some clarification, Mr. Blanchet. So we were successful for about $400,000 in grants this year. Is that throughout the entire organization?
I don't have that. I can get a number where we've actually been successful overall grants, and we'll parking lot that. It's more than that, and certainly our IGR department has supported more than that, but please just let me get the actual number so that I'm accurate for you.
Perfect, because it does look like we are relying on about $37 million in grants coming in for 2026 to offset this budget. So, I'm just curious if we're going from 400,000 to 37 million, that sounds rather ambitious, maybe.
It's through the chair to Councillor Federico. It's a bit of a mislead though, because LGFF is referenced as a grant. So like we talked about, we probably need to make sure that our language is a little clearer, because it's granted to us, but there's a formula that we get, right? So I'm happy to we can put that in the parking lot. Probably can't answer it necessarily right away, but going forward, we can certainly talk about, well, what is that? What's a true grant, and what's that's coming from the government that's like an LGFF?
Yeah, that would be very valuable.
Local government fiscal framework.
Thank you. And if I could ask a supplemental question on the asset management, we have had a number of conversations about the need for a bird's eye view of the fiscal sustainability of the entire organization. The asset management work and position is going to be spearheading that conversation, correct?
Yes, Mayor Nagel, that's an essential component, is to get that inventory and understanding what the service levels and condition status is right now. That gives us that much broader understanding of what our asset base is now, and then gives council kind of a runway as to what requirements we have, what needs to happen now, and what does it look like from a financial component, and what does it look like from a work plan component. But that's essentially like the big element right now. So over the next year to 2 years, because it does take time to accumulate all of that information, we want to bring back a really robust strategy, framework, and program to really give council an understanding of what kind of financial commitment we need to have. So it'll be a really valuable conversation when we're talking about reserves.
And I would tie this into Councillor Wilson's question yesterday about Glen Patrick and the other communities that the infrastructure is aging. Having this information is going to drive 10-year capital plan. Mr. Sulo is going to assist in that as well. So again, there's lots of connections, and I'm just going to take the opportunity to draw them back to some of the things that were brought up, just so council is well aware of that. Thank you.
And just so I'm fully understanding the picture, there is a job here which is not yet filled, and an individual is going to be filling that role, and then the work begins, or is the work already begun with an individual that I have not yet met?
To the chair, we internally are already doing work. We've been doing work for over a year and a half. We are right in the right in recruitment for the asset management lead currently. Should be bringing that person on early in the new year. Okay. But my colleagues have done a great deal of work already in terms of being able to build some foundational pieces. Like I would say, Mr. Tooth in utilities is already well into an understanding around his asset portfolio.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks. Seeing no other lights, please continue.
Okay. So that's that particular section, and now we're going to move over to corporate services, which is a new division. Not a new division to us or to you, but that's the next piece we're at. So that'll be on page 52. So corporate services supports and strengthens the town's corporate culture, mission, vision, and values by demonstrating corporate leadership competencies and strategic decision-making. Corporate services provides management and oversight to people and culture, legislative and administrative services, and financial and assessment services. This division establishes the systems, structures, and supports that guide how the organization functions and adapts. By enabling effective governance, sound financial stewardship, and responsive organizational practices, corporate services ensures the town of Cochrane operates as a resilient and forward-looking municipal government. So if you look at 54A, the one variance that I want to bring, there's not a lot on that particular budget, but the one variance that I wanted to speak to was in service contracts. So that you're seeing an increase of about $22,000. That is the ongoing work that corporate services, in partnership with strategic services, is doing around contracted services to assess parking availability and parking availability and planning for the core. So that's the beginning of a larger parking strategy for the town of Cochrane.
Keep going.
Okay. So then you're going to look at 55A. So general government, this is not a department, it's a costing center for some of the organization-wide revenues and expenditures. So one area you can have a look at from a revenue perspective is you're going to see an increase in interdepartmental transfers between stormwater, wastewater, garbage, and recycling. You'll also notice in expenses, we've had, we've kindly received a reduction in this particular area in our insurance costs. And then with other expenses, we've had an interest allocation change as well.
I believe Councillor Fedeko has a comment or question here.
Okay, certainly, Councillor Fedeko.
Yeah, I was just interested on the return on investments that it's going down, and especially over even now and into the upcoming years. I was just curious as to the why.
I'll just turn that over to Mr. Alim.
The chair to Councillor Fedeko, our investments, the return is based on market, and because of the economy happening in Canada and US, those rates have been decreasing slightly, and the return on investment has been adjusted accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and with that, I would like to introduce Kelly Dunsmore, who's our Director of People and Culture, unless there's any other questions for me.
I think that's it.
I'll
Thank
be
you.
back.
All right, see you then.
Good morning. It's great to see you guys again. The People and Culture section supports the entire employee life cycle, from recruitment and onboarding to performance, pay and benefits, staff development, leaves, employee and labor relations, and everything in between, while also strengthening the employee experience through workforce planning, training, and employee engagement. The section also includes a health and safety team who ensures we maintain a safe and healthy work environment by upholding health and safety legislation, managing workplace risks, and promoting a proactive culture of safety across the organization. So to get right into it, this is a People and Culture budget. This is on page 57A. We have an increase in staff training and development to support a quarterly directors meeting, decrease in general expenses related to memberships, decrease in cost of service contracts, as the majority of the work done within my team is done in the individual departments within the section, and then an increase in costs for administrative materials and supplies related to all staff events.
So I have a question here. Sure. I had hoped that through our term, we could organize perhaps a couple of large all-staff social functions. What I personally had in mind, but would be open to conversation, is large Christmas party and stampede events, so it's one every 6 months. Is that something we would need to discuss here, if that's something that we wanted to start doing to improve our overall organizational culture?
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Nagel, we actually have quite a few all-staff events right now. So perhaps that may be just inviting mayor and council to these events. So we did a first-time Stampede barbecue this year, which was a great success, I would say. We just did it over at the fire hall. We have a an all-staff employee recognition event, usually in the spring every year, so around April, and that's where we recognize tenure and then other contributions to the organization. And then we have other events as well, like our safety day, we participate in the corporate challenge, we have our Tim Bannister Memorial Golf Tournament. So these are all things that we can revisit, and if you want to pivot to a Christmas party, for example, we could do that.
Okay, so I'm hearing it's not a budgetary discussion, but an organizational discussion of the existing budget.
Yeah, and through the chair to you, Mayor Nagel, as you and I have had some discussions, again, we previously pivoted away from the Christmas party based on the feedback from our staff, and really gone to what Ms. Dunsmore talks about as the staff recognition event. We know that Christmas is a really busy time for everybody. One of the things that we've talked about too, just for context for all of council, is hosting in Cochrane is a challenging thing. We have a number of people who work in this facility, and it doesn't really seem fair to have a Christmas party where we have people who are required to work it, who work for us. So that's where we've tried to navigate that space and done some different things. I think it's been a success, and we would love for council to come to different events, whether it's our Stampede. Again, building on that relationship is something we think is important as well. But we're happy to take council's input and determine sort of next steps.
Okay, yeah, my hope was just to try and find ways to further break down barriers between staff and council. But I'm hearing it's not a budgetary conversation, the budget's all there, so we'll talk about it another day. Okay, please continue, thanks.
Okay. So on to the human resources budget on 58A. We had a decrease in general expenses, which reflects the conclusion of a one-time implementation fee for compensation software. We have an increase in service contracts, which reflects movements of funds for pre-employment checks and driver abstracts, as well as special services. And an increase in administrative material and supplies line due to an increase in mileage required for our HR team to move from site to site. Through the chair to Councillor Federico.
I was just curious on the interdepartmental transfers. What is that for?
Yes, I was curious if someone would ask that. So the increase in interdepartmental transfers represents what we refer to as staffing slippage. ELT this year is recommending that we account for approximately $1 million in slippage across the organization. And slippage is the natural variance between budgeted and actual staffing costs. So it includes savings from vacancies, delayed hiring, or extended leaves, but can also capture cost pressures where employees are hired at higher rates than budgeted or when classifications change.
It might be something that council wants to discuss. It seems like an awfully large amount. And I realize that it's, again, just a placeholder in the budget, but I think this is where it becomes very challenging for the general public to understand that council approves, say this year, 14 people, but over, if somebody's counting the positions, now it looks like we've hired 63 people, just as an example, and they don't understand that, you know, it could be some of that slippage that's coming into it. So I just want to highlight it and maybe a little bit more explanation for especially new council on what that looks like.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Federico, a good way to put it just with this conversation about staffing is, say we hire the 14 or approve the 14.6 FTE, the human resources team can't hire them all January 1st. So we might hire some, maybe one in January, we might hire another position in March, let's say, maybe another in May. So that budget approval from January to May, for example, would go towards that slippage because we have the dollars, so we're setting it aside now until we actually hire that position.
Kelly, can you also comment, it's not just those positions, it's also existing positions that are either vacant or we have different circumstances. So it's not the 14 positions when you look at this holistically, I think.
Yeah, that's just one component of it. So it's people who go on leave as well. It's vacancies because someone's resigned, maybe they've retired. It's all of it combined. And so through the finance department and our payroll, they've created a slippage spreadsheet that tracks right down to the employee and department of where that slippage is captured.
I'll turn it back to Councillor Federico for a follow-up.
Yeah, and I think to Councillor Singh's point about, you know, so what happens if we have a position that maybe it was filled, that person has left the organization, Obviously, there's probably, you know, from administration side, they look to see, is that position still relevant? Do we need to have that person? But if that position was eliminated, then that person's, would that just go into slippage then, or, I'm not sure where that would go.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, you're correct. So if we don't restaff that position, it would go into slippage. But oftentimes, you had mentioned earlier that we should, as managers and directors, review our staffing complement and whether or not we're still using those people. And so when we do have that natural movement in positions, that is the time where we look at maybe we need to reclassify that position, maybe we need to change it potentially and change the scope of it. So HR is involved in all those conversations.
And I would love that update when HR does their session to council to provide updates. Just having a general understanding of that I think would be really great. Obviously, we don't need names of people, but just understanding, like, going back to saying that we have this money in there for slippage, but council, I don't think ever understands, like, who's moved in, who's moved out, or, you know, that kind of stuff. I think it would just be valuable information so that we can kind of keep an eyeball on it as well.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Federico, so you want an update on the slippage or the employee movement throughout the organization?
Maybe a little bit of both, just so that we can kind of understand it.
And I think
Yeah.
Mr. Heinman has a
Yeah,
comment.
if I can, I think one important thing through this that I want to just share with all of council is anytime there's a vacancy created in our organization, we don't immediately go to HR and just post that position. There is an evaluation that occurs. Is that needed? Do we need to shift? Do we need to pivot? That's the responsibility of our directors, managers, to make sure that, like you had said, those positions are needed. The second part of that I want to just share, I appreciate $1 million. Sounds like a great deal of money. When you look at the 14.3 or 0.6 positions, and as Ms. Dunsmore is saying, say we don't hire half of them until July, just for argument's sake, that's almost $500,000, or it's over $500,000 that would be accrued by slippage. Then you have leaves and other things of that nature. It very quickly adds up. We're happy to have the discussion just for clarity. Those are two items that I just wanted to share. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I had a comment on page 58. I just noticed in your strategic objectives here, early last term, Marnie and I were part of a budget task force, and one of the things I was trying to drive there was a taxpayer value proposition, departmentally at least in the budget, where it actually talked about each department, what value are we providing to the taxpayer. And I noticed you had here as one of your bullet points, lead the development of a comprehensive employee value proposition, and that caught my eye, of course. So I was just hoping you could explain what that means.
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Wilson, an employee value proposition is actually a promise that an organization makes about what the employee will experience when they work at the town, what they'll receive, and how they'll contribute to the town. So it's why they're choosing to work here. And so it helps in recruitment of individuals, as well as helps create the general overall picture of what they're going to be coming to.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not through the departments, it's just organizationally.
Right, and is that reviewed from time to time, or is that just onboarding process?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Wilson, it should be reviewed from time to time. We are still actually working on that. And so part of that work will be with what council decides as their strategic priorities. We might be able to build that into the employee value proposition as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I love the language, by the way, and I like exactly where that's leading.
And I'm just trying to remain cognizant of the need to keep this meeting transparent and efficient and effective. It was suggested that perhaps we would bring back this slippage conversation. I would like to propose, with council support, that what we park for future conversation would be two things: potential changes to the budget in any direction, or request for information that administration is not able to answer at this time. However, if there's items that administration is able to comment on for clarification, let's just drill into it while we're here instead of parking it. So to that end, do both the councillors who've asked questions feel that your answers have been adequately provided for the questions? Okay, so nothing to park here. Please carry on.
So now we move on to the health and safety budget. Just to note on the health and safety budget, we're on page 59, hold on a minute, 59A. I suspect we'll have questions here. So I just want to note that 2025 was the first year that health and safety actually had its own standalone budget. Previously, it was embedded into the HR department, and so this past year has given us the ability to really clearly identify the needs of the department and the costs associated with developing and strengthening our corporate safety programs. So with that, you'll see an increase in salaries, wages, and benefits, and that's due to that additional safety advisor position that is tentatively approved upon passing of this budget. Increase in staff training and development reflects the need for maintaining designations and support additional safety training. So an example there would be taproot training, which is our safety investigations, as well as other safety-related training. And then an increase in service contracts to support expanded corporate safety initiatives, and increase in administrative materials and supplies reflects ongoing needs to maintain and replace essential safety equipment.
Any questions, comments? Keep going.
Mr. Alim, over to
Thank you. Council, do we need a break? It's been about an hour. Thumbs up from anyone for a break? Keep going, power on. Or administration, are you all good?
Not now, but soon.
How long will Mr. Alim's next section be? Okay.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I will be speaking on financial and assessment services. Financial and assessment services form a core part of municipal administration, ensuring responsible stewardship of public funds, transparent reporting, and fair assessment practices. Together, these two functions enable the town to deliver quality services and maintain public trust. Within this section, there, of course, is the director, myself, and three managers: manager of finance, manager of financial reporting, and a manager of assessment services. Total FTEs in this section is 18 staff. Financial services and CFO section, that is my section. I've mentioned there are no significant variants proposed in this area. However, if you look under service contracts.
Sorry, Mr. Alim, we do have a question. Councilor Fedeko?
Sorry, you were getting to it. That was going to be my question about the services
Oh,
contract.
okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, no problem. I'd just like to point out the service contract. That is, for next year, we will be moving forward with a study for our new ERP. So this will be our, we will be hiring a third-party contract to oversee the probing, which is the first stage of implementing the new ERP. The ERP will be discussed during our capital budget tomorrow, but
Mr. Alim, can you explain ERP to
sure.
council, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, and it's basically our core financial software that we use for the town. It is currently with a provider called Diamond, which is built on a platform of Microsoft Dynamics. Dynamics has announced that they will not be servicing that package as of the end of December 31st, 2029. So the town has roughly 3 years to look at scoping and RFP and getting a new ERP system in place before that deadline runs out. So the $80,000 is the first stage of that project. It will be offset by a transfer from the municipal operating reserve because it's a one-time expense.
Yeah, and if I can just step in, I think this relates to Councillor Singh's question this morning about automation and different systems that we're creating within the organization. The existing software is dated. We need to update that, have the best software that we can to deliver the services. So again, that's the process that we'd be going through an RFP, and Mr. Alim would be leading that process. So again, I'll try and be brief. I want to always connect to the different items of what council has previously brought forward.
Okay, and then further conversation from Councillor Singh.
So the ERP looking at 2026 study, 27 like you're implementing the study, or we just doing another study after that?
So it is a three-phase project that is going to be significant for the town. So this scoping, which is scheduled for next year, we will be looking at our existing practices. It will include key members from different areas of the town as to how we can look at our existing practice and what our new ERP system, what we wanted to do in terms of what other service and efficiencies it can provide. For 27 and 28, that will be the actual implementation of the system. And in 2029, with having it in place on January 1st, my intent is to run parallel with both systems for about 6 months.
Thank you.
And if I can, again, I don't mean to keep bringing different things up, but the importance of this, I want council to understand, while this is financial software will touch every aspect of our organization. So we really approach things as a corporate initiative and how it goes into the other areas within the organization. That's going to be critical. I commented on Mr. Krasinski and some of the planning software that we need to, maintain and then and be a forward-looking organization, being able to quickly find different information. So again, just want to share that this is not just a finance item, that is much larger. So while that RFP money is there, it is an important item for us as an organization.
Councillor Federico?
I'm just curious what the other revenue is in the financial services and CFO section of $70,000.
The chair to Councillor Federico, that is a transfer from the operating reserve to fund this one-time expense.
Okay.
And then I'd like to circle back to the point about the financial software. Through my business, I've actually created and worked with Microsoft Dynamics solutions, so I do know, I agree and support what you're saying about how important it is to get it right. While we're looking to the future of our software and tools, are we taking into consideration the importance of working with big tech companies that are looking to utilize AI? Like if we're looking at replacing Microsoft Dynamics based stuff with whatever Microsoft is doing using artificial intelligence, is that something we'd be looking at?
Absolutely, that will be one of the avenues we'll be looking at as we do our discovery into how we want to replace our existing ERP system.
Okay, perfect, thanks. Any further conversation? Please continue. Oops.
With respect to assessment, there are no significant budget variances proposed. The net surplus in this area is $1,384. So nothing significant to discuss pertaining to assessment. With respect to finance, contract and general services has increased, and this is due to funding to promote and encourage residents to shift to paperless billing and a moderate increase in audit fees. Financial reporting, the key variance is contract and general services, and this is the increase due to staff development, which of course is subject to the CPA membership as well as the PD requirements for designated accountants. I'd like to turn the rest of the meeting over to my colleague,
Thank you.
Ms. Robertson.
How are we doing on time, everyone?
Morning, Council. Go through my 3 areas specifically. So we have a legislative services team ran by David Singh, who all of you have met as he attends all of our council meetings. That particular 8-person team covers all of our council and committee meetings, quasi-judicial boards, runs our election and census. We included in that team is a 2-member procurement team that does a significant portion of our procurement, RFPing, drawing up contracts, reviewing external contracts, doing our provincial reporting, and ensuring we are in compliance with our trade agreements that we are required to follow. Our insurance portfolio also lives under the Ledge Services team. So as has been noted already, specific to the decrease in insurance across the board, that was very intentionally taken in hand last year when our new valuations for all of our assets were brought forward, and there were significant increases in the valuation of some of our biggest assets, including the ranch house that we're in now. Our insurer does that every 5 years to ensure that they have an accurate reflection of what replacement value of our assets is. And so in conversations with the insurer at that time, those increases were significant. And so we worked with them to revise our deductibles that brought all of our insurance down in a fairly significant way that allowed us to get those numbers down for 2025 and 2026. Included in the Ledge team is also our records team that handles all of our internal records, ensuring our permanent records are stored appropriately, and all of our access to information requests. Currently drawing up our privacy impact assessments that are a new requirement this year, and our privacy policy that is new this year as well. Within our admin services team, that is our customer service and admin teams, our frontline support. They manage all of those interactions with our residents. They're the first face generally a lot of our residents encounter. They're also working in collaboration with municipal enforcement on our animal licensing, and works with all of the admin team staff across the organization to create consistency in how we share information across those platforms. And then, of course, our information services team. They manage all our technology systems, helping staff with tech issues, manages our technology projects, and focuses on cybersecurity and securing our systems overall. So going into the highlights of the budget this year, under the Ledge and Admin Services area, the most significant decrease is actually under the administrative expenses, which is our legal costs. So over the course of this year, we had determined that although as the legal liaison that all of the legal pieces and questions would come through my office, it was creating a bit of a lag in some spaces where simple legal advice would be required for our planning team in particular. So where you'll see a decrease in my budget for our legal portfolio this year, you will see an increase in Mark Krasinski's budget, the Director of Community Growth, where we have transferred that responsibility directly to Mark so that his team can go to the lawyer directly and get information quicker on the things that they need that direction on. Any questions on page 66A?
Councillor Verdejo?
I'm actually not on page 66. Maybe it's on this 67A handout. It just says service contract, and it's like a one-time of 10,000. What was that service contract for?
I'm going to get to that one
Okay,
just
perfect.
next.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it for 66.
Yep. And so 67A is our customer admin services. So the $10,000 you're referencing is specific to security that is going to be added into our front desk. Right now, we have panels that are duct taped to the desk upstairs, and so we are going to be adding some permanent structure into that front to add security for our staff.
Okay, Councillor Verdejo?
Just curious maybe why it isn't under capital then versus operational?
I think when we spoke with our folks in that area, because it's just a one-time installation of plexiglass, that it wasn't considered a capital project.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions on this area? Okay. Then we go into the legislative services budget. Some significant changes here really specific to the election. So you can see that there is a decrease obviously in the operating revenue because that was a reserve contribution to cover the election itself. A decrease in our service contracts because election is generally considered a special line within our budget so that we can track it. A significant drop from 186 off of that budget, being there not being a election this year. And then the transfer to operating reserve, we've had to increase it significantly because what we do every year is we transfer that money to the operating reserve, so when we hit an election year, that money is already accrued into that area. And so that because of the increased costs due to some of the changes in our rules in the Local Authorities Election Act, we now need that reserve to be larger. And so we've increased that to a $50,000 draw. What you see in the current page 70A is that we don't do that draw on election years. So last year it was 0, this year we're back up to 50. Any specific questions on that? And then our Information and Technology Services group. There is increase in contract costs this year, as well as conference expenses. Machine and software costs continue to grow. Sometimes that growth hits us with significant increases, like a 40% increase in one particular contract for maintenance. Those come up in the middle of the year, so we do a lot of forecasting in that space and ensuring that we have adequately budgeted to absorb those impacts of any of those pieces. There was some increases to the program supplies because those pieces come through our IS department. Also looking at adjusting to include UPS battery replacements, which were previously excluded from our maintenance contracts.
Questions? Nope, seeing none.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, I think this might be a good opportunity to take a little bit of a break as we'd be going into a new area with Mr. Blanchette. But I'll certainly look to council for your direction on that.
Okay, let's come back at 11:15. So I understand we have not been making super efficient use of time, so just for my own part in that, I'll try and keep us all as focused as possible moving forwards. Let's continue.
Okay, so now we're going to be moving into the Community Safety and Wellbeing Division. So I'm stepping in to support the leadership team here. Community Safety and Wellbeing Division supports and contributes to the overall corporate culture, mission, vision, and values through demonstrating corporate leadership competencies to enact council's strategic direction and priorities. This division provides leadership to the family and community support services, housing, transit, Ranch House Event Center, community events and culture, parks and open spaces, community connectivity, municipal enforcement, fire services, emergency management, corporate security, and RCMP. The focus is on building systems and effective interdepartmental service delivery by an engaged team. This division is key in ensuring optimal service and value for Cochrane residents. So at a high level, the key variances that I wanted to address were the increase to staff development for the team. So you'll see a $5,000 increase. That is an increase in staff development for the entire team within the full division, including all team members, directors, and the executive director. And then the other one is there was an error in the financial, in the budget that you're looking at as it relates to the lease with the Indigenous placemaking rental agreement. So the error is that we thought the lease ended at December 31st. And in fact, actually it ends at May 31st of 2026. So the net offset of that is about $8,000 in rental income that we won't see. We still have that $16,000 in expense. We have $8,000 coming in, but we'll have a net difference of $8,000 for that facility, which we will make up through the division budget in that process.
Just keep pushing through. We'll interrupt you if we have questions. I'll keep my eye out for
All right. With that, I'd like to welcome up Matt Knox, who is the Director of Social Development. Matt.
Thank you. So the social development section brings together Family and Community Support Services, FCSS, and the Family Resource Network, our strategic housing initiatives, transit, and community liaison roles to strengthen the quality of life in Cochrane. This portfolio focuses on building resilient families and neighborhoods, advancing non-market housing solutions, and delivering accessible and reliable transit, as well as fostering a sense of belonging for all of our residents. By addressing growth pressures, strengthening partnerships with agencies and nonprofits, and aligning services with council priorities, social development ensures that Cochrane continues to be a safe, welcoming, and connected community where residents can thrive. You'll notice we are comprised of a total of 20 FTEs, one manager through our FCSS and FRN, overseeing both of those teams there. And if approved, we'd have the social development admin assistant supporting the 4 levels there and myself. So at the level of the social development section specifically, the key highlights that you would see, the budget variance is primarily structural, where we are adding an administrative assistant and consolidating the community liaison role into this portfolio, which includes a program budget transfer from Parks and Rec. There's a modest increase in supplies and operating costs to support these positions related programming. There's also, as I've stepped into this role, and this budget's been new as of this year, there is some reshuffling across the various budgets, which you'll see in those variances. Sometimes it's just moving from one line item to the other to better reflect what the money actually is. So with the exception of salaries, wages, and benefits, net budget increase in the social development section is $8,345. Any questions?
Keep going.
All right. They got stuck together. There we go. So our family and community support services enhances, strengthens, and stabilizes family and community life FCSS is focused on identifying gaps, assets, and needs, developing enhancing partnerships, as well as developing evidence-based preventative and early intervention programs for residents across their lifespan. If you are on 79A, you'll see that there is a slight increase in our revenue due to funding increases from Rocky View County Family and Community Support Services, our user fees and rental fees, increases in contract and general services, primarily due to FCSS's requirement to complete a social needs assessment in 2026, as outlined in our provincial grant funding agreement. Of note too, this area receives around $800,000 in grants steadily through our community partners as well as the provincial government. Additionally, you would see public relation costs are now reflected in the FCSS departmental budget, where the remaining kind of net variance is mainly attributable to higher rental costs associated with the FCSS office space. Thank you. So our strategic housing initiatives portfolio is centered on the advancement of below market housing and shelter supports across the housing spectrum through policy, program, and regulatory changes and collaborations with various community stakeholders and housing providers. We're on 80A. This one in particular has quite a bit of variances, primarily due to changes in the staffing partnership model with the Cochrane Society for Housing Options, known as CSHO. I want to be clear that our in-kind and financial support with CSHO continues. This is just changing the staffing model that we had between our two organizations. Additionally, changes in the Municipal Government Act have it that the town no longer collects property taxes on affordable housing. Historically, we would collect that tax and then give it back to CSHO as a grant. Now they're exempt from those taxes due to the changes in the MGA. You'll also see an increase in contracted general services, and this is primarily due to an increase in the various activities around our public engagement and materials around our needs assessment and the affordable housing and homeless strategy that we hope to bring to council next year.
Councillor Federico.
Okay, so under the service contract, that's to do the assessment?
No, so the housing needs assessment was through, if you remember when it came back to council, that was primarily pulling from reserves. We've started on that. That money is already accounted for. The $25,000 there really is for us in the next stage. We wanted to be modest in terms of what we were putting there, and more would be around quality assurance or the various engagement that we might have on the next steps. We wanted to have something there to be prepared, depending on what comes out of the housing needs assessment, that we would be able to action it within this year. So a lot of that is due to needing to make progress in this space, so wanting to keep something there if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Matt. On the increase in rental costs, that's for the FCSS office space. Is that what I read in here? I was trying to follow along with that part.
Oh, sorry. So the strategic housing initiatives is on 80A. If you're looking at FCSS, you'd be on 79A. Right.
But what I just said, is that correct? Where there's a end of a rental contract, I just heard, and increasing costs in rent. I wasn't following what you're.
Yes, so for family and community support services, yes, you would see that there's an increase in our rent, and that's where you would see that primarily under equipment repairs and maintenance.
Oh, got it. Okay. And then that's where my confusion lies. The FCSS offices, I thought, are in a community-owned building. Are we charging ourselves rent, or how does that?
So the building is actually owned by CSHO. The town owns the land associated with it, but CSHO owns the building, and we provide rent to them as the main floor occupant.
Thank you for that clarity. I didn't understand the relationship. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Knox. So as part of, the strategic housing initiatives, one of the things that's been outstanding is establishing, I think it's still outstanding, the contract with CHO, the partnership agreement. Is that can you tell me how that's being addressed this year?
Yes, so the CSHO funding and support agreement has actually been signed. We are moving forward. CSHO, you know, this being a large transitional year for them, it was a lot of back and forth and us making sure that we got it right. You know, I think it's important to recognize that our relationship, having a shared staff member historically, we needed to really dig into some things to make sure that we're being good partners in that space and that they're, you know, able to come to council and demonstrate the value that they're providing for our community. So they'll be coming back to council probably Q1 of 2026 to give a presentation on kind of their next stage, where they're headed, and how they plan on advancing affordable housing in our community. But the agreement is signed between the two organizations, and you see that too in the transfers organizations. That's the, would be under that 65,000 is us providing that continued financial support to CSHO.
The 65,000 is the CHO agreement?
Yeah.
Okay, and so then we've landed no longer having shared staff, right?
Yes, we're no longer sharing a staff.
Okay, thanks for the clarity on that and the great work getting that across the finish line.
Thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Page 79, the social need assessment needed for the funding. What is the current funding model, and is it 3 years? Will it include FRN and FCSS both?
Sorry, could you repeat
Page
that?
79.
Yes, could you repeat your question around the?
So the social need assessment
Yes.
is needed for the funding. Is it a 3-year model or a 5-year model? And is it both FCSS and FRN, or is it just specific for FRN?
Yes. Sorry, I've been missing through the chair to Councillor Singh. So the social needs assessment is a requirement of FCSS specifically. So that 50,000 that we have there specifically would allow us to do a social needs assessment around the FCSS services, but we would expand that to our full community. Really, at the end of the day, we've already started looking at other grants to see if we can expand that to do a much more enhanced needs assessment. I'd like to see that guide our entire social development. Really, that understanding of using evidence-based metrics to guide all of our decisions, whether it's across housing, transit, diversity and inclusion. Being able to do something at that level will provide us the foundation to really move forward, whether it's our family resource network or things like that. But the requirement for it is purely through FCSS and the provincial grant agreement. But you'll see it regularly, other communities do them, and typically it would be where you would guide your next 3 to 5 years of service.
On that revenue side, it's provincial government conditional transfers. What are those?
So that's the FCSS grant.
Right, so-
And then the other one, the contributions from local boards and agencies, that's where we would see our support from the Rocky View County FCSS, allowing us to provide programming for rural residents. We have a multi-service agreement with Bighorn, and a rural community support program through Rocky View County FCSS.
And the last one, do you know what's the current rental? Are we getting a good deal for the rental?
Yes, so working with with CSHO, you know, we've been doing a bit of back and forth and ensuring that CSHO is getting a fair market rent for a nonprofit in their space, and it is a bit of a process, you know, ensuring that both of us are having our needs satisfied there. But I am confident that where we're landing is a good rate for the town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Federico?
A couple more questions for you. So on the one page, it says that there's a $34,000 increase to contracted and general services. And I understand we talked about the service contract at $25,000, but we're spending, is that service contract in the $34,000 that it says on page 81, I guess?
Yes, perfect, thank you. So 81, in terms of...
If you go to like one of the last paragraphs.
Yes, yes. The budget variance that you're seeing on 81 was a roll up to the level 1 services. So again, when you talk about contracted and general services, there's a bit more that would fall into that full category. So under contracted and general services, you'd see both our staff training, general expenses, communications, admin expenses, service contracts, and things like that. So there's the 25,000 that's specific to our affordable housing and homelessness strategy, and then the rest is made up through administrative expenses, so those materials and things like that, as well as general expenses and a bit of an increase in staff training development.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question for you. When did CSHO sign the agreement? Both Councillor McDonald and I haven't been at the last meeting yet.
Yes.
So can you just give us a quick?
Yeah. So we were able to finalize the funding agreement on November 1st. So at the next board meeting, you should have that announcement, as well as the first draft of what the RCMP lands could look like.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Matt. We meet next week, so looking forward to getting an update. I'm making some assumptions that the annual transfers to reserves are part of the Strategic Housing Initiative long game on building affordable housing or off-market housing. Can you just confirm what that strategy is or where that's headed?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor McDonald. So the transfers to reserve are meant to build out an affordable housing reserve fund. Typically, what we see in any construction material or a different program that we would look into, most organizations that you'd see, even at like the Canadian CMHC, I can't remember, Canadian Housing Mortgage Corporation or the federal government, they won't invest in a project like an affordable housing building unless the drawings are done and it's shovel ready. So there actually is a requirement. It's very rare to be able to get that seed funding to complete something. So this is where we'd see the modest transfer to reserves would allow us to come forward with a shovel-ready project that then would allow us to leverage the significant dollars from federal government and provincial government as well. Without that, we wouldn't see investment in our community.
Sure. So it's just keeping us ready for opportunity. Sure.
Yeah. Councillor Wilson?
Thought I was done on my last question, but I've got more coming to mind. How long is the new rental contract for the FCSS offices at the homestead?
Yes. So the FCSS rental contract, we are expecting to be signing a 5-year lease, which is similar, aligning to our family resource network.
And you mentioned the rent increase and I missed it. What's the dollar value? I think it's right before me. I just can't find it.
Yeah. So on so this would be on 79A,
Yep.
the actual dollar value of our agreement. I just find would be it's number 7. So including specifically our rental agreement, and this also covers all of our utilities, common share costs, and the various things associated with that. The dollar amount would be around $132,000 a year.
And then 2 other things quickly come to mind. You said where we are landing is a good rate for the town. Could you just elaborate on how we think that's a good rate? I'm not disputing it. I'm just, why do we think it's a good rate for the town?
Perfect. So through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So, when we are in this space of doing a lease negotiation, part of it is our original space is to look at fair market rent. And fair market rent has increased significantly over the past 5 years when we're really digging into what organizations could be charging. Where that could be is much more significant than where we've landed. The part of the process of working through this is creating a steady increase year over year rather than jumping to that date. Like, so for example, and these are not the numbers of the FCSS contract, but just to give you some context, if our previous lease was $20 per square foot, fair market rent today, which is established through various corporations, we have support from our, what's Colton's role? What is he, the manager of? Facilities manager. Our facilities manager has access to quite a few different databases on what would be charged across Cochrane, Calgary, comparable spaces, depending on what that looks like. And if fair market rent, i.e. what any organization starting a new lease today would sign would be $25. Rather than having someone like CSHO or a landlord say it's $25 today, we're able to talk about how do we work towards that over a 5-year period versus jumping that. So in my mind, having a steady increase rather than that kind of tax shock or tax jump is actually a good deal for the town.
So we're essentially getting to, if we were theoretical, if we were to move the FCSS office to some private building somewhere, we'd be paying approximately that rent is what we've gathered once we get to that rate?
Possibly more, depending on if you're looking at 5 years from now, fair market rent could be something else.
Yep.
But yeah, moving towards that, what we could be paying in a private space versus CSHO. And I think the important part too with that is us being in that space is actually really important as a community partnership and hand-holding across being able to both serve the individuals living in the homestead, but also our community, that it's very accessible by transit, walking distance of many of our services. So the location is a prime example, but yes, it is a cost to the town to rent the facility.
Sorry to keep dwelling on this. 2 other quick questions. So that then CSHO turns around, takes that money and uses it to reduce the market rent costs to the residents in the building. I just assume, I haven't been on a CSHO committee yet, but.
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Wilson, a great question. So you would see that, yes, that's part of it. It's a part of them paying down their mortgage, covering their operating expenses. And something that I think too, you know, when CSHO comes to present, that would be a part of their financials, that they'd be able to see this is what they're getting from rent that would support them. Typically, it's not untypical for a affordable housing provider to have commercial space at the bottom. The fact that we've entered into a relationship where it's our social support services, in my mind, is really a win-win for both CSHO and ourselves and being able to support those community members.
Okay, thank you. And then just final question that came to mind, did we have an FCSS office before we built the Homestead building? And how did we handle that? And I know it's a historical one that...
Yeah, I think maybe Councillor McFadden might be able to answer that.
Sure,
There's a laugh.
That's the end of my questions on this, thank you.
I can't answer that one at all. I just was interested. Mr. Knox, I'm sure couldn't answer it from a historical perspective. I feel the CHO building's over 20 years old and they've been part of that relationship since the beginning. So yeah, you have to go back in history beyond my time to figure out how long we've partnered in that way. But overall, it works really well.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Wilson, I don't think we had like a municipal owned building that we were out of with FCSS. I could be wrong, so please don't quote me on that. But I think historically we've had to rent space to provide our services.
Okay, thank you.
We can find an answer to that question. I do not have that answer either. Again, Councillor McFadden's right. We're going back 20 plus years, so we will get an answer for you though.
We're slipping slightly outside of budget conversations, but my mind's also working towards a potential new building that we're building in Cochrane that will be Big Hill Lodge or whatever else, and what opportunities there might be for either office space or commercial and how we're going to fund it. And so that's why I'm asking all these questions about this subject. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wilson.
All right, got everything you need? Okay, Councillor McFadden.
And I appreciate everyone's patience with this one. And I feel you'd leaned into it a bit with Councillor McDonald's question. The transfers to reserves in the strategic housing initiatives, page 80 there, it's been 54,000 consistently, and the plan is for 54,000 moving ahead. That's being put aside for future housing initiative. Is there a target that we're trying to get to with that? What's the 54 building to? And if that was answered already, my apologies.
No, through the chair to Councillor McFadden, this is actually something that I would like to see us grow. Without a specific reserve policy in place, chatting with my executive leader and the executive leadership team, I wanted to ensure that the amount we were going to put there was tied to something. So again, having our housing needs assessment, the historical one is out of date. It's with our population not being captured there. And rather than increase that number to something, say, arbitrary, plucked out of air, I wanted to wait until our housing needs assessment was very clear what we should be working towards and what that number should be if we were to have a cadence of, the different policies or programs, what that looks like. So it is something that I do plan to bring forward to council next year to discuss what that should look like. Is it something like $3 a person from our community per capita basis, that it's as our community grows, or is it set that it is from that perspective? We are working towards something, and in 5 years we need this type of investment, that sort of thing. But without that being a concrete data point or evidence base, we decided to leave it at 54. But I would like to see us change that in the future. I assume it's going to go up. It could go down, but I assume up based off of the significant need in our community.
Okay, yeah, and that's where my question was coming from. And I also agree that once we get these studies in place, we can be more deliberate
100%.
at that. So the 54, and do we, and I don't need this right now, more of a question, do we know what the balance of that reserve is? And it doesn't need to be now. That can be a for later answer if you.
The chair to Councillor McFadden, I don't have that information really available, but I will get it for you.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right, that was a lot of conversation. Council, do we feel we have everything we need on this topic? So we're not officially parking anything here. Conversation's done. Okay, please continue.
Mr. Mayor, before we continue, I just wanted to just do a quick time check. Lunch is ready at 1:45. So again, we want to provide Mr. Knox an opportunity to go through the information, but also want to just check in with council as not only a break for lunch, but also we've got the AB Munis debrief. And then, so we were going to take an hour break. We're happy to flex it either way, but again, lunch is ready for everyone here shortly.
And does Mr. Knox's section go to page 87?
I believe he's got several sections to go.
That's
so
3 left.
3 left? Well, why don't we gamble and see if we can get through all 3 in the next 5-10 minutes? Does that sound good? Okay. No, don't want to.
We got lots of questions. Transit, I think we're gonna dig into.
Okay,
So
all right.
maybe I agree with Councilman McFadden.
Okay. Let's break.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make sure so we can fit everything in, and Ms. Raves and Dangerfield will be joining us. We'll be in the Sage Room. Also an opportunity for you to interact through the lunch period with administration, sort of building on that comments that you made earlier, Mr. Mayor, about being part of different administration events moving forward. This is one of those as well. So,
excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so far. Alrighty. Let's resume.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I turn it over to Mr. Knox to continue on with the operational budget, I know Mr. Alim has two updates that he wants to share based on questions that came from council this morning. And then Mr. Knox, before he starts, is going to just confirm some details around the rental, FCSS history. We're going back 30 years here, so there is, we've taken the time over lunch to get that information for you. So we just wanted to do that before we jump back in. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Alim.
Thank you, Ms. Hyman. Through the chair, so there were two questions that were raised by council this morning. One was from Councillor Singh about the Rocky View Foundation requisition for the last few years, going back to 2022. So for 2022, it was 308,000. For 2023, it was 328,000. 2024, 651,000, and 2025, 628,000. Pardon me?
So 2025, 600 and
28,000.
that'll be till December 31st, 2025.
That has already been collected from our residents, and it has already been it's already been forwarded to Rocky View Foundation.
Thank you.
And the other question was from Councillor McFadden pertaining to the reserves for strategic housing initiatives. This particular area is funded through the Community Incentives Reserve, and the forecasted balance to the end of December 31st, 2026 is $1.2 million.
Sorry. A follow-up question, if I may. Is this the only area that's contributing to that reserve, or are there other areas that are also contributing to that reserve?
Through the chair, through Councillor McFadden, I can tell you exactly what areas contribute to that reserve. So that reserve is funded through 4 cost centers. One is the Family and Community Support Services. The other one is Community Support, Affordable Housing, and Community Initiatives. Those are the 4 areas that contribute to that reserve.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Carry on.
Perfect. So the quick update around our stroll down memory lane. So the FCSS building, or FCSS team, was located in a different private property before they moved into the homestead. And then if we go all the way back 30 years, they were actually located in the Old Town Hall site. They were a lot smaller 30 years ago, but that's where we were historically before having to move into private space. So, perfect. Thank you. So up next, we are looking at our community support programs. So through collaborative partnerships, FCSS facilitates an emergency transportation program, instrumental needs program, a seniors property tax rebate program, and our Meals on Wheels program to support a healthy, safe, resilient, and complete community. All of our programs, with the exception of our seniors property tax rebate program, which is the municipal rebate program, are fully funded through grants and user fees. There are no significant variances in this budget.
Councillor Federico.
I just had a couple questions. What is the other revenue of 3,000?
So the other revenue that we would see, sorry, the 3,000 or?
Yeah, on 84A.
80. So 84A is actually our seniors. We are on 82A.
Oh, okay, sorry,
Apologies.
I'm jumping ahead.
No worries, I'll be prepared to answer that one.
Councillor McDonald.
Same question though, other revenue on 82A. I was just curious what lands in that 41.5?
Yes, so for the 41.5, this is actually where we have community members donate to us. Home Treasure provides FCSS with an annual funding to support the Instrumental Needs Program, which is a program that would support residents experiencing financial hardship. We also receive a variety of other donations from community members to support various programs such as our backpack program.
Okay, great. And then emergency transportation, you just mentioned, anecdotally, not financially, but is that the taxi chit program?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay, thanks.
All right, carry on.
Okay. So moving on to the Family Resource Network. So the Cochrane and Area Family Resource Network, so this is 83A, supports the health and wellness and resilience of children, youth, and families through the provision of preventative and early intervention programs and services. The FRN ensures a diverse range of programs, services, and events designed to strengthen families and support the healthy development of children. The Family Resource Network receives $445,000 in grant funding to support its operations. There's no significant budget variance proposed, but as mentioned in our other spaces too, the rental agreement for the FRN space expires early 2026. This budget reflects the increase in rent in the new lease agreement.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Same question as before. How long is that new lease? What are the new terms?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So this lease is again 5 years, similar to the FCSS.
And we saw a similar increase in rental.
Yes,
price?
correct. So through the chair to Councillor Wilson, similarly seeing a willing landlord to discuss the slower increment to move up to market rather than that significant jump right away, but we are seeing that year over year a slight increase as we move towards more of a market rent in the area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next is our seniors. So our seniors program works very closely with Seniors on the Bow and other senior serving organizations. This portfolio is focused on ensuring older adults in Cochrane and area have information, support, resources, programs, and services to support their well-being, independence, and quality of life. This area is focused on enacting the priorities of the Age-Friendly Action Plan that was endorsed by Council, and the Seniors on the Bow Society Board of Directors runs the day-to-day operations of the Seniors on the Bow, just as a note in that space. No significant budget variance proposed here as well, but however, we should be noted that there is anticipated an increase in the rent as well for Seniors on the Bow. So this would be 84A. If I remember correctly, someone was interested in the revenue specifically. So the other revenue is donations to support Seniors Week. This is typically based on a 3-year expense projections, but we have been receiving less and less donations than previous years. We're expecting to receive less this year, so we reduced that number from 5,000 to 3,000 for our other revenues.
Councillor Federico.
Thanks for that. One more question. Equipment repairs and maintenance. What is it exactly that for?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Federico. So again, this is where our leases actually fit inside of that. So this equipment repairs and maintenance, the actual line item that's boiled down further is facility rentals. Seeing how it gets rolled up into level 2, I'm thinking next year we'll recode it to make it a little more clear, because it's not equipment repairs or maintenance, it's our lease.
Perfect, thanks for the explanation.
Carry on.
Okay. Last but not least, transit. Very excited to talk about transit with all of you. Yeah. No, I really am. Transit has actually been such an amazing area to take over and work with our transit program lead since he joined us in May. So transit is really focused on community connectivity. It's strengthened through an evolving network of local and regional transit services that connect the town's growing population and our changing neighborhoods. The Cochrane Local Transit COLT hybrid system that we've launched in early fall is a combination of our fixed route and on-request operations. You'll also notice that there's the Rocky View Regional Bus Partnership Program. These three provide coordinated and accessible transit solutions. Our transit team works on ensuring that our budgets, bylaws, policies, and service standards are met, while continuing exploring innovative transportation options to maintain acceptable service levels in response to our population growth and changes to the town's transportation network. We also need to dig seriously into our maintenance and life cycle needs of our transit assets. Through these collective efforts, we're working to ensure that our town has accessible, reliable, efficient transit services. There are some things that I maybe want to highlight before we even dive into questions around this, which maybe be out of order. But if you notice that our sales and user fees budget variance, part of that, launching our fixed route, I didn't want to come in and jump based off of what our consultant had predicted. If you remember in the 5-year master plan, the consultant had predicted that we would see a 17% increase in ridership with the fixed route system, which we could have said that's going to be our fare increase. But we wanted to be conservative. So we ended up going with halfway through the year where we're at as our projection number. Increases in ridership don't necessarily mean a large increase in fare, especially if we're seeing monthly passes or things like that. Our plan through our transit system, we're actually wanting to have 6 months of solid data before we return to council to discuss our proposed fare increase, what that looks like, having a better understanding of how we can improve our cost recovery, but also having a fare update on how the fixed route and on request system are working together. So you may notice that this budget seems status quo in a lot of areas, and part of that is that we're wanting to ensure that we're growing our transit proportionally, sustainably, and not jumping ahead of ourselves. So happy to answer any questions in that as well.
Before we dive into anything, Councillor Wilson, did you have something?
This just snuck up on me that we have transit in front of us, and I've always recused myself of this particular section. I don't know if we're going to have any discussions about it, if it's best if I remove myself, or I guess that's a personal decision, but if we do have any questions, maybe I'll step out of the room so I don't influence anything.
I think there was a suggestion that we were going to have lots of conversation.
Okay, so maybe I should recuse.
Yeah, we'll come back and get you.
Come knock and get me? Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor McFadden.
First of all, I love your enthusiasm for transit. That may be the highlight of any transit presentation to date, so thank you for that. So what was really intriguing to me on the entire transit file is during a lot of the election conversations this year, a lot of community support and demand for transit to move, like we just established fixed routes in September, but a lot of demand and expectation that I was certainly hearing at the doors for the need for transit to connect to Calgary, to the university, and to do those regional connections better. And so that was a big change for me because it's historically the transit adoption has been kind of an uphill public discussion. But certainly what I heard from the campaign at the door was an interest to have a more robust transit system. And of course, that's more significant investment. So I just wanted to, if you could talk to that, because what I really was hearing is people want to be able to connect to the city easier. They want more fixed routes. And I know, and I do appreciate, like, let's evaluate where we're at for 6 months before we even consider the next piece. But I really feel there's an appetite and a desire within the community to make a more robust transit system this term. So I just wanted to turn that over for your thoughts about how we could advance that.
Yep, through the chair to Councillor McFadden. So this is something that we've also heard from the community, growing interest in, and it's definitely on our radar to explore and come forward with a cost proposal. As council may be aware, transit is a service, so it comes with a subsidization for us to provide that type of support. And it is, if that is what our community is looking for, that's very much so something that we could explore. One of the things that I really stepping into this role, early January, and as I've dug in with Adam, our transit program lead, is ensuring that we get Cochrane right first, really focusing our efforts on making sure that our fixed route system and our on request are working together well. So that's really been this foundational priority for us, being able to launch in fall, but it's definitely something that is on our radar to explore and come back to council with a costing proposal, what it could look like. Because I think the hard part is it's very challenging to take back a route versus to introduce one. Currently, right now, there is the On-It system that provides commuters with that option that's privately done through Southland. But if you've ever looked at their system, they have one time to go, one time to come back. And I think what I've heard from citizens is they want to see us doing like an hour loop to the C train, similar to what we would see inside of Airdries. And part of that is if we can ensure that that's actually viable. So I think there is a growing demand. A lot of people with their children going to university or wanting to do a more sustainable way to commute, but ensuring that we can do so in a way that doesn't, I would say, balloon our budget out of where we're trying to kind of increase our cost recovery. So love the question. I definitely would see us having a formal discussion about that in probably the next year.
And then just while you'd identified, we have the, I think you had phrased it, to make sure that the fixed routes and the on-call routes are working well. I haven't tested this myself, but I understand that whether you're booking a fixed route or an on-call route, you have to use 2 different systems to do that, which does not seem easy. Is there in the budget or a plan to address that this year?
So through the chair to Councillor McFadden, I also shared your shock around that. When we started exploring it, there currently isn't a system out there that does both. It's actually something that we were at the Canadian Urban Transit Association of Canada. There currently isn't a system that provides that. I definitely think that providers are starting to notice, and we're going to see, I think, Adam had mentioned to me there was one new private company that was just saying, hey, we're going to have this available to you. So it does seem very odd that we have 2 different apps for 2 different processes, but there actually isn't a service provider as it stands that provides this duality, because that was something we had looked at right away. Our community had asked for, we want something, accessible, reliable, and I think a lot of the primary users of our transit system are seniors, and if you're not really into using apps or the technology, to have to use 2 to sort that out. The way that we've been currently making it work is actually with those 2 services in-house, having our drivers be able to not double charge someone. So the perspective of, if say you start with a fixed route and you move to the on-demand system, you're able to show your ticket within the hour and you're not getting charged twice. Because that was a big concern for us, is how are we going to navigate that? And a lot of it's been working with the community. So it's not yet even a budget conversation, because the solution doesn't exist. When it does exist, I would definitely see that being something we'd like to talk about investing in and what it looks like.
Yeah, because the reality of using transit, if you're using the fixed on-call and then you want to use on it, there's 3 different systems.
Correct.
So I don't know if you could get much more cumbersome if you were trying to. But thank you for the update, and hopefully we can keep an eye out for the solution.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Pacheco.
Quick question on transfers to organizations. This is obviously to the Rocky View Handy Bus. How do they figure out the amount that they're asking for? Is it done per capita?
So through the chair to Councillor Pacheco, currently Rocky View requisitions us per capita. They have also been increasing it $1 per year per capita. So we're seeing that increase year over year. And that is a requisition versus a formal agreement that we have with them.
Okay, because it'd just be interesting to see how many rides are probably provided through the system. I think that would be beneficial for council to see. And then one last question on service contracts. Is that, obviously I'm assuming that would be Southland, and I'm on 85A.
Yep.
Is that Southland, and is that for just extra drivers, or
So through the chair to Councillor Pacheco, so there's I would say of note, there's quite a few different things that are going on there inside of the service contract. So part of it is the Southland contract that we're seeing an increase, year over year. There is an inflationary piece associated with that. There also is a very, very modest hour increase. So we're talking about 2 service hours a week increase. That was something that, again, in our early conversations around the launch of the fixed routes, we were capturing a lot of people who the on-request system would allow them to capture a bus between 6 and 7 a.m., But the fixed routes, if they start at 6 a.m., they wouldn't be reaching them until 6:45, 6:50. So we did want to ensure that we're capturing a large portion of people who are in those kind of early and later times. So it's very minimal, but it does have an impact there as well. I think the other piece of note when it comes to those contract pieces is our aging fleet. And so if you are aware, all of our buses are around 5 years. They're getting up in kilometers. Part of our agreement with Southland is after the 5 years or 300,000 kilometers, we have to start paying for maintenance above and beyond 2,000. So this year we saw quite a few, actually 3 of our buses' transmissions needed to be replaced. And this is part of the reason that we brought forward that proposal around the Rural Transit Fund historically, is we need to start thinking about life cycling our buses, what that looks like, how we're going to maintain that. In the interim, we need to be prepared for the fact that if there is an issue inside one of our buses, that we're able to repair it. So that is a jump of around 30,000 that we wouldn't have seen previously. So there is quite a few things mixed in that, but it's a very conservative increase. I'm quite happy with our contract where we landed there. Of note too, we've decreased our consulting dollars very significantly as we're bringing our transit program lead on board who has that expertise. We're no longer requiring that level of support externally. And I'll give you an example around getting a run cutting course. So our ability to change our routes, ensure that the timing is set forward. Typically you'd look at that being around $5,000 per change with a consultant, whereas the course we're able to do it in-house now.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Gale?
Most of my questions have been answered, actually. The fare revenue that's increasing by 48,000, is that just based off of increased ridership?
So through the chair to Councillor Gale, it's a very conservative amount. So if you see the actual in 2024, you would have seen similarly the numbers there. The budget for 2025 was, from my understanding, created with the unknown of what transitioning to a fixed route on-demand system would look like. We're confident that a 5% increase is very manageable and within that being very conservative. With the fare increase, we would likely see that number increase quite a bit. But we also want to make sure that we're planning ahead in terms of how does that affect ridership and things like that? Because there is a bit of a trade-off with increasing fares. We'd see you might get more riders or you might have less. And we need to ensure that we're not overestimating that and then unfairly later in the year taxing our citizens for the difference.
Okay. And sorry if you mentioned this already, but at what point do you think, or what point are we going to be able to have an accurate assessment in terms of those numbers now that we have more of a hybrid model? How many, I know you mentioned kind of 6 months earlier, so would that be early in the new year that you'd have a better idea?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Gale. So a few things there. We have a group of Haskayne MBA students who are doing their capstone project pro bono consulting for us to explore this. So we'll have their fare increase proposal as well. So they're doing that systems lens of how we compare to other municipalities. But once we have that full data, and to answer your question, we would be looking somewhere in Q1 that we'd be coming back with that full presentation. So whether that's February or March.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
So to clarify process on transit, sometime in the next 12 months, there's going to be a significant presentation presenting this group with options to enhance our transit service. And there's a wide variety of options, whether it's just adding on a few more routes or something more substantive beyond that.
Correct. Yes, so there, to clarify, one, we'd have a update just on how the new system is doing, how we're transitioning to the, like our early numbers demonstrate that 70% of our on-request system has moved to the fixed routes. It's very promising, but we're wanting to come with a fulsome, is that just the first couple months, people are excited, or is that actually what we're seeing? So we'll have that, and then we'll also do a fare increase and proposals as to what our next steps are. So several presentations, I would say, not just one big one.
Yeah, and if I can finish my points before I turn it over. And then the reserve transfer, the $20,000, is that a transit-specific reserve that we have? And is that for operating or capital or both?
To the chair, we would be looking at is starting our capital plan. So we'll talk about this tomorrow in the capital plan for the rural transit, for our transit fund. We need to start exploring life cycling our assets, but also building a reserve for things like accessible design. So as we know and find the permanent sites that we're going to have our fixed routes, are we making them accessible? Because right now we have some that are just concrete paths. We have some that it's a pole on the side of the road. And part of that is, again, if our routes are changing and flexible as our community grows, we don't want to be uplifting concrete or things like that. It's do it right, do it once. So that is I would say, a very modest start. Again, assuming that we are successful with the Rural Transit Fund, either way, we'll be coming back to council to talk about the future of our fleet's life cycle and our assets such as bus stops and things like that.
Okay, and then at some point in the coming months, I know this group's had a number of conversations about our plans and needs to get together to talk about our priorities. Speaking for only myself, there are other priorities such as recreation and traffic projects that I would place above transit. However, if I'm reading the room accurately, I think that there's clearly an appetite among the majority of council to do something major on transit, regardless of where it might fall in my own personal priorities. And so I just wanted to raise the question to the group, if we wanted to perhaps parking lot a conversation about increasing this reserve contribution. So we're starting to build up the transit budget in anticipation of the fact that it seems to me that a clear majority of council is going to want to do something substantive on transit in the next year or two. So I turn that question over to you, but I'll turn it over to council. So Councillor McDonald.
I think that makes sense. Thank you. I was just curious, as we look at the fixed route and kind of innovating in this space, are we still intentionally leaving out school areas at specific times of day? And is that a conversation that's going to get cracked open again?
So through the chair to Councillor McDonald, yes, very, very much so. You may note in our route number 2, we end up going back up into the high school. I can't remember the name of the school off the top of my head. North of the 1A.
Cochrane High?
Cochrane High, I should know that. Can you tell I'm new to the city? My apologies. We were very intentional about that route doesn't go there during pickup and drop-off times. And I think it's very important that we maintain that. There is a current system through the school boards that provides that service, and I don't think we'd be able to do it effectively the same way that they are. Door to door for each student or the pickup zones. So no, we're currently, there's no, I would say, avenue forward. I don't know what that would look like if that was of interest to council to do something like that or negotiate with the school boards. But as it stands, very intentionally, we're avoiding those spaces as it is. Route 3, the one from the SLS to Fireside, crosses in front of Bow Valley High School. That's the major road. There's no way for us to truly avoid that, but it doesn't go up into the drop off of the school or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look forward to exploring that maybe more when you come back and we talk about the future of transit. I think there's opportunity there myself that we could be servicing kids going to school, but we can revisit later.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just had a quick question. I know you made reference to a parking lot item regarding reserves. Do you have a specific number in mind? Because that will assist us as we bring it back from the parking lot.
Yeah, it's obviously a bit of a complex conversation. In my mind, what I was kind of thinking is if there's other items from the budget that potentially might get cut or something, and that entire amount could just be allocated over to the transit budget. My thinking was just to smooth the process of enhancing transit in the years to come. We may as well start building up reserves now that can be drawn on, but also start driving up this budget item so it's not this massive jump from 2.1 million to 3 million or 4 million, because there's a variety of options anywhere, as I'm sure you guys will agree, anywhere from $200,000 more per year to 3 or 4 million per year. And so there's a lot of different options, but just smoothing out the budget, if this group is clearly identifying that transit is going to be a priority over the next 3 years, we may as well put stuff in savings, especially if our return is over 4% per year, because that is a positive financial investment. So that's not really an answer to your question. No, I don't have a number in mind.
I just wanted to, I appreciate your comments. It would just help us if we had that, but again, the context you provided gives us a better understanding of where you're going and things like that.
Yep, and for anybody in the public or on council listening to me, actually, transit is not one of my top priorities, nor has it been in the past, but I'm recognizing it. Sounds like it's the will of council's one of the top priorities. Anyways, Councillor Singh.
So are we increasing the time in the morning and in the evening for the fixed route, or?
So through the chair to Councillor Singh. I don't have it exactly in front of me, but if I remember, it was around half an hour on either side. So we'd be looking at increasing, we'd be looking at around 12 hours of service per day for each of the fixed routes.
And the other question is, when you said Q1, you'll come back with the studies. Will you be asking for more money to improve the transit?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, I don't see us actually coming back to ask for more funds. That would be only if council wanted to see a major change in our service levels within this year. I think the reality of making sure that we're doing this appropriately is doing it in bated steps. But if we were to hear from council, hey, we want to see that fourth fixed route June or something like that, then yes, we would have to discuss what an increase in budget would look like. But if it was to say we want to see that increase in 2027, then we would see the budget ask in the next budget cycle.
So how difficult or how easy it would be to change from the call system to the fixed routes? That has to change with the whole thing?
So can you clarify when you're saying the change between?
So let's say if we just want to go fixed routes, not the on-call system. How difficult would be or how easy could be?
Yes. So through the chair to Councillor Singh, to fully service all of our community with fixed routes, my understanding, if we were to do it today, so there's a few caveats. One inside of the master plan was if we could get a crossing at Horse Creek Transit, like the actual rail crossing, if we're able to invest in that, we can do one fixed route out into Heartland and Heritage Hills, and that would allow us to service both of those communities. Without that, as it currently stands, you'd have two fixed routes there. So that alone is a complication. When we start talking about western parts of the community, or as other areas come online, so say Greystone comes online or South Bow, it adds a complex factor. I couldn't say today that it would be 6 routes or 5. We'd have to go back and really dig into it. The part that I like about our hybrid model is that we're ensuring we're able to build it as it's, we make these key investments in transit infrastructure, but also around our ridership. So I would say my understanding as it is today and what we've heard from the community is that, yes, there's some frustration maybe with the 2 different app systems, but we're seeing a lot of appreciation to have 2 dedicated buses for the on request. As my understanding is that we're meeting the demand in those areas that don't have the fixed route currently. But as we could see those communities growing, having more families, that's obviously something we might change. So I don't see us jumping to a fully fixed route system anytime soon. The topography of Cochrane's very challenging for that, whereas the on-request system allows us the flexibility. The issue with the on-request system is it maxed out so quickly. And then we would see we were having 5 people using the bus per hour, and that doesn't meet the need of our community and is wildly inefficient from a cost recovery perspective. So having the ability to make sure that we're only adding a fixed route where there is that demand or flow, that there are enough people using it and it works for our community, is where we can improve our cost recovery. So, I mean, long story short, I think it would be very costly for us to jump straight to fixed routes everywhere. And I think we need to do so slowly if we're gonna get there. I think that's an over time.
So we'll have numbers next quarter, Q1.
Yeah, we can talk about that, what the cost would be for an extra fixed route, that sort of thing too.
No, I'm not talking about the cost. I'm talking about the ridership, like you.
Yes,
guys-
yeah, we'll have our early numbers of ridership over 6 months. Obviously, there's some seasonality, but we'd be able to say, like, this is what the first half of the year looks like compared to our old numbers.
Sure. What I'm saying is because it's hard for the seniors to book through the app, or there's no tickets, and if they have cash to get it in there, just to make it easier, like, if there's some easier way so that they can pay at the bus or get a ticket or something around that.
Yeah. So through the chair councillor saying, we currently have that. People can use, the app is primarily for booking, but they don't have to do digital payment. Part of the fixed route system too is they can come with cash or tickets. They can just step onto the bus. The on request system, that one's a little more challenging for our seniors, I find. But some of our seniors, I should say, not everyone. But they could phone and request the times, and they can pay by cash as well. So there isn't a restriction if they're not interested in doing like a digital payment. We would accept cash, tickets, and tickets can be purchased here at the ranch house, at the station. We have some at FCSS as well.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gale.
More of a comment, but I'd be in favor of seeing what we could do to increase our reserves for transit. Something I campaigned on was seeing what we could do to get a link to the C train. And I'm sure it'll definitely be a collaborative effort with Rocky View. Whether that money goes towards, doing fixed routes long-term or long-term getting that connection and contributing to a system like that. Either way, I think that it's really smart long-term move to put money away now. So I'd be in favor of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Federico.
I support that too, and I just wanted to be clear, you're talking about an operating reserve, right? Not capital bus life cycling?
Yes, we could discuss both, but my thinking is if every member, or 4 or more council members are, not every, but 4 or more council members are clear that they're gonna want something substantially improved on transit over the next 4 years, it probably makes sense to start saving for it now. Because it smooths out the changes in the budget, but also you're generating a positive return on your investments. And it's just like our own personal finances. If you know you're going to be buying something expensive, the sooner you start saving, the better.
Yeah, I would be in favor of that too, because I think that it is going to come up obviously within the next 4 years for sure. And just back to Councillor McDonald's point about the schools, do you know if we are providing service to CLC, the Cochrane Learning Center, which is kind of like the alternative school, but still part of the public system?
So through the chair to Councillor Federico, to be honest, I'm not actually sure where that is in town at the moment. So it's something that we could definitely look at and get back to you. I feel I hear whispers that maybe, yes? Yes, we do, correct, we do.
Okay.
There is a stop there. Thank you, Councillor, or Director Ambrose.
Yeah, perfect, I know that. I know that's been an important one, and the only other thing that was flagged about that particular stop was looking at if we could get some like pedestrian, just painted lines there so that students can cross safely, because it's been highlighted to me that that's quite a dangerous, interesting road crossing right there.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further conversation?
Sorry, Councillor Federico, could you just confirm which intersection you were talking about? I didn't catch that.
Kind of by, I guess, Panorama, River Ave, going over to Cochrane Learning.
Okay. Thank you.
So parking for conversation, a further discussion on increasing our reserve contribution as a strategic approach to saving for our transit enhancements. Okay, please carry on.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry, we got to grab Councillor Wilson.
Yes, we'll grab Councillor Wilson and I will pass it on. Thank you, everyone.
River Ave, correct? Oh, it's a terrible intersection. Oh, yeah. Well, we've got to figure that one out.
Hello.
I know.
All right, so to begin, I wanted to provide council some context about how Parks and Active Living came to be in its current form. In 2019, the former Community Services Department was dissolved, and its responsibilities were redistributed across the organization. While that structure made sense at the time, Cochrane continued to grow rapidly, and over the next few years, it became clear that many of these functions required more coordinated oversight, clearer accountability, and stronger long-term planning. Starting in 2021, community services gradually began returning as a section, but in stages, and with different focuses each year as we adjusted to new growth pressures, changing resident expectations, and organizational demands. The model continued evolving as we identified where efficiencies could be gained, where duplication existed, and where responsibilities needed clearer alignment. In 2024, the town completed the final phase of this restructuring by formally separating the functions into two focused service areas, social development and parks and active living. This split ensures that each area can concentrate on its core mandate. So with parks and active living, the mandate is focused on amenities, partnerships, planning, and public spaces that most residents interact with every day. Parks and Active Living is therefore a new section as of September 2024, and it is built deliberately to modernize how we manage parks development, recreation, culture, public spaces, event services, and community partnerships. The goal of this rebuilt structure is straightforward: stronger fiscal oversight, clearer lines of accountability, and service delivery that keeps pace with Cochrane's growth. Today's 2026 budget reflects the first full year of this new structure. What you will see is realignment, rebuilding foundational functions, and ensuring that we can deliver resident-facing services in a way that is efficient, coordinated, and financially responsible. So for the Parks and Active Living section budget, the variance reflects a full budget realignment to support the town's updated organizational restructure. This realignment brings clarity, accountability, and cleaner financial tracking by shifting several long-standing program budgets into two new operational departments: Parks and Recreation Services and Arts, Culture, and Heritage Services. This ensures that program delivery sits directly with the teams responsible for the day-to-day, while Parks and Active Living section maintains a strategic leadership and oversight role. It improves transparency for council and supports a more efficient service-focused model. The variance also incorporates reserve-funded projects, the council directed arena feasibility study, required bylaw updates, and the library feasibility work that's happening. Finally, the variance accounts for staffing transitions that occurred when some positions were moved into social development to complete the restructuring. Are there any questions about this budget? No? Okay. So the Parks and Recreation Services is the backbone for how residents access Cochrane's outdoor spaces. This department manages parks planning, community bookings, sports field coordination, cemetery services, and recreation partnerships. They are the primary point of contact for residents, user groups, and organizations that rely on our outdoor amenities every day. In 2026, the department is taking a stronger education role to support the updated traffic bylaw and all of the bylaws related to parks and open spaces. Working alongside municipal enforcement, the team will help residents understand safe trail use and expectations that keep our parks functional and safe. This team will also lead the critical sponsorship and naming rights work and lead the wayfinding work that is currently happening in public spaces and future environmental assessments. The variance reflects consolidation, not expansion. In 2025 and 2026, we brought fragmented functions from three separated budgets into one coordinated department. The only structural change is a reclassification of the parks planner role that was approved in last year's budget into a manager role that's required to lead this expanded portfolio. There were no new FTEs added through this work, and this realignment reduces duplication, strengthens accountability, and ensures consistent, efficient delivery of parks and recreation services while supporting responsible growth management. Any questions? Can we move on?
Questions? Nope, carry on.
Okay. So Arts, Culture, and Heritage Services is a newly formalized department created to bring structure, accountability, and consistent leadership to work that was previously dispersed across several areas. The variance reflects the consolidation of those budgets into one coordinated department, along with the restatement of an existing position into a manager role. This is not a new FTE, but a restructuring to ensure proper oversight. The increase in the events budget is largely tied to the community growth and the realities of hosting large public events safely and responsibly. Canada Day and Light Up are now require expanded safety planning, accessibility supports, and transit shuttles, reflecting both legislative requirements and best practices. These adjustments ensure our events remain compliant, safe, and transparent. Contracted services in this budget support one-time council-aligned work such as an event strategy, art and heritage policy updates, and bylaw updates. These strategies create clear, consistent frameworks that reduce risk, modernize our process, and support long-term operational efficiency. Overall, this variance is the result of consolidating long-standing program budgets, formalizing leadership, and aligning event funding with actual demand.
We do have questions. Councillor Fidego first.
Can you just tell me how much staff do we have working in arts, culture, and heritage services?
Through the chair to Councillor Fidego, currently it's being done off multiple staff members' desks. We do have, through the restructuring, we've reclassified one of those positions into a manager. So this department would have one manager and that's it.
Okay, so I imagine the intent is in future years to build it up?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Yes, thank you. I just want to take us back to page 91. I hadn't realized so in 2025, the Natural Environment Task Force initiatives of $100,000 for environmental assessments across 6 parks and $20,000 for education. I guess I hadn't realized that the task force could bring things into the budget without council knowing. So that was a little bit of a surprise for me. If you could, I'm sure I'm in favor of environmental assessments on our parks. I just wanted to understand that.
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden. So we had worked with the task force and they had completed some work and estimates on what the assessments would cost. It's through their deliverables and the terms of reference. However, I had put it into the budget and the executive team removed it for that exact reason. So I will be coming forward in the early 2026 with a full work plan. And so that money was actually removed from the budget, but the variance just wasn't updated in the budget book.
Oh, okay, great. I was like, if I had known committees could do budget things, my Parks Recreation group would have.
For clarity, they can't, so.
I appreciate that. Dang it.
To be clear, yeah.
Thanks for that one. Nice second round of questions.
Okay.
Canada Day and Light Up. So you'd identified increased budgets for both of those. These are huge community events that we all enjoy. Could you identify what the increase was?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden. So for Light Up, the 2025 budget was dispersed across multiple budgets. So the 2025 budget that Cochrane is supporting Light Up is $53,000. So that's what we've included for the 2026 budget is $53,000. For 2025 for Canada Day, we supported it with $50,000. So we have increased that budget to $66,000. And that was based on community feedback. I don't know if you noticed the survey that we did after Canada Day, just asking for additional feedback. Again, some of that budget was dispersed in multiple budgets, so it's just bringing it all together.
No, I appreciate the transparency of that, being able to see. So then, for those amounts, in both cases, we work with partners. So is part of those funds distributed to the partners for their work? How does this budget break out, I guess, is my question.
Yeah, I'll use Light Up as an example. So the entire event budget for Light Up is $88,000. So as you know, there's sponsorships, there's grants that are applied for, and the event organizer offsets the total event costs through those methods. We provide a $15,000 grant to the event organizer, and they utilize it for different parts of the event as well. The $53,000, sorry, that $15,000 is included in that $53,000 that we're providing. The road closures, the shuttles, the signage, the additional lighting that is provided, that's what makes up everything else.
Okay, so and then the same approach for Canada Day as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, yep, thanks for the clarity on that, much appreciated.
Is there anything on those events we can be doing to make them even better?
To the mayor, that's actually why we started the surveys this year, was we really wanted to start hearing from the community what they're enjoying about the event, what they're not enjoying about the event. So after Light Up, you'll see the same type of survey come out. And we're really trying to create a baseline, because we haven't done this in the past, of understanding what the experience is for residents when they're attending those events. And we are taking them back to the event organizer, and that's why we're making sure that we're working closely in collaboration with them to provide that feedback, and then help make sure that that can happen in any way possible.
Yeah, because speaking from my own perspective, Canada Day is something that everybody does. It's wonderful to support, and of course I want to continue supporting that. But Light Up is Cochrane's event, and when you Google or these days ask ChatGPT the best things to do in the Calgary area on Christmas and in December and this season, I hope that Light Up is on the top 10 list of things that people know about, like zoo lights or whatever else. And I want us to enhance that as much as possible to really have it as like an iconic regional event that everybody in the whole Calgary area knows about. So
Thank you.
That's my perspective. Thanks.
Thanks.
Councillor McFadden, your light is still red. Are you done?
I came up with another brilliant idea.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go to Councillor Singh first, and then we'll come back for your brilliance.
So I'm sure you must have heard the survey, Canada Day. Are we putting some shades on Canada Day, like some trees or some artificial tents or something where people can sit down and enjoy a meal or something? Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, so that was actually some of the feedback we received, was just more water stations and more shade. And people really loved the live music. So those are three of the big things that we're taking back and for future planning of Canada Day.
Thank you.
Councillor McFadden,
Yeah, so back to
your mic's off.
Community events. The outhouse races are also rather iconic. I know they fell through the cracks, as they sometimes do with the volunteer run events. Is there any way we can help that one continue? Any thoughts on that?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, part of this portfolio work is to do an event strategy for next year, because that is one of the challenges that we're seeing in the community. Volunteerism is a challenge for a lot of these groups, and there's a lot of groups that would like some more support, but that strategy will provide council the opportunity to give us the framework of how you would like us to work with these event organizers and what type of support we provide to them.
Okay. No, that's great to hear. Yeah, I'm also a big supporter of Light Up, and however we could lean in there, and certainly support anything in the budget that would involve the mayor having a Santa Claus outfit.
Holiday Cheermeister is the title I'm looking for.
Oh, okay.
If you've seen The Grinch.
I have.
Is anything else? Where in the budget is the section on community grants for events? Is that in here?
That is coming up, yeah.
Okay, it's kind of. Please continue.
Okay. All right. So for the Ranch House, our focus this year has been stabilizing the facility after post-COVID demand swings and removing barriers that were limiting bookings. In 2025, we saw impact with the mandatory catering requirements, which made the facility less competitive. Those policies have now been corrected, and we are already seeing stronger performance heading into 2026. Our variance reflects two core elements: a return to steady, predictable booking levels and targeted life cycle investment to protect building assets. It's also important to note that we have reduced staffing in this department and moved one of those positions to the Parks and Recreation Services, where they're currently directly supporting cemetery coordination, field allocation, and event permits. So this shift allows us to use existing staff more efficiently without adding new FTEs. Demand for the Ranch House remains strong. We have already secured more than $552,000 in bookings in 2026 due to enhanced sales strategies and streamlined workflows. We are expecting continued growth. Overall, we're entering 2026 with a more sustainable model and better alignment of staff resources. So I'll just make a quick note here. In the revenue, we had predicted around a $400,000, I think it was $432,000 in revenue of bookings, and we were readjusting our revenues based on what we were seeing in 2025. The team had gone through some restructuring, but also some changes, and We had some staff on leave, and so we had started to restructure that. When we input the budget numbers at the beginning of September, we had just a new sales associate start. So in the last 6 weeks, that sales associate has been able to bring in $150,000 of sales for 2026. So as you can see, they're doing a lot of great work, and we are starting to turn around based on what we had initially predicted.
I think we have a question here, Councillor Federico.
Yeah, I was just curious about the drop on the revenue. So that's due to bringing in-house catering. So we saw that much of a drop.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, we actually have 3 contracts with caterers. But what we started recognizing was that our community groups that we're looking to book, and we have a couple of church groups, they like to just bring in cookies, but our current policy stated that we needed to use the caterer. And so we had some groups saying, well, we don't want to use the caterer, that's quite expensive and it's a small event. So we started removing those barriers and no longer losing those bookings.
Yeah, wow, that's a huge decrease in revenue.
It was, yes, it was a huge decrease in revenue, but we were also seeing this inside of this budget line is also alcohol sales. We're also seeing a lot more dry weddings as well, and so throughout the last 2 years, we've had a significant shift in there as well.
Oh, okay, thank you.
See no other comments, please carry on.
So Horse Creek Sports Park is a key long-term project that the town is developing in partnership with Rocky View Schools. Under the land purchase agreement, the town was responsible for completing the stripping, grading, and utility servicing so that the site is ready for both future school and community sports amenities. The 2026 variance reflects the scheduled debt financing and interest payments tied to the servicing work. And just a quick note, the project does remain on time and is completing the work now allows Rocky View Schools to include the high school in their capital plan without any delay. Questions?
Mr. Mayor, just if I can, that was actually my alarm to remind you that the provincial emergency alert is going to be in 10 minutes. So just so everybody in the room's prepared, your phones are all going to go off in 10 minutes, and there'll be a little bit of a disruption. Sorry for the disruption I caused, but
The disruption about the disruption. So how about we take a break in like 9 minutes?
Okay. All right, so page 98, the community grant budget continues to fund all legacy grant commitments, and those groups receive the same historical population-based increases they have always been allocated. Nothing has changed in how these long-standing commitments are treated in the budget. What is new for 2026 is the updated council-approved policy that happened June 2025. It strengthens governance, improves reporting expectations, and provides a clearer, more transparent framework for how grants are awarded. The variance reflects increased demand from community groups requesting event support, operational stability, and small-scale capital community projects. Across the sector, we are seeing more groups turning to municipalities for predictable, stable funding as costs continue to rise.
I believe we have a question, might go back a topic, but Councillor McFadden?
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to go back to the Horse Creek Sports Park if I could.
Sure. Yep.
So you're saying it's on budget, and I think you're implying on time?
Yes.
Yeah, excellent, good news, I always like that. The deliverables out of this, though, is the detailed design for where the school's gonna sit and the park layout, phasing of both of those projects, and then essentially the utility servicing. But we're not seeing, out of this budget, we're not seeing any playing fields happening or any activities coming forward, or are we?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden. So this budget that you see inside the operational budget is the debt that was taken on through the borrowing bylaw for stripping and grading.
Okay.
The design of new sports fields and anything like that is actually in the capital budget that we'll be discussing tomorrow.
Okay, all right. I was just reading this as the first phase is to complete the detailed design, phasing, and utility servicing. That's all the stripping and grading work?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
if I can just step in, just received a update as well, the servicing, the PRV that's going within that to complete the servicing at Horse Creek will be complete here shortly. So the site will meet all of our contractual requirements with Rocky View Schools, and then they could proceed when they get their funding in the fall, or in the spring, excuse me. So just not only for council, but for people watching at home, the school site will be able to proceed here shortly.
Sorry, can I follow up on that one? It's great news with that, Mr. Hyman, and I think anytime we can celebrate a collaboration between the school board and ourselves, and if the province is committed to funding that, I think that's great news to be celebrating in our community, to have like real steps being taken to construction for a new school, especially a high school in our community. So maybe an underwhelming way to start celebrating that, but that's a great win to hear about. So thank you for that.
And I would just share the story will continue tomorrow with Ms. Ambrose and what our next steps with Horse Creek and the recreation delivery. So it's a great opportunity for us, something we're really excited about.
Councillor Federico?
I'm back on the grants. So there was no increase. Now, is that just because I think we did a bigger increase? Maybe not last year. Last year we did a significant increase, but has that need continues to grow? I'm just surprised that there's actually no update here, just status quo.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, the grant budget overall has increased by 146,000. And so the legacy grants continue. They are based on a per capita, so that has not changed at all. So they are receiving an increase, but that's based on the current agreements. And so through the policy that was approved in June, all of the legacy grant holders will have 2 years on that, and we are working with them to transition them into this policy. But the overall grant budget has increased by 146,000, and so that will that was based on last year. There were a few different delegations that came forward to council asking for operational funding. In total, there was just over 300,000 that was requested. We've only increased it by 146, just recognizing that we would like to spend some time hearing from the community on where they would like us to prioritize grant funding.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just on page 99. I just see transfer to organizations. Is it staying the same? So I'm not seeing that extra 100,000. Am I missing something?
In 2025, we've provided $684,000, and then in 2026, we're providing $330,000.
Page 97?
It's 99.
99.
99.
Yeah, so this is the increase.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, my bad. I found it now. Okay, and then the legacy ones, those ones will eventually wean off the grants totally, so that 162,000 that we're doing right now might change, say, going forward in 2 years. Some of those will be leaving, or do they just stay?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, they would stay, but we're just not changing their funding model. Okay. So for the next 2 years, they will still receive that per capita funding. They are receiving, so there's 5 of them. They're receiving operational funding. There is a few of them that would go into the essential services stream, and then a couple of them will be into the community enhancer stream. And so there's different requirements for both of those streams. So that's why we're working with them over the next 2 years, so that they can understand how they fit into each of those streams. So there's no intention to cut their funding in 2 years. It's to make sure that we're working with them and helping them understand how they fit in to the new requirements of the policy.
Okay, thanks. My apologies on missing that number there.
Councillor Wilson?
On page 97, I think we might have already went by it. I'm looking at the sports center totals. I'm just wondering if you could have a comment on our forecasting for revenues versus expenses. I see expenses creeping up year after year, which is somewhat to be expected. The revenues, however, are not even holding consistent. They're expected to fall. I just wonder if you could comment on that.
Sorry, which budget is it?
I'm looking at community partners 97, Spray Lakes Sports Center.
Oh, in 2 more budgets, I'm bringing up Spray Lakes.
Oh, we haven't got there. Okay.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
Good? Okay. We will move on to the library. So for the library, the 2026 variance is driven primarily by wage and benefit adjustments and the staffing required to keep pace with significant increase in usage. Demand at the library continues to rise sharply. Circulation is up 31%, program participation is up 26%, outreach engagement is up 20%, and visits now average more than 12,000 per month. These pressures directly affect circulation services, programming delivery, custodial needs, and administrative capacity. The library board provided council with a detailed submission outlining its full needs. Administration reviewed that request and adjusted it to align with the town's fiscal framework. The budget presented for 2026 reflects the adjustments while remaining within the growth plus inflation framework. The variance also includes the increase to the mandatory Marigold library system levy, which grows annually with Cochrane's population. This system fee is required under provincial legislation and supports regional access to digital resources, technology, and interlibrary services. No questions? Okay. We'll move on to Spray Lakes. So the 2026 variance reflects a stabilization year for SLS. After the RFP process in 2025, the center lost several staff and is rebuilding to the level required to safely operate. Revenues are strengthening through improved membership retention, higher rental demand, and new programs like the out-of-school care. These gains improve cost recovery and help offset operating pressures. Life cycle needs are lower in 2026 because major repairs were completed in 2024 and 2025. SLS is completing a full building condition assessment in 2026, which will update their 2027 capital plan and clarify long-term future life cycling needs. This ensures future requests are evidence-based and tied directly to asset requirements. That's, if you have questions.
Councillor Federico?
What are the principal payments for again?
I may need to turn to Mr. Alim for that.
Chair 2, Councillor
There it
Federico.
is. Despite multiple warnings, I actually forgot.
It's a little scary. Sorry. I'll repeat that. The principal payment section of SLS, what is it for?
The Chair 2, Councillor Federico, the principal payments are for the, that they're taken out on the Cochrane Arena.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Over to Councillor Wilson.
Same question I just asked, except now I'm even more confused now because I don't see where's the ongoing operational revenue versus expenses for SLS? Maybe I'm on the wrong page, Michelle.
Page 102.
Yep, okay.
The transfers to organization is what the payment to SLS is.
Right.
So their total ask includes their operating and their capital request.
Okay, so there isn't anywhere here that on page 97, it actually shows the SLS revenue, 326, and then falling to 300,000 in forecasted.
Oh, okay, so there
My
is.
question was just based on why are the revenues falling while the expenses climb in our forecast?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, so the revenue that you're seeing, that 300,000, that is the agreement that we have with Rocky View County.
Oh, okay.
The 6,000 that was allocated in 2024, that's $6,040.
Yep.
That is part of an old agreement that we have with Bighorn County.
Oh, so there's no information about operational revenues versus expenses in front of me? Okay.
No.
All we see are the transfers from the town?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I suppose that's to our representative on the board, that question?
Yes, Councillor Wilson, I would encourage you to, Councillor McFadden and I were recently at one of the board meetings. There was a presentation there. That was my first meeting there, so certainly I don't know if Councillor McFadden or myself are really the best to, but they provide their own financial reporting and did quite a good job at that meeting.
Much like what we just heard about the ranch houses fortunes, I was looking for more numbers like that, but being a community partner, I suppose they're not part of this. I think I understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can share that they have 9,000 memberships, and so that was an increase, and they are starting to see their usage model change. So they saw a slight decrease in membership, but a pretty big spike in drop-in memberships, day use passes So just a different type of usage, and so they are kind of readjusting their model to align with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Councillor Wilson has me curious now, that 300,000 annually from Rocky View, are there points in that agreement where we revisit that number? And are there any clauses built in where we adjust?
I might turn to Mr. Hyman for that.
The age-old question.
Through the chair to Councillor McDonald, I'd have to get some more information on that. Certainly not an area that I've have a great deal of experience in, but certainly we can get that information for you.
Thanks.
Councillor Federico.
To Councillor Wilson's point, is it possible to get like a financial, I don't know, statement from SLS? Just, I think I am curious too, is that we're transferring over a great amount of money. Just, I don't know what their revenue is on their side. It'd be great for us to have that.
Councillor Federico, they would be happy to come and do a presentation. Again, they do a very good job. I was very impressed at the meeting with their summary. They work with Mr. Alim quite frequently as well. So we'd be happy to make those arrangements through Ms. Wagner and get them here for that update.
Perfect. Yeah, I know they've done quite well in recent years, so it'd be maybe just interesting to see how that's changed.
For clarity, are you hoping for that through the budget process, or are you okay if that is after a budget process? Okay, thank you. Just want to be clear.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, I think there's a general feeling among council that at some point in the next 12 months, we want to have a broad kind of check-in conversation with the rec center. Following the failed operational change in the spring. There's a lot of questions about what next steps are on everything, and so we'll just table that for a few months or weeks.
They will be happy to come from the meeting. They had the same questions, and I think reestablishing that important relationship will be really important.
Excellent. Councillor McFadden?
Speaking to that, echoing Mr. Hyman's statements, I was very impressed with their financial reporting and the lens and the strategies they were bringing to it. They were very much looking for some sort of certainty, expectations, guidance from what us and Rocky View County want, which of course we weren't able to provide them. I think that was week 1 of being serving council. Random. But yeah, so my sense of the board there, they're looking for some direction. They want to be collaborative partners and are very interested in meeting whatever the expectations are, but we just haven't been able to get a chance within our own team to understand what our bench's requirements and desires are. Haven't had a chance to really talk to Rocky View County, see what their thoughts are. So we're very much in the beginning part of that, and I echo what the mayor is saying. I think I certainly understand from our perspective, we want to continue working on that relationship and see where we need to take in the next steps, but it's been one meeting, so.
Mr. Blanchette.
Through the chair to Councillor McDonald, part of the IDP and the ICF will be a much deeper dive into how we have shared service agreements with Rocky View County. So talking about Spray Lakes, talking about the Eco Center, so those will all be a large part of our conversation as to how we're going to make sure we're getting the right data to make better agreements around those models as well. So that's a big part of that coming forward.
Ms. Ambrose, please continue.
Well, if there are no more questions, I will call up Mr. Juden.
Do we want to break before the next section? I kind of want to break, so let's take All right. Let's resume.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jay Juden. I'll be speaking to the community safety section, which provides direction and overall leadership to support strategy process and policy development, to help advance emergency management, municipal enforcement, fire services, corporate security, and policing, and also assists in the facilitation of the Cochrane Municipal Policing Committee. Our budget variance highlights overall for the section relate to the inception of the Cochrane Municipal Policing Committee, and that includes training, membership, potential conference expenses, advertising, printed material, sandwich boards and billboard signage, promoting engagement opportunities, and open house costs. You'll also notice a reduction in contract services from 2025, and that's due to completion of a contract for a corporate security framework evaluation. So that will be reduced in that area. Under emergency management section, you'll note there are no variances. Under fire services, our largest variance relates to salaries, wages, and benefits. And this relates to the transitioning of casual firefighter dollars to hire 4 full-time firefighters. Fire services is requesting authorization to assist in that funding, really at a bare minimum. We want to grow by 4 full-time positions. I will mention here that no full-time firefighter positions have been added since Q2 of 2024. Now,
Councillor Federico?
I have a couple questions for you. The lease agreement with the fire hall now, when does it expire, or has it been renewed, or I'm just not sure where that landed?
through the chair to Councillor McFadden, if my memory recall is correct, it's 2038 when the current contract expires.
Okay, and are we, I guess, maybe more curious when we would start negotiating out what that looks like?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden. So we do have some work that's been provided to Shane Hubble, Planning Development, looking at potential options around that contract of renegotiation, potential buyout, or just maintaining the status quo for the time being until that contract expires.
Okay, and then my only other question is, I know that we're taking, you know, casuals out and making them into permanent full-time employees, which I think is the best path forward. But we all know that fire is going to need, you know, satellite hubs or something in the future. How are we managing to staff those reasonably within the budget overall over a long period of time? Because obviously we know how much what we consider one firefighter being 4 costs. What is the long-term projection of how we're going to actually be able to staff these?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, that's an excellent question, and that's something I think that was spoken to by the mayor earlier in one of his statements, and that centers around planning now for the future and starting to build progressively, incrementally over the next number of years, as opposed to having one large shock of percentage, large tax increase to facilitate the hiring of multiple fire prevention, or sorry, not fire prevention officers, full-time firefighters at one time. So the goal would be to continue to grow our full-time firefighter staff over the next several years, which will allow us to really almost seamlessly move into or open up the potential to us seamlessly move into another fire hall and have two or potentially down the road 3 locations as the population grows.
And one last question, if you don't mind. Can you tell me the number of full-time firefighters that we have today versus our casual pool of firefighters?
I certainly can. We currently have 28 full-time firefighter, which are in a suppression role, as well as 22 casual firefighters, if I can find my notes here. Then we also have the fire chief position and deputy fire chief position, along with an administrative assistant and 2 fire prevention officers.
And I imagine the goal is to eventually eradicate the casual pool and just have all full-time fire at some point?
Through the chair to Councillor Fedeko, that's correct. It'll likely take us a number of years to get to that point, but yes, that would be the ultimate goal, is to move to a full-time firefighting service.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have for right now.
Councillor McDonald?
Mayor Nagel, just before we move on, sorry, just want to reference one of them, the questions that Councillor Fedeko brought up. Facilities master plan is something that we're looking at, and as we look at that, is there opportunity to co-locate facilities? We want to look at, there's also the fire master plan, looking at locations in North Cochrane, South Cochrane, so we're actively working through that process with different landowners, understanding the needs, and certainly Mr. Juden's been involved in that as well. So, but also appreciate your comments. The long-term costs, it's getting a location is one thing, but then staffing it is a whole other thing. So we do have to come up with a comprehensive strategy. Sorry to interrupt.
Councillor McDonald?
I'm unfamiliar with your revenue sources. Can you just tell me about your sales and what rentals include?
Oh, give me 1 second here. Through the chair to Councillor McDonald. This is primarily through fire, sorry, give me a second here, permits that are available charged through fire services bylaw, as well as fire inspection fees that are collected as part of inspection of businesses within the municipality. I know that revenue also comes in through Rocky View County for through our mutual aid agreement for any services we provide out to Rocky View County. We also charge back to the province for our response onto provincial highway for motor vehicle accidents and that sort of thing, costs back. So that's additional revenue that's included in that budget line.
Okay, so rentals would just be a funny way of saying that we're renting out our fire resources outside of our town.
And sorry, through the chair to Councillor McDonald, we also sublet some space within the fire hall to emergency health services.
Okay.
So there's a revenue piece there as well.
Okay.
Because the ambulance service is also co-located within the fire hall itself.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Singh?
Would you clarify how many calls did the fire did for medical emergencies?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, I do have that information. I thought that might be a question that came up today. I can tell you that our calls are steadily increasing. Our calls for service rose 20% in 2023, 6% last year, and we're trending for another 9% increase in calls for service this year. What does that look like in numbers? Well, in 2022, we responded to a total of 1,001 calls. Of those, 551 were medical and 450 were fire related. Moving through 2023, we answered 1,257 calls for service. In 24, 1,334 calls for service. And this year, we are on pace to answer 1,460 calls for service. I can break those down medically and fire if you wish.
That's good. The follow-up is, do they have the resources, like fire trucks, enough space for them to break out and stuff, training materials and stuff, if we're adding more people?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh, our fire hall is a rather large envelope that allows us lots of space for all of our equipment. I can tell you that any fire service is always looking at expanding or increasing their numbers of full-time firefighters. The reason being is we want, if there's a fire, we want to provide the best force response to that fire as possible initially. Not in 15 minutes from now, not in 30 minutes from now as we get mutual aid assistance. Today's built environment in Cochrane with many more multi-story, multi-residential buildings, the materials that the buildings are now constructed out of that often are more flammable, burn quicker, have a higher flash rate, collapse quicker, and basically grow in size substantially faster, requires more firefighters up front. So I would love to say, give you a number. As I've said to Councillor Fedeko, we do have a plan of growing our number of firefighters over the year, over the next number of years. I would not argue at all if council found that they would like to support more firefighters in this budget. I know the three in the gallery additionally would not mind that at all and find it really reassuring.
Well, it came to concern through the election that we only have one fire station, and if there's a fire in one side of the town, and if there's fire on the other side of the town, what's the timing looks like, and do we have proper resources to mitigate that?
Certainly. So through the chair to Councillor Singh, we have gone about, right now I can tell you that our current fire station is meeting requirements under Alberta Building Code. Is it the shortest response time? No, as I've mentioned before, we want to minimize the time that we're responding from the fire hall until we can actually get some water on a fire. Working with planning development currently in their GIS section to identify a number of other potential municipal owned land and privately developer owned land within Cochrane boundaries to potentially place future fire halls to provide a better response. Now we're using that GIS data on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10-minute response to a fire that'll really help us pinpoint strategically where our next fire hall should be, as opposed to saying, well, we just need one north and we're just gonna put it here. We wanna really make data-driven decisions on where those future fire halls are gonna be located, not only for today, but well into the future as Cochrane expands in population and building a number of buildings, as well as potentially geographically with any annexation into the future.
So would that come into the emergency? You might have answered, or would that come into the emergency plans that you'll educate the public if you have one exit and one entryway, what to do in the time of emergency?
Through the chair to Councillor Singh. So that would relate more specifically to our Fire Prevention Bureau in collaboration with emergency management to ensure that residents do know the way outs. I'm just assuming right now that we'll just take Sunset, for example. There is an emergency access point available on the southeast corner. There are plans to have that opened in the event of an emergency for any type of evacuation that needs to occur if the other entrance into Sunset was blocked. I believe there's also...
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to answer that as well, or supplement Mr. Juden's comments. There are emergency accesses in all of our communities, so there is no community with just a single access. There are emergency accesses, but making sure that people are aware of where they are and how to utilize them, I think, is an important step that we should work on.
Yeah, well, thank you. I think that would be essential as well. People should know in case of emergency, because when it's into life in danger, you're just gonna run to the nearest, and 6,000 people running at one, it's not very situation you wanna see. So, thank you.
Councillor Gill?
Hopefully a quick question, just under revenue for the fourth line item. It's 2024, but what was that $42,000 under provincial government conditional transfers? Is that a one-time transfer, or just wondering what that was?
Through the chair to Councillor Gill, I don't have that specifically in front of me, but I know that our medical first responder grant is received on an annual basis. That could be it, unless.
We'd be happy to take it away unless Mr. Alim has the information. No, we'll get that information and bring that back for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gill.
Councillor Fadego. Councillor Fadego.
I'm gonna switch name tags right away. One last question. The 28 suppression firefighters, what have we had? Like, to me, that number seems actually lower than what I was expecting. Can you tell me what we've had in 2024 for suppression, 2025? Is it? Because we did add, I believe, 4. So I'm just curious on that number.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Fadego. So prior to Q2 2024, we would have had 24 full-time firefighters. In Q2, added 4 more to make it 28.
And so this will take it up to 32. And then what are platoons running at? Is it 6 members?
Yeah, and so when we were, initially they would have been at 6 members. In Q2 of 2024, we would have moved to 7. Our goal is to move to 8, which is those 4 positions, there are 4 platoons, so that would be 1 member per platoon.
Okay, good. I just think it has to be on this council's radar that, like, really, like, we should be approving 4 now, for next year, for the year after, because that hall isn't gonna be that far out, I'm assuming, once we kind of figure out land and location. And this is something, like, it does become the concern of mine as to how you're going to fund it. And if we don't start now and being proactive every single year, I think we're gonna have a huge problem.
Councillor Wilson?
Thanks. I had 2 questions on the full community safety page here. And one is that when you look at fire services projections over the next 3 years, we see growth that's well outstripping, even if you combine municipal enforcement and RCMP, just percentage-wise. And I think I know the answer you're going to give me, but I'll ask it anyway. And I think that's due to medical calls. Like, we've already, essentially, we're backfilling what the province isn't funding for ambulance services. Is that the main reason for the incredible growth rates in fire?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. Actually, statistically, our medical calls since 2022 through to current date account for roughly about 50% of the calls, with the other 50% being fire-related.
And is our fire team equipped to handle first responder calls? I know we've had this conversation in the past, how many are actually trained to be in the position to backfill for ambulances that are taking too long to get to scenes?
Right.
I don't want to go too far in budget about that talk, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around the numbers that are growing as fast as they are here.
Right, and through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So our fire service has, of the 28 current full-time firefighters and our casual firefighting staff, there's a variety of different levels of qualifications of medical response. Some at the very basic advanced first aid level, all the way up to an advanced care paramedic with the ability to provide medications and that sort of thing. Now, we don't, Cochrane Fire Services does not have a ability to transport patients. Our role is normally supporting EHS. most important thing is to get someone to the patient early, to have them evaluated, and depending upon the staff qualification that's responding, they can provide varied medical interventions prior to, or support prior to EMS's arrival.
Okay, I asked for a reason. I met with Cochrane Fire, as probably a lot of us did during the election, and one of the things that were what I did take away from it was the continuing education thing. And do we have adequate resources for firefighters that want to go to additional training for medical to take that training? Is that part of this budget? Is that something we could be adding more to, that additional training?
And through the chair to Councillor Wilson. So there is a proposal, I'll provide an answer in two parts. First, there's been a proposal put forward by one of the firefighters to have each of even the basic advanced first aid levels increased to a higher level. Now, for more advanced medical support, some of the courses are both time and monetarily intensive to remove a firefighter or two out for up to, if I'm correct, a number of months requires then backfill, which then impacts overtime and that sort of thing to backfill on top of the costs of the courses. This budget does not have that in it. We do have enough to support one member, and we're currently looking at supporting one member that's brought a business case forward, looking for that advanced medical training that's still being evaluated. Could we use more money in that area? Absolutely. I think based on how fire services responds to the number of medical calls, either in support or out first prior to ambulance arrival, the better training we can provide our firefighters, the safer our community is.
Any guess on what amounts would we be looking at to increase that training funding so we'd have some base level where you could say all fire services members are trained to level X of and medical first response? And that's what I'm really seeking here, is a possible budget discussion.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. I don't have that number at hand. I can get it back to council though for consideration.
If the table finds interest in that one subject, I thought that was something that was interesting to me, on top of the ask of more boots on the ground, just making sure that we have appropriate training dollars so that at least those that want to have minimal level of first responder medical training. I think that would be big bang for the buck for taxpayers, I think. And then additionally, is there a way later on, maybe in the parking lot section when we're talking later, to get a comparable of what we're paying for fire services compared to like communities like we saw from Mr. Leem during the start of the budget, Okotoks, Airdrie, that sort of thing?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, absolutely, we can take that away and bring that back. It'd be important to note that collective agreements vary differently from municipality to municipality, which will have an impact on that as well.
I'm not suggesting we're too high, we might be too low. I just thought that would be useful for the group too, especially if we're talking about additional funding for training. So.
And through the chair to Councillor Wilson and the rest of council, we're currently provided our intention to enter into collective bargaining with local IFF 4819. So that will be taking place over hopefully in the next, shortly in late Q4 2025 or early Q1 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Mayor Nagel, before we move on, Mr. Leem has answers to Mayor Gale, or Councillor Gale, maybe the future, to the question about the $42,000 in the provincial portion.
Yep. Please. The chair to Councillor Gale. So that $42,215 was made up of two amounts that we received from Alberta Health Services. One amount was for $33,215, and that was financial support for first medical response. And the other amount was $9,000, and that was financial support for training and equipment.
All right, please continue.
Okay, thank you. You'll also notice in your budget, contract and general services see a significant decrease, which is driven by reduced maintenance costs following the arrival of our new fire engine, which we actually just received in the past week, which was 2 years in the making, over 2 years in the making, by the way. By replacing aging apparatus that required approximately $250,000 in repairs, the town is reducing operational risk, improving service reliability, and strengthening our long-term resiliency in our fire service capabilities. The factors that had the greatest impact on these savings were prudent resource management, and most importantly, proactive investment in capital reserves. The other variance that you may note is relative to special services, and that's where costs have increased based on the Calgary 911 per capita rate adjustment. So we pay a certain amount of money for Calgary 911 to answer that and dispatch our fire services, and that's based on a per capita basis. And then lastly, on the list there, the increases to capital reserves, and I'd just like to point out that that aligns with the Fire Service Master Plan, which was presented to Council in late 2023. So I just want to ensure you that we are using that as a guiding strategic document, and those contributions to capital reserves follow recommendation 18 and 20. I'll just say by funding a structured apparatus replacement program, which is fire engines and that's vehicles, that sort, and establishing a major equipment capital reserve, the town ensures that critical firefighting apparatus and tools, such as protective personal equipment, so self-contained breathing apparatus, so that's their tank and mask and those types of safety pieces, fire hose, rescue tools, thermaging, imaging cameras, gas detection instruments, those types of equipment can be replaced on schedule. As we've seen with the replacement of an aging fire engine, the disciplined approach to continue contributions to capital reserves aids in minimizing service disruptions, reduces unexpected expenditures, supports modern, reliable emergency operations, and ultimately saves taxpayer dollars in the long run.
Councillor McFadden?
So just a question on the reserves, maybe just a point. So we're talking page 108, the transfer to reserves of, we're looking for $600,000. That's the one we're talking about, right?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, that's correct.
Okay. So I would, just as a point maybe for the next budget round, if we could identify when reserves are operational or for capital, that might help me to understand them better, because I was assuming throughout all of this, and anytime I saw a transfer to reserves in the operational section, it was for an operational reserve section. So just for my own better understanding of the reserves policy. Thank you.
All right. Oops. Going way too far, way too fast here. Maybe not fast enough for some. Municipal enforcement. Your main variances are going to be under salaries, wages, and benefits, and that reflects the addition of 2 new boots-on-the-ground peace officers, along with the full cost of outfitting and supporting their operations, vehicles, equipment, personal protective equipment, fuel, memberships, training, administrative needs. These positions specifically enhance the town's enforcement capacity and allow for more proactive service and generate additional enforcement-related revenue. I'd just like to speak real quickly on our current peace officer program. Our current demands grow year over year, not surprising, with service calls increasing 47% since 2022. Each community peace officer is now managing 473 files per officer per year, the highest workload we've seen in 5 years. And without additional staffing, response times will continue to slip. Officer burnout could potentially become an issue, and service quality will erode. And I'll just mention that the last increase in positions was in 2022, where we added one community peace officer. I'll also add that hiring 2 new community peace officers delivers the strongest return on investment. The cost of 2 community peace officers is approximately 46% of what 2 RCMP officers cost would be, representing a significant annual savings, more than doubling our frontline presence per tax dollar. Operationally, the impact can be felt immediately. Response times for non-urgent files drop from 24 hours to under 12 hours. It would provide 500 additional proactive patrol hours per year. Our file backlog would be reduced from 160 active files to 120. And most importantly, because CPOs directly manage the issues residents report most, such as traffic, parking, noise, neighborhood disputes, property standards, graffiti, and quality of life concerns. With 2 additional community peace officers, we estimate that it'll free up an estimated 400 RCMP office hours annually to focus on crime, investigations, and priority policing. That also aligns directly with a recent 2025 policing study recommendation to expand the community peace officer program, report that council will be receiving shortly. All right, the other major variance relates to the summer student.
Mr. June, there's a question, just one.
Oh, there, sorry. Councillor Fidego.
That's totally fine. It could have waited. I'm just curious on the fine revenue. Obviously adding, and I know that our municipal enforcement officers are supposed to be more on the education side rather than reactionary and handing out fines, but I'm assuming, I guess I'm just a little surprised on the numbers. I mean, do we have any target of fines, or is it just like that's what they find and we just get that back?
Through the chair to Councillor Fideko, that's an excellent question. I do have some stats that I can share with you. Just going to locate them for you. To answer your question, as opposed to looking through these documents forever looking for my specific numbers, I can tell you that those are primarily infractions that are proactive in nature, with our enforcement officers going out to an area identified by a resident to have a concern about speeding, a stop sign, some other infraction, along primarily through traffic enforcement. There's other municipal fines in here. I know we laid a lot of waste management fines based on our new bylaw that was enacted last year, which seems to have had a major impact on the cleanliness of the town itself, which is good to report. It also brought in some additional revenue for fines in that way.
Yeah, it's still the one thing that I hear all the time, and I understand the proactive being parked in a community, but the one thing that I hear over and over again is that, you know, if you ticket people and it starts to become more consistent, then not only does the revenue go up for the fines, but, you know, perhaps it helps to generally slow people down because you can park there, but then the problems seem to be persistent in some areas. And so I'm just wondering if perhaps there's not a conversation to say, okay, we've been educationary for a long time. Perhaps it's time now to become more punitive in seeing a lot of the same patterns in the same areas.
Through the chair to Councillor Fideko, I couldn't agree with you more. We've recently just hired a replacement manager in our municipal enforcement area, Flynn Scott, who's going to be strategically looking at that. We also have a new records management software that we are really excited about the statistics that we're able to draw from it, and geo-mapping where our problem locations are, also where we're writing tickets and receiving complaints. So we'll be able to target our available resources more effectively. I can tell you, yeah, I'll leave it there, maybe. Thank you.
Over to Councillor Singh.
I'll second Councillor Fadeko's point that the problem is like the dump trucks, like, they are so fast in some of the neighborhoods. And I don't want to hear that they hit a kid or somebody. So I'm just saying, like, okay, if we are hiring 2 more people, 2 more boots on the ground, that fine has to be there. Like, it's education part, I'm okay to a certain level, and after that you have to like start giving out tickets in there, and that's very important for the safety. Is there a plan in place, like, that he has, like a school bus, like you stop at the school bus, somebody just ran through from the stop sign in there, and I believe it's an 8 demerit points or like, something around an $800 fine, but are we giving away, like, education? I'm sure like we have done education part, but we need to enforce that as well, which is also part of education, like, that unless you get that, it wouldn't be justifying, like, getting 2 more people on the roster. So just something to consider.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, just moving on to the 2 summer student bylaw officers. That was the 0.6 FTE position that was spoken about on Monday night. My goal here today is to provide some information in hopes of council supporting the funds necessary to hire 2 summer students through a federal grant program. Through that program, the federal government offsets 50% of the provincial minimum wage, and then the municipality would make up the difference. Each summer, Cochrane experiences a sharp increase in bylaw activity across parks, pathways, business impact, or BIAs, and neighborhoods. This seasonal surge reduces our ability to maintain proactive patrols, deliver bylaw education, and respond quickly to complaints. This summer student program role was created to address exactly these gaps, and expanding it to 2 designated summer bylaw officers will give us immediate frontline capacity during our busiest months. These officers will conduct regular foot and bike patrols, issue warnings, document violations, support parking enforcement, and increase visibility in high-use public spaces. Critically, they'll also take on targeted invasive weed monitoring and reporting, a new operational expectation identified by the Environmental Task Force, ensuring we meet council and community standards for environmental stewardship. This work, labor-intensive but essential, is something full-time CPOs simply don't have the capacity to sustain during the busy summer months and when holiday time is usually at its highest. Beyond enforcement, the students deliver high-value public education, community engagement, and cross-departmental reporting, flagging graffiti, damaged signage, waste issues, hazards to the appropriate service areas. Their presence increases voluntary compliance and reduces downstream enforcement workload. Strategically, these roles support financial and environmental stewardship, organizational resiliency, and built environment goals by delivering cost-effective coverage while relieving pressure on full-time officers. I did want to just note that from conversations on Monday evening, there was a lot of discussion from council around parks and open spaces and making sure that they're maintained. By providing these 2 summer students full-time in those areas, one, they're able to proactively identify any area that might need attention or additional maintenance. They also provide 2 additional contact points for the public to approach and provide information about their concerns relative to a park or open space. So we can be more responsive to community requests, essentially.
Don't see any comments. Please keep going.
Okay. And last but not least, the RCMP, the purchases from other governments on your budget line there has been reduced by $642,000. And that's due to persistent recruiting and staffing challenges faced by the RCMP. This is by no fault of their own, and it's a consistent issue plaguing police services across Canada. Despite authorization of 26 positions, actual staffing levels have declined significantly over the last couple of years. They staffed 21.4 positions in 23-24, 19.6 positions in 24-25, and year-to-date we're at 18.9 positions filled, based on a report just received last week. This reduction accounts for paying the contract of RCMP members that are working, without the taxpayer taking on additional burden for funding positions that are not filled. Essentially, it aligns the budget more closely with the actual service of level being provided and reinforces the town's commitment to sound financial stewardship, sustainable service delivery, and responsible use of public funds. It's important to note that once regular members are placed on special leave, for example, maternity, paternity, medical leave for more than 30 days, leave without pay, or a graduated return to work, they are not included in the FTE count, and their pay is not charged directly to the town. However, any salary expenditures associated with these employees while on leave is included as an indirect cost and billed within the divisional administration rate charged to the town. In short, we're not charged for positions that are vacant. I'd just like to take a moment, if I could, to thank the RCMP officers that are working short-staffed. They're managing a growing workload that includes more complex investigations, expanding administrative and reporting requirements, and a steady rise in calls for service. I'd like to also reassure our residents. Cochrane is a very safe place to live, work, and play. We're very fortunate. Crime is trending downward year over year in almost every category, and Cochrane enjoys one of the lowest crime severity indexes in all of Canada.
So I have a question here. So with 18.9 staff, how does their shift work line up? Does it end up that we have like 4 or 5 officers on duty at a time for the whole town?
To the mayor, that depends on a number of different factors, including investigative resources, annual leave, any sickness, short-term sickness, that sort of thing, as well as any potential support out to Rocky View County or Stoney Nakoda Nation.
So there are times where we have less than 4 or 5 officers working in Cochrane at a time?
To the mayor, I would suggest that at full complement, you would have that 4 to 5 at a time, but less than that at less than full complement.
Doesn't seem like very good coverage. Councillor Federico?
Well, as we talked to RCMP at AUMA, it does sound promising that they have basically suggested that we should be up to full complement by the third quarter of 2026. So that could be, really if we're looking at 26 people, that could definitely offset some of those challenges that we've seen, which is great news for us. I agree their territory is so big that having that type of territory needs as many people as you can to kind of protect it. My only question for you was, how was the $642,000 determined, considering that we've been ongoingly short members? How did you come up with $642,000?
And through the chair to Councillor Fedeko, I can tell you that that $642,000 equates to 2.6 less officers. So that would bring us to 23.4 officers, I believe, if my math is correct.
Okay, and we're supposed to,
That is funded. So even if we're only currently funded at 18.9, without any adjustment to the budget whatsoever, we have funds available to pay 23.4 officers.
I thought we had 26, maybe just some clarification on that?
Yeah, and there are 26 authorized positions.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but right now, because of this, the staffing shortage, and they're only available to provide 18, or let's say 19 of those positions. Now, we ensured that we've got funding to pay up to 23.4 positions without any adjustment to the budget whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only thing I was going to share based on our meeting with the RCMP and supplementing Councillor Fedeko's comments is the commitment in terms of data sharing, and this goes back to the mayor's comment. Just as we move forward, having a better understanding of which resources are within Cochrane, how we share that information out, increased opportunities for the RCMP to share information with council and us to share that with the community, I think is some of the important things that I recall from that conversation.
And if I'm able, just to add lastly, that with the advent of the Cochrane Municipal Policing Committee, it is a civilian-based Cochrane resident committee that includes a youth that the RCMP will be reporting to 4 times a year on a quarterly basis. That committee will be reporting back to council, and that is really the bridge between the community and the RCMP on what the community is looking for out of their policing services.
Okay, Councillor Gale?
Maybe more of a numbers question, but I'm just looking under fines, and for our 2024 numbers, we were just about 89,000. And for 2025, we budgeted 187,000. So it's almost, I'm just kind of wondering why it's almost $100,000 or 100,000 difference for fines. For fines. So for example, or not example, do we have an idea of the numbers for 2025 for this year? I'm just wondering why there's such a big variance between our budget and our actual between the years, and if there's a reason for that.
Through the chair to Councillor Gale, the simple answer is that there are less RCMP members out. They're busier with their calls for service and don't have the time to do effective traffic enforcement, as effective as I think they would like and the community would like. So that's the answer about why we're seeing such a decrease in revenue from fines. Again, that's another just plug for the additional 2 community peace officers that are more responsive to the community. We control them, we provide their priorities, and they are accountable to us.
Okay. Okay. That's all.
Councillor McFadden?
So I appreciate the question. I just had the follow-up. So you've identified why it's short, but if it's short, I'm not sure why we're budgeting so much more on the fines. So to the point, actual fine revenue is 88,000, and we budgeted for 100,000 more than that. But instead of saying that we're understaffed, so we're going to expect less revenue, we haven't really substantially lowered our expectation or our forecast of what fine revenue might be. So I wonder if we should have a look at that. That's where you're going? Yeah.
And
Does that make
sorry,
sense?
through the chair to Councillor McFadden, is that under the RCMP budget?
Yeah, I'm talking page 111.
Yeah.
Okay, so revenue fines, and if I'm reading this wrong, please correct me. So fines was actual in 2024 was 88,000. But it was the actual. We budgeted, we were expecting 187,000, but we only got, anyhow, we're seeing the variance. Like the actual in 2024 was 88,000. We were expecting this year, we're expecting to get 187,000, But if our actuals, and according to the story you shared about why they're not able to generate as much fine revenue, then why were we forecasting such an aggressive revenue number?
The number, through the chair to Councillor McFadden, the number that I'm looking at on page 111 is actually a decrease in fine revenue from 26, budgeted 2026 from budgeted 2025.
Yeah, and I see that decrease of 27,000, but with a kind of a variance of 100,000, I'm not sure that decrease of 17,000 is really.
So Councillor McFadden, if I may, I think you would look at this and say a more reasonable expectation around fine revenue would be like 120,000 or 100,000 to go from 88 to, and not essentially double fine revenue year over year.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, certainly we did have some discussions about this. I'm just trying to recall those conversations in the ELT meetings. I think, can we put this in the parking lot and we'll get some more information and come back to this, please?
Certainly, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, please continue.
Okay, that's it for me.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest, again, if we just take a short break, then Mr. Hubble and the team will be up. We're going to try and go through this. Again, I understand, does everyone have a hard stop at 4:30? Okay. Well, we'll certainly try and get through it as quickly as possible, but I just thought so we can really power through this last session, we'll try and do that, if that's all right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. and then we had 187 in the proposed in the 2025 budget. Right now, we're sitting at 116,000 already. So certainly, looking at $160,000 for next year. Also, given with the additional officers that will be back on duty, I think we would see that increase. So again, I knew there was a little bit more, but again, as you can appreciate, there's a great deal of information and previous conversations. So I've got a great team to help support us.
So it's possible.
Yes.
And I believe Councillor Fedeko wanted to add something before we continue on.
I'm wondering if we could add to the parking lot. I know that we have 2 municipal enforcement officers in the budget, but can we get the cost, which would include car and equipment? Because obviously their vehicle would be attached to them and that's in a separate budget. So I'm just wondering the total cost, if it could be brought back at some point.
We'd be happy to do that.
Take it away.
Okay. The Development and Infrastructure Services Division brings together 4 core sections under its umbrella. Mark Krasinski, Director of Community Growth, Adam Sulo, leading the Engineering Services Group, Trish Kluani, Interim Director of Operations Services, and Sean Tooth, the Director of Utilities. Our division has a staffing complement of 116.1 FTE and a combined operating budget of $51.9 million. Moving to page 115 alpha, specific to the Development and Infrastructure Services budget, you'll note that there are no significant budget variances being proposed for 2026. Are there any questions on this budget? Nope. I'll now invite Adam Sewell to walk council through the engineering service portfolio.
Councillor McFadden does have a question now.
Councillor McFadden.
No, it's.
McFadden, sorry. It's been a long day, all right?
You guys are gonna have to move seats.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, never mind. My question's for 117A, so you're getting there.
I'll now invite Adam Sewell to walk council through the engineering services portfolio, and then I'll come up to end off with the engineering with operations services portfolio.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Getting into the dog days of the afternoon, I guess. So we're going to be talking about engineering services, the most exciting portfolio in the town, as you can all imagine. So we're at an interesting crossroads in our community, obviously with the amount of growth that we've been having. We need to start planning for what the long term for our infrastructure looks like in the community. I know we've talked about this before. Not only for our growth, but we also need to look in the established areas and how that's going to change in the future as well. On top of our aging assets in our community, we need to start looking at this and considering this in our plans as well. So the engineering services section is made up of 2 departments, Civil Land Development Services and GIS, and Capital Design and Delivery. We have 1 admin that reports to me, 7 FTEs in Civil Land and Development Services, and 1 FTE in Capital Design and Delivery. We also have 1 contract worker right now in Capital Design and Delivery as well, making up 12 within the section. Speaking to engineering services, which is under me, which is, we'll talk about 117A, some of the current objectives that we have right now, and I don't want to step on my fellow director's toes here, but we're helping utilities work on the long-term water strategy for the community. Bringing forward the water and wastewater master plan, hopefully in the next, I'm hoping in January, we bring that forward for endorsement by council as well. Collaborating on our asset management program, as I said earlier, and then internally within the department, I think I had spoken to you all about this previously, trying to work on improving our business processes to, I don't want to say better, but to more efficiently manage our projects. Right-size our staff to the projects that we're working on as well. In addition, we're looking at changes to help with development services to ensure that development is building things to the standards that we'd like to see now and in the future. So what you'll see, some of the key variants and highlights, what you'll see in here is there is a movement of staff from the engineering services budget to the capital projects and delivery budget. You'll notice also notice a significant increase in our service contracts. And the service contracts, the purpose of these are for 2 master plans, one being the transportation master plan, which we intend to start in 2026. We anticipate that it will continue through to the end of 2027. This is largely due to data collection exercises that we need to undertake at different times of the year. Obviously, with the Transportation Master Plan, the last time we had completed this was in 2017. We've completed all of the projects within the 5-year and 10-year window of that. We need to identify what the next priorities are for both the established area, obviously the growth we have, and understand how we're going to plan for this over the next 20 years as well. In addition to this, something that's not talked about as broadly as transportation, because I think it's not always in front of our eyes, is a stormwater master plan. This is something the community, forgive me for using alliteration, but I would say it's in desperate need of. I think many of you are aware, as you noticed in July, the amount of rain we had and the number of concerns we had around the community, not just within the established community, but also within the developing parts of our community as well. These are going to become very important as we look at redevelopment within our established areas and understanding how this impacts. It's also important to understand that these also feed into, and I know this is a very important topic, off-site levies and the projects that come with growth. In addition, we need to understand how that growth could impact the redevelopment areas as well. I'm open to any questions. I believe there was one on 117A.
Councillor Fedeko.
Yeah, I was just curious on your service contracts. There's a fairly substantial increase of 46%. I was just wondering what that was for.
Through the mayor, to Councillor Fedeko, yes, that's correct. That is with regards to primarily both of the stormwater master plan, transportation master plan, as well as you can tell within our capital projects and the volume of capital projects we manage, we also have some external contractors helping us manage those projects as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, good? All right, we will move on to capital design and delivery. I have spoken to some of this already, so I'll be very brief on this. There's not a tremendous change because a lot of this is captured within the engineering services section. But within capital design and delivery, the primary objectives we have in the coming year is, one, we're trying to right-size the amount of work that we're trying to accomplish. I'm sure you can all appreciate when you over-rev an engine, you have things have a tendency of breaking, as you can obviously have seen in the past. We want to be very mindful of this and make sure that we're focused on the priority projects. In addition to this, we're focused on improving our practices around project management, how we manage our finances, working with our other departments on this.
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to ask the question, but would this be the section where we discuss just generally planning capital projects and getting proper cost estimates for things?
Certainly, this is probably, thank you, Mayor, this is certainly a place we can have that conversation, and then if it were about specific projects, we can have that conversation tomorrow, but I think the idea of planning is probably a relevant location.
Yeah, so if this group decides, this group being council, decides we want to get fully costed options for additional recreation center, additional ice, additional transit options, really just a library, just a list of things that the community's talked about and many of us talked about in the election. Do we have a plan here to be able to execute on not necessarily shovels in the ground, but understanding the appropriate cost for those things within a reasonable amount of time?
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. It's a valid question. I would say yes, we would work with our other departments that are currently, there's a rec master plan underway. I know that's coming forward to council. We would work with our other departments through coordination through the appropriate consultants to determine those costs and bring those forward to council.
Okay. Any discussion? Nope. Okay, please carry on. Oh, nope. Councillor McFadden, the real one.
Thank you. Anyway, kudos to the thought. It would be so helpful for us to be able to start to get a costing, because I know Horse Creek Sports Park, which I've been a long-term advocate for, the $25 million is just to get the site ready. Then there's the additional money in the budget to actually get some playing fields happening. That's only phase one. So by my kind of running numbers, remaining to make Horse Creek happen is probably $50 to $60 million to have it built out. Stop me if I go off. Then we've also got there's a need for a library, which is probably at least 50 on the existing site. A lot of us are advocating for more ice, which by my numbers is like 50 to 75 or 100, depending how big you want to do it. I know previous council members were talking about a secondary rec center, which is probably $125 million. And so I know we're going to get the Parks Rec Culture Master Plan back, which is going to give us some of these numbers, but it's these type of numbers that are giving me indigestion, because we cannot afford to do all of these things, and we have to have all of the numbers in place so that we can start talking about it. So I appreciate that's the list I want to have before we start making decisions, but that's why I'm advocating just to start a small reserve fund. I know that strategy is coming ahead, and I would worry that to actually fund it properly with reserves and savings as opposed to borrowing at the time is going to take significant investments of more than $1 million a year, but that's where I'm coming from on that. So I don't know if there's a way, even in this budget, you could give us preliminary numbers of that, just to help me make sure that my argument that we need to start investing in reserves now is a wise one. I'm quite confident, even for the Horse Creek Sports Park project alone, $1 million is a drop in the bucket. But if it's possible by the end of, add it to our parking lot would be really helpful for me. I don't know anybody else.
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor McFadden. This is a very, very relevant conversation, I would argue, and I think there's a, forgive me, but again, we're still working on the asset management plan, and I think that'll open a lot of eyes, even to the fact of what we have coming towards us. We're very fortunate to be in and this is a very fortunate thing, we're very fortunate to be in a very new community, and I can tell you other communities that I've worked for and worked in are not as fortunate. They have much older infrastructure. We're at the right stage to start planning and saving for this. I think in addition to those pressures, there are other, I hasten to front end my colleagues, especially Mr. Tooth, about the needs that we have coming up in those areas. We have a number of needs, and you are correct that this says. So I would say the asset management plan coming forward, the utility master plan will come forward, the rec master plan, it will identify a lot of these costs, and they'll need to be further refined. Again, I don't want to front end further conversations. It is a valid parking lot potentially, so I don't keep rambling on for you.
Yeah, and I appreciate, because the list I went through is essentially the Parks, Recreation, Culture list, right? So a lot of us had the conversation with fire, 1 or 2 new fire stations. We need to determine what we're going to do at the end of the contract of the current fire station. And then, water and sewer infrastructure, so that when the tap turns on, water comes out, and when we flush, it all goes away. So these are the big numbers I want us to be able to have a conversation about, even if we can just flag preliminary in this budget, and I can understand next year, once we get the further studies in place, we actually be fact-based, and we'll get the fiscal framework information in to start looking at it, because I know through the campaign, a number of my colleagues had highlighted, this fiscal train that's coming towards us. And I don't think we're broke, but we just need to go into it with eyes wide open about what the upcoming costs are and strategize, which is, again, where I'm coming from with my focus on reserves in this. So again, if there's just even some preliminary numbers we could talk about from the parking lot, that'd be very helpful for me. So.
I believe Mr. Hyman has something to add.
Yeah, I just want to connect it to a few other things. Appreciate the comments, Councillor McFadden. I think it is a very important conversation that we have to have. You named a number of projects. This is where some of the work that I've been doing with the mayor in terms of setting up some priority setting in January, and then our strategic planning with our strategy team is going to be critical for May. So again, I think we're having those discussions right now, and the budget is such an important part of that discussion as well, and just identifying these. So I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Councillor Federico.
I just had, I don't even know if this is the right section to ask this, but in Glenbow, we had a project manager, I think it was project manager, somebody that communicated with the residents that, and I heard that was huge success. So kudos. Is there somebody in this, but do we have somebody for this year, and are they maintaining a certain project of some kind? I'm not sure. Or is that now that it's done, we'll just wait until we have another big project?
Through the mayor to Councillor Federico, yes, the contract position that was for the Glen Patrick project is extended until October of this year. We don't have any additional FTE being added to that section, but you raise a very a very, very salient point about the idea of the need for communication with the public. And that's something we're looking to work on. But again, that's where I talk about the idea of making sure that we're not taking on too much so that we can give good service.
Okay, yeah, I think that to me is something that if you needed to have a request, there's a big project coming up that you know is going to be maybe, I don't want to say contentious, but just there's going to be, we already know there's going to be a number of questions about it, then I think going that way without hiring somebody full-time, but on an as-need basis is super important.
Yes, I know Council received the, Councillor McFadden shared the comment that was posted on Facebook about Glenn Patrick, very positive response. Certainly our staff member, contracted staff member, Sam Allen, has done an excellent job. But I also want to provide Mr. Sulo the opportunity of building out this department. I think he's got some great ideas of how we do that. But again, it was very much a team effort. I also want to compliment Council for your wisdom last year in allowing us to have a contracted member on that project, because we had very different outcomes this year because of it, and because of the efforts of the whole team as well.
Councillor McDonald.
I've recently heard huge accolades in Glenbow about that, the gentleman you just mentioned. I'm sorry if I missed this. When will we see the asset management plan?
Through the mayor to Councillor McDonald, sorry, learning names still, apologies.
No problem.
I think the intention is to, the resources currently being onboarded, I think there's going to be some more concerted effort on this next year. I don't have an exact timeline for when you might see a fulsome asset management plan. I think you'll start to see more information in probably, I would say, the second quarter of next year, starting in then.
Okay, thanks.
So just to put a fine point on it, this is the part of the operational budget where we talk about making sure we have adequate resources to plan capital projects. And I am hearing that as per our budget, we have a reasonable plan to move forwards, to have a reasonably accurate costed list of council priorities within a year. Coming back next budget cycle, we'll be able to have gone through a priority setting process, penciled in costs, and starting to slot that into a long-term capital strategy.
Through the mayor, yeah, thank you, Mayor, sorry. I would say the master planning exercise will, there's multiple things running in parallel, so I apologize. It's very time consuming, and this is also a resource constraint. Transportation master plan, utility master plan, stormwater master plan, rec master plan, these will all feed into these costs. And unfortunately, I'd love to tell you I can bring them all by the end of next year. That's not going to be the case. This is likely you're going to see some next year, and you'll see the remainder in 27.
Is there anything we can do in this budget to accelerate that timeline?
Fund additional resources within the engineering services team. That would be the only way to accelerate this, or or to reduce the number of capital projects that we're delivering for the next year.
I'm leaning towards not the latter personally, but is there anything administration would have considered putting in this budget that's not being proposed here that could accelerate that timeline? Because one of the things that I spoke a great deal to in the election and still remain concerned about is that I feel that as we remain one of the fastest growing municipalities in all of Canada, we are not keeping up with our planning.
I can step in, and certainly Mr. Sulo can supplement some of my comments. When we did the budgeting, we talked about the 35 positions. One of the positions that was in there was a project manager position specifically for this department. It did not, again, I hope you appreciate when we go through that process, we look at the entire organization and try and balance all the needs within the organization. That position did not make it. It was not successful the previous year. We did put in the contracted position, but certainly that is something that I think Mr. Sulo mentioned in his summary, and something that would benefit. I do want to make council understand there's a number of things, though. Councillor McFadden talked about all the various projects. Councillor Wilson talked about the renewal projects. We talk about asset management. There is a tremendous amount in that, as well as the master planning. There is a tremendous amount that comes in that. So that's where the strategic planning and prioritizing what is most important for this council is going to be one of your biggest challenges, I think, moving forward. But to get back to your question,
I think resources specific to engineering services, if that is council's desire, is the best next step.
And apologies if I may add, even if we did add resources, this is something, even if we start at the beginning of next year, it would be very challenging to deliver those master plans within 2026. It would still likely, forgive me, we would have some conclusions. I would tell you likely would not have a finalized master plan in either scenario until very, very early 27.
Yeah, so and that's why I think this is a conversation we need to have, because in the current status quo, I read that as if things don't go according to plan, that means it could be 2028, 2029 until some of them are done, if we don't add additional resources. Is that the case?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. No, that the intention is right now, and the way that we're planning our resources to start tackling this the second half of 2026 with an intention of delivering at the end of 2027. Certainly unforeseen things can happen. There also needs to be coordination, as I mentioned, and again, trying not to front end my colleagues, as I mentioned, some of the redevelopment work needs to be done in concert with our planning team, and there's certain milestones that the planning team needs to meet that we need to coordinate with them, also with Mr. Tooth, and also many other departments, as you can imagine. So even if we accelerate it to the, sorry, I'll end that with saying the full intention is to have those two master plans by the end of 2027. I think you'll start to see more information on asset management quickly when this resource comes on board, obviously with my help as well.
But there is a potential to add on additional resources that could accelerate timelines of actual shovels in the ground anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 years if we add these resources on today. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Hyman?
That is correct. However, there are costs associated with that, so we'll simply have to have full transparency for council on that, something we can put in the parking lot.
Okay, yeah, for me, this was the number one thing that I talked about that led me to sitting here in this seat. So if there's a $150,000 budget item to accelerate capital planning by 1 to 2 or 3 years, I definitely want to ask council to please consider that. Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, just to supplement that conversation, I wondered if over the next couple of days, or as long as it takes, we could get like a case A versus case B. If we dump this much money into engineering services now, this is how quickly we can expect certain outcomes, as opposed to as it stands today, here's what we should expect as council. And that would probably frame the conversation nicely.
Through the mayor to Councillor McDonald, certainly something we can look at.
Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. There's a second part to this conversation that I'm trying to stay quiet because I don't know exactly when it is to bring it up. But when we're talking about these 10-year capital plan projects, for me, it's a flow chart of two different things. And it's one side is what's the growth required capital projects and what's the life cycling capital projects. And they should have two different funding sources. I think we all agree. And that's that on the growth side, those should be funded more through offsite levies, user fees, growth model, growth paying for growth. And on the infrastructure life cycling, that can be a tax rate supported funding source, which is more what I think Councillor McFadden's talking about when we're talking about upping our reserves so you don't have to take on debt to life cycle those assets. And so I'm kind of wondering how that comes into this conversation, where if we added another asset in this department, would they help us speed up that, building out that flow chart to be able to go, where's our funding sources and how quickly are we getting these projects into a state where we can start charging for them through offsite levies. So that's the second part of this conversation that I think might be more important than the first, in my opinion.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wilson, yes, that was correct. I think in the next conversation on the next department, that's also part of the conversation about, I know there's a conversation around management, but our managers are the ones that are working on these policies, and the manager of the next department is one of the ones that would be focused on this area. And certainly one of the resources that's planned being added is intended on freeing her up to be able to focus on those priorities as well.
Okay, excellent. And more directly then, the, was it project manager for capital planning? Was that what I heard the title was? Would that have any influence on how fast we'd be getting to funding sources and getting things into the offsite levy stream? So having projects planned enough that they can be put into the OSL stream, would that affect timelines?
Well, I appreciate your comments, Councillor Wilson, and insights into how it all fits together. That's where Mr. Aleem and the fiscal framework and the finance group and the positions there are so critical as well. That's why this whole system works together, because how we're financing these is going to be the big question. We're not going to be able to do all the projects that we've spoken about in the last 20 minutes. It's just simply not possible. However, when we come together with an idea of what finances are available, you will have to prioritize which ones you wish to proceed with. I don't want to be dire in terms of my comments, but I don't think that you will be able to do a rec center, a library, Horse Creek Sports Park, potentially an operations center, the list goes on, renewal projects. There is only so much money, so you really are going to have to make some tough decisions, and that's some of the work that administration is going to collaborate with you on. This is our first step.
Okay, thank you. Just to narrow in on it, because I totally agree with what you just said there, that we won't be able to afford all those things unless we have them in an OSL stream where they're being funded. And what I'm simply asking, is there anything in this budget right now, just like the mayor's asking, that can speed up our ability to get those projects OSL ready? That's
through the mayor. I can answer
yes,
this
please.
if you don't mind, through the mayor to Councillor Wilson. Effectively, the master plans that we're talking about would affect the OSL, the offsite levy bylaw. So the projects that are identified through those processes are the ones that would end up in a future offsite levy bylaw. So the short answer to your question is yes, but we have to get to the end of those studies to then see what projects fit into the offsite levy.
But there's no resource council can add during these budget deliberations that would help speed that process up. That's, I think, the crux of the mayor's
conversation that we're having. I think there can be an acceleration. I think there's a reasonable acceleration that can happen. But once those studies are completed, then the offsite levy process has to be undertaken after that, once the projects are identified. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes, I think so. I think the answer, what I just heard then, is no. There's no resource the council can add to speed up that process. We have to wait for those.
You're correct. Like, I think we're working through that. Ms. Ambrose is working on the rec culture master plan. That's one of the items. Remember, the library and the rec center were two items that we worked through on the offsite levies. Those are not included right now. There's a small portion, but we can start to accurately reflect. But we need to get to the conclusion of that study, have Ms. Ambrose present it, council accept that information, then begin working with the development industry. So there's a lot of things here that are happening all at the same time, and I hope this provides a little bit more perspective. The other thing that I want to look around the room, again, you've seen our staff come and our directors. A number of these people weren't in the room only 3 years ago. And again, we're trying to do our best to respond to the needs of our community. And I think we've been doing a good job, but these are the challenges with significant growth.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to gum up our process anymore. It's just that conversation is super important and has a lot to discuss. But
we have put it in the parking lot, so we will revisit this.
But before we continue on, Mr. Blanchette has...
I was just going to say to council, like, certainly as Mr. Sulo's section is working through these master plans, that does not take away from the opportunity for council to actually define their priorities as it relates to the engagement you're having with the community. So I would encourage you to be thinking about what are those projects that resonate the most in terms of your community engagement in those conversations. We'll continue to do the work with the master plans, advance those so we can understand what we can do from the offsite levy piece, and then also understand what we can do from the life cycling, so as our asset management framework is building at the same time. But I would really encourage council to say these are the priorities as we understand them, and that gives us direction as well. They may change in terms of timing, but certainly I would really encourage this group to say we think these are the 4 or 5 primary projects that we're committed to based on the community feedback. So.
And before we continue on, I think we're starting that work in January, correct? Correct.
Yeah, we are. I think invites have gone out or a poll in terms of calendar invites right now.
Good. New year, new council. All right, Councillor Verdeco.
I think that's a great point, because I think the other option is to consider is we leave some projects behind. Maybe that they've changed in scope and maybe they come down later if you can't do it all. And I agree that there's no way we can promise that to the community. I think it just becomes a big letdown unless we're going to actually leave some other projects that have been suggested before.
Yes, I agree. And before passing over to Councillor McFadden, if I could also add in, one of the things that I'm noticing is it's starting to immediately feel like in our term, the first ones that end up on our agenda are getting the most excitement, whether it's affordable housing or transit. But if we were to move forwards with a great big $2 or $3 million addition to our transit budget, that could push rec or a library or anything else back multiple years without us even realizing it, which is why I really want to accelerate the costing of all these things so we can sit and have an honest conversation with ourselves and the community about what order we're going to do these things on. But anyways, Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Mayor Nagel. But I just wanted to ensure I've been clear on what I was hearing. I'm fairly certain I'm there. But when we get the Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan back, is that providing enough detail from the projects that are there to then add them to the offsite levy bylaw? Or will they need more information? That's enough, Drew?
Yes, that was our discussion earlier in September when we brought it forward, and that was the intent. There is also funding in the budget to start doing some of that work. Again, that work takes time, and then we'll have to work with industry as well, because benefiting areas will be a primary part of their discussion for that. So, as you can see, there's a lot.
For sure. Okay, yeah, and I just want to, that was my working understanding, so it's great to see I'm on track there. I agree with the conversations around the table. There's a huge list of things. We're going to have to be strategic in our prioritization. It's how we do that. And we're waiting to gather valuable information to best guide us in those decision makings. But that's why I continue to advocate for a stronger reserve policy, but that'll keep our options open. And I don't want to wait until we've got it locked down to start saving. So all of that to say, I just thank you for the clarification, and I appreciate the questions my colleagues are asking and about how we're starting to get clear on what we can actually afford to do.
Okay, so we've got a parking lot item. Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll move over to civil land development services. So you'll notice the primary, there's a couple changes happening in this department. So you'll notice the user charges has increased by 64%. This is a change to our charges for development reviews, various different types of development reviews. We're going to be doing a more in-depth review of these charges this year and understanding that. Offset by that, you're going to notice an increase in service contracts. And what I want to draw your attention to is the actuals in 2024, and the actuals in 2025 are not going to be far off of this. Due to the amount of demand that we have in our community and the, forgive me for the use, a lack of internal resources that are able to review things like stormwater master plans, as well as transportation master plans, these are external resources that we have to hire, and we have to hire them as the applications come in. So to offset that cost, there is the increase in the service charges, so I just wanted to draw your attention to that. In addition, there's some additional costs here. Our field staff for the replacement of a few pieces of technology for better implementation of their work in the field as well. And I think what's important to note in the things that we're working on, and we're adding a staff member here, and you'd notice that in the increase in salary, wages, and benefits. The important thing for the staff member that we're adding is very much a frontline staff member that's going to help us with respond on the day-to-day. The manager of this department is currently working alongside her colleagues very closely and doing the actual development reviews that she did prior to being in this role. A lot of the stuff that we were just talking about is a space that I need her to enter to start thinking around being involved in this long-range planning conversation. She already collaborates very well with our other departments, but we need to give her the space to do this. And we also need to get the space to improve our processes in tracking our response time to both, not just the development community, but also our residents. As well as third-party utilities, which we manage through this department. Moving on to GIS, it's very fitting on World GIS Day, which I believe was already mentioned here. It's World GIS Day. For those of you that aren't aware of GIS, this is a very instrumental part to how we manage our information spatially. It touches just about every department within the organization and has a very big impact and is very powerful, and we're going to start to see that as we work through asset management as well. You will not see a lot of changes in the GIS department in the coming year. I think this is a conversation. We're looking at a long-range plan of what this portion of the department looks like in the coming years due to the amount of requests, I would say, come from the GIS department, coming from other departments for the GIS department. If there are no questions, I'll hand it over to Mr. Krasinski.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. It's my pleasure here today to introduce the budget for community growth. Of course, my name is Mark Krasinski, Director of Community Growth section here. So community growth is comprised of 24 employees across 3 departments: economic development, planning services, and safety codes. Our total proposed budget for community growth in 2026 is $4.9 million in expenses and $3.9 million in revenues, with a net impact to the tax base of approximately $8 million.
I'll have to look into that.
There are no significant variances in the Director's Office of Community Growth for 2026. The total proposed budget for the Director's Office is approximately $530,000, which includes a transfer of community growth portion of legal fees, the legal fees budget, which Mrs. Robertson spoke to earlier in the day today. We netted out the proposed budget for community growth in 2026. When netted out, it equals a little bit less than the budget for 2025. But happy to pause here for any questions of council.
Mr. Hyman, did you have something?
I do not. I just left my.
Okay.
I'll try and be quiet over here.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay. Okay, moving on to economic development. The total proposed budget for economic development in 2026 is approximately $970,000 in expenses and approximately $700,000 in revenue, for a net impact of approximately $270,000 in cost for next year. The 3 main variances in economic development for 2026 are as follows: contributions from local boards and agencies revenue, which is related to a pending Northern Regional Economic Development Grant application, matched to service contract expenses to access potential matching grant funds, an increase to administrative expenses for public relations to support business retention and expansion and employment opportunity initiatives, and an increase to general expenses for membership fees related to the Invest Greater Calgary 3-year pilot program that Cochrane joined in 2025. So I will pause here if there's any questions from council.
Councillor Fedeko?
Just curious on the $140,000 from the provincial government conditional transfer. I'm not sure what that's for.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fedeko, this is related to the Northern Regional Economic Development Grant application. It's actually due for submission on November 26th, so we won't know if we get the funding, but we have it in here matched to the expenses in the event that we do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Singh?
So are we member for Invest Alberta?
Pardon me? Could you
Are we
repeat the
members of Invest Alberta?
Through the mayor to Councillor Singh, I do not believe we are members of Invest Alberta. We don't pay any membership fee for it right now.
Okay.
But we do, they do provide us with support, and we do reach out to them for partnership opportunities.
So do you have any rough number, how much business or reference we received from IGC so far?
Through the mayor to Councillor Singh, no, we do not. As this is a 3-year pilot project, the intent is to allow the pilot project to run its life cycle, and then after the 3-year pilot, investigate the benefit of it. Last year, they just got off the ground. Last year was really setting up the charter and establishing the Invest Greater Calgary Committee. So I think what you're going to start seeing is the prioritization of the regional projects this year, which is primarily focused on things that have a regional benefit, looking at the investment opportunity and promotion and marketing of the region globally. So I would say we'll be in a position to have more information about the potential benefits of Invest Greater Calgary around this time next year. But it's very early days with Invest Greater Calgary. They only really got their feet under them and recruited the head of Invest Greater Calgary within the past couple of months. So very early days.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Gale?
Just looking under expenses for contract and general services. 2024 actual was about 78,000, and our budgeted for 2025 is 332,000. So I'm just wondering what that jump was there and why there's such a big variance there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Gill, I'm just double checking here. Are you referencing service contracts? Which was?
The second line item, contracted and general services. I'm just looking for some context there as to why there was such a big jump.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Gill, a couple of the initiatives that we've been doing in economic development recently is, I think the department, formerly business development, has been, didn't have, I think, a very clear direction that was very directly aligned to economic development historically. What we've been doing in economic development is looking to launch initiatives such as the economic development strategy that we started this year. And then next year, again, related to the Northern Regional Economic Development grants, we've been really increasing our contract spends to try and access grant funding to have an outsized impact and really lay the foundations of that roadmap for the next 5 to 10 year economic development strategy. Being a relatively small organization with limited resources, it's really important for us to make decisions about what industries and what sectors we want to target, so we can make sure we make best use of the limited resources that we have. And all of these grants that we're applying for, whether it's a Prairie Scan grant, which is funded by the federal government, it's one of the other ones you would see increase our contract services funding. It's about $150,000 for 2026, and then $140,000 for the Northern Regional Economic Development grant for 2026. Those start increasing our contract spends because they're matching grants, so we have to fund them in order to access them.
And the 125,000 to, or transfers to organizations, what is that?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gill, that's a $100,000 transfer as a grant to Explore Cochrane, our tourism destination management organization, and then a $25,000 grant to Innovate Cochrane as well to support the work that they're doing in the community.
Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Federico.
One more question. Administrative expenses, 55 to 94, is that because you have to use outside resources or?
Yeah, that's through the mayor to Councillor Federico. That's actually a really a good one to ask about. So within that is actually advertising and public relations. So it's not really the use of outside resources. It's just kind of the way that we roll up some of the lower level budget items. So these are things, funding things like Small Business Week support or the job fair. That's when I mentioned the business retention and expansion and the job creation initiatives within economic development. It's the public relation piece of that, as well as supporting different events we did recently to try and expand and promote Cochrane businesses, such as the Bat Film Fest and the sponsorship of an award that we did recently. So those all live within administrative expenses.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't see anything else. Please keep going.
Okay. Moving on to planning services. The total proposed budget for planning services in 2026 is approximately $1.8 million in expenses and $750,000 in revenues, for a net impact of approximately $1 million in costs for next year. The two main variances for planning services in 2026 are increases to sales and user fees and license and permit revenues to reflect a historical 3-year average from 2022 to 2024. Just trying to refine our budget projections and estimates over time. Past couple of years have been a first year for me coming to the organization back in 23 and then our new planning services manager, so we're getting better over time at estimating our budgets. And then the second variance I wanted to highlight was an increase to service contracts for an area redevelopment plan in the area of Cochrane with greatest need, as determined through a pilot project in planning services within the Envision Cochrane 2050 Implementation, Maintenance, and Sustainment Program scope of work. So this relates a little bit to what my colleague, Director Sulo, was speaking to. Part of doing the work on an area redevelopment plan is before we start looking at finalizing a master plan and identifying the type of work that we need to do in a specific area related to the infrastructure. Also knowing what type of densities we're looking for in that area and how we want it designed, so we don't end up coming up with an estimate in the plan for maintenance in an area that isn't in alignment with our plan for the future. So you'll see them work a little bit in parallel with the area redevelopment plan costs really spread over 2 years in 26 and 27 to allow it to start and inform some of the master planning work for transportation and the stormwater master plan, and then not finish until the completion of those master plans to inform the back end of an area redevelopment plan. But allowing that blue skying visioning to happen early on, so that can help inform how those master plans should be looking at that area. And that is planning services, if there's any questions.
Don't see any.
Okay. And finally, safety codes. The total proposed budget for safety codes for 2026 is approximately 1.6 million in expenses and 2.4 million in revenue, for a net impact of approximately $850,000 in net revenue for next year. The two main variances in safety codes are as follows: increase to sales and user fees and license and permit revenue to reflect historical 3-year averages, similar to planning services, just getting better at estimating what our projected revenues will be. The caveat here with safety codes is we also use projections being kind of the, we'll say, the tail of the snake in the planning cycle, being the building permits that follow development permits, subdivisions, and so on. We use the information and based on the approvals and planning services to inform what we believe will be likely building permits coming forward next year, in addition to the 3-year average. And then the final variance is various expense accounts for costs associated with the addition of a new resource in 2026, such as training, technology, and site gear. So you'll notice, I think it was mentioned on Monday, that there's a request for a safety codes officer to complete what was a 3-year resourcing plan for safety codes, to bring them up to a certain level and help address the increasing volumes. So the other increases you see in variances and safety codes are related to the equipment and the fleet and fuel and technology and resources that we need for an extra employee. And I would be happy to answer any questions you have on safety codes.
Not seeing any.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello again, Council. As promised, a big day, but I'm pleased to share that Operations Services is the last section to present today. The Operations Service section is made up of 4 core departments, currently being led by Trish Kluani, our Interim Director of Operations in my absence. It's made up of the Facilities Management Team, which includes caretaking, Fleet, Roads, Parks and Open Spaces, and Cemetery. Now, a point of note, just that Parks and Open Spaces and Cemetery are separate budgets, and you'll see those presented separately. Our division has a staffing complement of 52.7 FTE and a combined operating budget of 12.1 million. Moving to page 132A, the Operations Services variances, you'll note a relatively minor $5,000 reduction in expenses from general expenses line and a training budget reduction of $2,000 and an offsetting increase to the administrative materials and supplies line to more appropriately reflect spending trends in these GLs, resulting in a net zero budget impact overall. Any questions on that budget? Facilities Management. Moving to page 135 alpha, for the Facilities Management and Caretaking departments, the significant variances of note are an increase to salaries, wages, and benefits to reflect the 2.2 caretaking FTEs presented on Monday evening. In general expenses, a $41,000 increase for the subscription to our new CMMS, which is a computerized maintenance management software, which will streamline work order intake and processing. A $555,000 reduction to the service contract line in 2026, because in 2025, there was $500,000 placed in this line for a facilities analysis, which doesn't need to be carried forward into 2026. A $115,000 increase to building repairs and maintenance to support enhanced preventative maintenance for all our facilities and to offset inflationary increases. A $51,000 increase Note, for 2026, we've consolidated many of our buildings under this facilities management budget. So there will be offsetting reductions in some of the other departments' insurance budgets, and we noted some of those earlier this morning. And a $36,000 reduction in reserve transfers. In summary, the 2026 facilities management budget will see a $339,000 net decrease from 2025. Now, there was a theme of curiosity about our revenues throughout today. So under our revenues for rentals and sales and user fees, our revenues for leases from the Boys and Girls Club, RCMP, and Cochrane Rugby for a total of $198,000. Is there any questions on that? Okay. Roads. Moving to page 136 alpha, for the roads department, the significant variants of note are under revenues, increased reserve transfers to offset interest with long-term debt and principal payments noted under expenses. That'd be at the very bottom. A $90,000 reduction to the service contract budget, which was temporarily increased in 2025 to complete a thermoplastic traffic marking project throughout the town. A $45,000 decrease to the equipment rentals and maintenance budget due to the work of our proposed mechanic we'll be bringing in-house and some of the newer equipment that we brought online needing less maintenance. A $15,000 increase to the fuel budget to reflect rising fuel costs. A $229,000 increase to water, power, and gas utility line item to reflect increased power and gas charges for many of our buildings. And a $60,000 increase to the construction materials and supplies line for installation and repair of sidewalks, curbs, traffic paint signs, and our crossing agreement with CP Rail. Under the revenue line, there's a $4,000 revenue piece, which is associated with our annual fuel rebate. Does council have any questions on that? Okay. Fleet services. Moving to page 138 alpha, for the fleet services department, the significant variances of note are an increase to the salary, wages, and benefits GL for the salary and benefits of the proposed mechanic position, as well as negotiated Teamsters increases.
Oh, we have a question from Councillor McFadden.
Thank you. So we're looking at adding a full-time mechanic. Don't we already have one?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, yes, we do, and this will be a second mechanic that we're proposing to bring in-house. We did a vendor spend comparison to what we're spending in many of the mechanic shops throughout the town, and it makes a lot of sense from a service perspective, an enhanced service, and frankly, quality and cost perspective to be bringing it in-house.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Federico?
I was wondering if we could get just a little bit more information on that, like what were the outside costs that we were spending on just, hitting up mechanic shops versus bringing it in-house? I'd be very interested in what that is.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, yes, we can absolutely provide that. Unfortunately, I just don't have that with me.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
We would confirm, though, that it is a significant cost that we were going to for outside contracts. And again, in the long term, with the number of vehicles we have and having one person, also just in terms of sick coverage, all things like that, workplace safety, it's beneficial to have two resources. And I was just going to say, I understood that Councillor Wilson did have some commitments that he had, so certainly just wanted to, recognize that if he needs to go.
Sure. And I was just going to suggest, I imagine that having an in-house mechanic deal with everything, you have someone who's really familiar with the vehicles and their ongoing problems, as opposed to having a brand new mechanic's eyes on it every single time.
Exactly that, Mayor Nagel. And it brings an additional positive aspect from the 24-hour coverage perspective. The mechanic shops in town don't operate 24 hours. We run a 24-hour snow removal operation. If we have a vehicle breakdown in the middle of the night and we have one mechanic who's already worked throughout the day, we simply don't have a resource. So this provides us a little bit of redundancy in those cases.
Okay, excellent. Thanks.
Under general expenses, a $15,000 increase for the AVL, which is Automatic Vehicle Location Licensing, which is a system that combines GPS technology with telematics to provide real-time vehicle tracking and data for fleet management. And a $68,000 reduction to the service line contract to more closely align with the historical spends in this GL. Does council have any further questions on fleet? Okay. Parks and open spaces. Moving to page 140 alpha, for the Parks and Open Spaces Operations Department, the significant variances of note are a negotiated increase to salaries, wages, and benefits for Teamsters members in the department, a $53,000 increase to the service line contract for the contracted mowing that I mentioned on Monday evening, irrigation contracting, Mitford stage repairs, playground equipment, and a contracted tree inventory this year. A $20,000 reduction to the equipment repairs and maintenance line to reflect more maintenance being done in-house by the mechanic I mentioned, and some newer equipment needing some less maintenance. A $45,000 increase to the administrative materials and supplies line for the Fire Hall Boulevard Rehab Project, the Mitford Concession Stand Seating Area Rehabilitation, Parks Furniture additions, disc golf course improvements, and a microbike park hydroseed project at the Riverfront Park. Under general materials and supplies, a $30,000 increase to support new tree planting and pathway paving and repairs throughout the community. From a revenue perspective, under sales and user fees, a $19,800 revenue for the cell phone tower at Mitford Park. Under rentals, $32,000 for sports fields and court rentals. And under other revenue, $15,500 for memorial dedication furniture, which is a program that we run where citizens can purchase a bench or picnic table in dedication to a loved one.
We've got a lot of comments. I'll start with Councillor Fedego.
I have a question for you. Somebody had told me that perhaps we're contracting out garbage pickup at parks through a third company. Is that, or is it the Parks Department?
Through the chair to Councillor Fedego, you are correct. We are, in fact, this year piloting a project. We've started in 25, where we are using a contractor to pick up some of the garbage bins throughout the high use season of those, so that we could divert the park staff to the mowing, trimming activities.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, thanks. I love parks. An item that I'm not seeing on your list, and an item we've always talked a lot about, is the various off-leash parks. And I know we haven't identified any new ones for the municipality to kind of bring online, but I did get some feedback during the campaign and recently about the need for perhaps some fencing in the Jim Uffelman Park. The comment was it's fairly easy for dogs and children to run from that park up onto the bridge and onto the roadway. And then, and I know I did see that there's like fencing going to be happening around the riverfront lands that we purchased. But I wonder if we could look at perhaps some fencing around the off-leash, or how we could kind of make that a little bit safer. I think it was one thing to have that off-leash area or mixed-use area not fenced when we didn't have as much use, and it was the end of the roads, but now that it's, that's such a busy space by the rec center and with the bridge and the new co-op, there's a lot of activity going on there, and I think just trusting to the best behavior of dogs and children not to run on the highway, maybe we should look at some fencing in there. So I don't imagine it's in your budget, but I don't know if that's maybe something we could look at building in.
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, yes, that's absolutely something that we could look at as an inclusion inside there. It'll be a rough number that we could happily apply to it if that's the will of council.
That's probably a capital item for tomorrow.
I would also just share for council's benefit the Bow River strategy and the work that Michelle and her team are working on. That really kind of oversees that as well. So it's all incorporated. We're happy to chat about that tomorrow.
All right, let's press on. We got Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Looking at revenue at rentals, I'm assuming that the modest increase and pretty much stabilization of rental revenue is because it's at its maximum.
Through the chair to Councillor McDonald, I'll just have to turn to the page. But your assumption does seem correct.
It'd be nice if it grew, but I can appreciate if it's maxed out.
Yes, so if I understand correctly, you're looking at the $32,000 2025, $32,000 under rentals for 2026, and then $33,000. Yes, I think that's because we haven't brought on a lot of rental generating parks recently, but if we were, and as we do, then yes, we would see a commensurate increase in this budget.
Sure.
Councillor Gale.
I don't know if this is the time to ask, but something I campaigned on and heard a lot from people at the doors was that our parks are missing some basic amenities such as washrooms. So I was wondering if there's space in the budget to make sure that all of our bathrooms, all of our parks have adequate, even an outhouse in our parks. I know a couple of our major parks have them. However, I feel like we're still lacking. So I'd like to know the feasibility of having those in our parks.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Gale, you're absolutely right. Some of our major parks do, and Horse Creek will. We're working on those pieces. For the others, I believe, and I stand to be corrected by my team, that we do use porta potty rentals for certain times of the year in these locations. Something we could look into, but the construction of new infrastructure hasn't been built into this budget.
It's a bigger undertaking, so I think even just outhouses would do for now. But yeah, I'd really like to see the whole, I don't know, June until September kind of thing, having outhouses in our parks. Even just more of the higher usage spaces. I think of the dog parks, Highway 22. We have a bathrooms there, Mitford Ponds, but it's a little bit further. Also Jim Elfelman, I know there was kind of one there this summer, but I heard it may have been because there were employees working there. I don't know the truth behind that, but I would just really like to see more consistency there. So I'm hoping we can find space for that.
Well, thank you for the comment, Councillor Gale.
That's all.
Councillor Gale, if I can just supplement, Ms. Ambrose is sending me some information and just confirming, again, she's on top of this, and there's a washroom feasibility study for 2027. There is also the age-friendly strategy. So these are some things that we're looking at, and appreciate your comments. So just wanted to share those items.
Thank you.
So are you comfortable with waiting for the washroom feasibility study for more information as opposed to wanting to advance this in a conversation for this year?
Yeah, I think we can just wait and see from there. I think as long as most of our big bases are covered, and they are, maybe some small improvements there might be space for without budgeting specifically for that, but I think it's fine to just wait. I'm happy that it's in the works.
Okay, great. Councillor Federico?
Back to Councillor McDonald's question about the rentals. In 2024, we went from 61,000 and then we dropped down to 32. Why such the big decrease?
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, I'll need to get some data on that piece.
Okay.
We'll
yeah.
report that back.
Thanks, yeah, because it's like a $30,000 decrease in rental fees, which I don't think we shut down any parks as far as I know.
Yes, I'll get that information for us all there, Councillor. I just don't have the data on 2024.
Fine, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Singh?
Well, the washroom study and age-friendly study would include the benches from Bethany all the way to the Midford Park, or any like for seniors to put around on the like.
We'll just get Ms. Ambrose a microphone and she'll be able to answer.
sorry, through the chair to Councillor Singh. So the washroom feasibility study will give us a strategy on where and when washrooms should be placed in all of our public spaces. And that would include, through the age-friendly strategy as well, we're also hearing a lot of information around needing shaded structures and benches. And so that will really drive how we are developing our parks and our open spaces. And those are some of the questions that we're also asking as we're doing community engagement when we're redoing playground spaces. So Samuel Spicer Park would be an example of that, where we were asking if residents wanted shaded structures or benches. So we're tying all of the pieces together, but that washroom feasibility study will give us that grand picture of how we should be asking developers also to develop our parks.
The second question, do we have an accessible water station on the main floor here at the ranch house? Because if tourists come or hikers come, they always ask for, do we have water where we can access water? So if the ranch house is open, at least people could have the opportunity to drink the water, like safe drinking water, if that could be something added or.
So when we recently did the renovation, certainly we looked at that for our staff. There's the drinking fill stations on both the east side and currently the west side. We do not have something downstairs. That would have to be an addition to the budget, but something we could explore.
Because there's lots of hikers, tourists come, they check the Stockman's library, and even like sometimes kids, they do bike and they park their bikes outside and they ask for water, and could be something easier for them to just get some cup of water or something, yeah.
Yeah, we can put that in the parking lot and certainly explore how much that would cost. Again, given our recent experience, we'd probably have access to that information quite quickly.
Thank you.
And last for us, the cemetery. Moving to page 141 alpha for the cemetery department, the significant variants of note are, under revenues, a $26,000 reduction to the expected sales and user fees due to a reduction of interments over the last few years. We had based our revenue on post-COVID numbers, where many families were holding the interments where they could gather. So we've seen a major influx post-COVID based on that. So we're seeing more normalized levels moving forward. So we just adjusted our revenue based off of that. Under the service contracts line, a $15,000 reduction due to less concrete installation and repairs planned for 2026. And minor reductions to the building and equipment repair budgets to reflect less maintenance being planned in these spaces just for 2026. In summary, the 2026 cemetery budget will see a $22,600 net decrease from 2025. And from a revenue perspective, under licenses and permits, for marker permits, there's a net reduction there as well. Does council have any questions on this budget? No. Well, council, that concludes my budgets operationally, and I believe for everyone else as well.
Hold on, let's have a quick conversation. Not you, the budget process. No. Thank you very much. Just in terms of the day and the process and tomorrow, so we piled quite a number of items into this parking lot. Mr. Hindman, did you have a strategy in mind for how to work through that pile and timing? Because there's a wide range of casual inquiries for information to radical suggestions for hundreds of thousands of dollars being added. How do you want to work through it?
Well, I think, first of all, thank you very much for everyone's time today. Going back to the goals and objectives, it was very collaborative. Appreciate your comments and curiosity as we went through the day. Also want to thank this group. Hopefully that provides you as well as people watching just the complexity of a municipal operation, the number of people and how passionate they are about their areas. That's something I take a lot of pride in, the people that I work with, and the difference that they make in the community. So again, this is the starting of that discussion. But again, the the budget is such an important step in this process, but again, I hope you have a better understanding of all the work that goes into this process. But now, in terms of next steps, of course, we've got the rate-supported budget, capital project budget, service fees, reserves, long-term debt, and 3-year financial plan. So you're going to hear from a number of people tomorrow. And then we've got a fairly large parking lot that we've now established that we're going to have to revisit. I think one of the things, given it's pretty late in the day, you guys have taken, appreciate your time, but we will likely, we're going to meet right after this. We go through some of the items in the parking lot and come up with a strategy. I won't be able to do that right on the fly here, but by the end of the day tomorrow, we will likely have consolidated all the questions, and the parking lot items will have responses for many of them. But we'll also be looking for some direction from council and revisiting those. Because again, tomorrow is going to be a full day as well.
And given the number of things the council asked for additional follow-up on, is that timeline reasonable?
Well, and that's why we always have time next week to say that we'll get through all of that. I don't want to set unrealistic expectations for us. We'll do our best to get through this information and revisit the parking lot. I can't assure you that we will get through all of that tomorrow. And again, we probably won't be having people work all throughout the night to be able to do sort of that summary that I did this morning, but the items that they've been working on, certainly we'll be able to revisit those, and then we'll likely need some of the time next week to revisit. So if council can give that some consideration, I know there was some discussion of whether it's an evening or the day, we can discuss that tomorrow with your input and really come up with a plan. But we're going to leave right from here, go upstairs and start to strategize on our next steps.
Okay. All right, and before we wrap up, at the end of all this, council is going to have to make a decision in favor or opposed to the budget. So if we do a quick round the table, check in with each person, key takeaways, how you're feeling, top of mind items. Start over here if Councillor Fadeko's ready.
I just want to say I really appreciate the level 2 of detail. I think I've said it a number of times. It's made this entire first day of deliberations very easy to follow. So thank you. I honestly think Councillor Wilson said, you know, when we were in the budget, we had the budget task force at one point, and we were kind of looking for this type of detail. And he said he would even go up to a level 3. Now, I don't know if that's talking about how many pens somebody's ordering. I don't think I need to go that high, but the breakdown was fabulous to be able to know where kind of money's going. And I think it's going to be so great for the public to understand that now we truly have a better idea of where things are moving to.
Thank you for your comments. The one thing I would say in that is certainly there's a number of people in this room that are helping support this process, but there's a whole number of people upstairs who've worked through the weekends and late into the evening to make sure that we have this information. So we will share your appreciation with them as well.
Councillor McDonald.
Many of the same comments, and I'll just add a big thank you to all the hours that went into this. And I think it just felt, as I prepped and then as we worked through it today, it felt very intuitive towards what our questions would be, and a lot of anticipation work went into where we would look to target in. So it was really great to have those questions answered before I could even turn my light on. You were already answering the thing I was going to ask. So really enjoyed today and looking forward to tomorrow.
Anything over here? Final comments? Councillor Gill.
Again, echoing what they say, I found myself, I would often just listen for another 2 minutes and I would hear the answer. So save myself some time that way. But as someone that's new to this, I really appreciate how thoughtful it's been. And you can tell that there's been a lot of work that's gone into this. So I really appreciate it myself too. And yeah, there's many things in my parking lot too. I'm not even gonna start to list them off.
Mm-hmm. Councillor McFadden.
I just wanted to extend, my thanks to the full administrative team, both those around the bench that we've seen today and everybody that's backstopping you. It's led to a really great process. I've been through 18 of these. So this is this has been a fun day, and I really appreciate the hard work of both the admin team and my colleagues around the bench who have really approached this from a collaborative relationship building space. And certainly with the extra details that have been provided and the quick transparency and all the answers, I feel a great deal of trust as we're going through this. And I know we'll get to the point in the conversation where my colleagues and I will start to disagree with each other, but I do have a high expectation that will be done respectfully and with the needs of our residents in mind. But thank you, everyone, for the day. It's been a good one.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to all the people who are watching online as well. They have spent a great amount of time. It was a great day, and I think looking forward to the tomorrow, and I'll reserve my comments till end of the budget.
Thank you. Okay, final comment from me. Kudos all around. Thank you very much. And I'll take this opportunity as a final plug. I hope council seriously considers any options we have to expedite our capital planning so we can get going on all of our priorities. So look forward to having that conversation coming soon. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow, same time in terms of the start. If you wish to come early as well, we'll have an opportunity to connect and then start right at 9 o'clock.
Okay,
Thank you.
meeting adjourned.